Baltimore City Council Ways and Means Committee. We are back in session for City Council Ordinance 22-0235, Ordinance of Estimates for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023. I'm Mayor Costello, Councilman from the 11th District, Chair of the committee. I'm joined to my right by Council Vice President Sharon Green Middleton, 6th District, member of the committee. Councilwoman Danny McCray, 2nd District, member of the committee. Councilwoman Felicia Porter, 10th District. I'm joined to my left, Vice Chair of the committee, Councilman Robert Stokes, 12th District, member of the committee. Council President Nick Mosby, Councilman Mark Conway, 4th District. Councilwoman Odette Ramos, 14th District. Councilman Ryan Dorsey, 3rd District, member of the committee. Councilman Zeke Cohen, 1st District. Councilman Tony Glover, 13th District. To my immediate right is Marguerite Curran, staff to the committee. On behalf of Mayor Brandon Scott, Natasha Mehew, Nina Themelis, and Sophia G. On behalf of Council President Nick Mosby, Matt Stegman, and Nate Poole. A couple quick ground rules for this evening before we begin. We're here for the Baltimore Police Department. First, only people that will speak in the room are those recognized by the chair. Once you are recognized, I ask that you speak into the microphone and keep your mouth about 1 hand length away. Inevitably, someone tonight is going to mess that up, as has happened with every single agency so far, and I think we've done about 38 of them in the last week. I will politely interrupt you, and I will continue to politely interrupt you. The reason for that, folks that are listening from home will not be able to hear you if you're not speaking clearly into the mic. In addition, this hearing is being recorded and archived on YouTube's Charm TV channel. That's the first thing. If you are speaking, you are welcome to take your mask off in chambers. In terms of agenda and flow for this evening, what we're going to do is, in a few minutes, I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to ask the commissioner to introduce the members of his staff, first and last name and position title, as well as if they're associated with a specific division or unit. I'm then going to turn it over to the police commissioner. How many slides do we have this evening in the slide deck?
Mr. Chairman, we only have 2 introductory slides before talking through all of the services as approached by BBMR. So we have 1 for each service that we'll go very briefly through.
Bob, how many services does BPD have? 16?
No.
10. 11? Okay. And then you have 2 additional slides?
Yeah.
And I understand the police commissioner is going to be giving introductory remarks in the neighborhood of 2 to 3 minutes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So once introductions are completed, we'll then do introductory remarks from the commissioner, if that's the order that you wish to do it. Then we will do the slide deck. I'm going to ask you to keep your presentation for the slide deck to no longer than 15 minutes. Is that reasonable?
Yes.
Everyone's comfortable with that, okay? Then we are going to get into questions from the committee members on the letter. I sent you all a letter on May 19th. I appreciate that you responded by the date that I requested, which was June 3rd. I've had an opportunity to read all 180 pages of this over the weekend and yesterday, so I very much look forward to having a conversation in excruciating detail on what's included in the materials that you've provided the committee. Then we will get into questions from the members of the committee. Is everyone square on what the agenda and flow will be for this evening? Any questions before we begin? Okay, Mr. Commissioner, please take it away.
Good evening, Chairman Costello, Mr. President, members of the council, and those watching from home. We welcome the opportunity to discuss with you our fiscal year 23 budget allocation. With me tonight are several members of the Baltimore Police Department Executive and Command Team, who I will briefly introduce, beginning with Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Cherie Briscoe, Deputy Commissioner of the Public Integrity Bureau, Brian Nadeau, Deputy Commissioner of Compliance, Michael Sullivan, Deputy Commissioner of the Administration Bureau, James Gillis, my Chief of Staff, Eric Melanson, Deputy Chief of Staff, Andy Smullian, our Chief Financial Officer, Shala Graham, Our Chief of Patrol, Colonel Kevin Jones. Our Chief of Detectives, Colonel Rich Worley. Our Deputy Chief of Detectives, Lieutenant Colonel Monique Brown. Deputy Chief of Patrol, Lieutenant Colonel Jack Herzog and Lieutenant Colonel Mark Howe. Our Chief of Science and Evidence, Raina Delarocco. Chief of Technology, Derek Canton. Our Director of Equity, Diversion, and Inclusion, Leslie Parker Blyther. Managing Director of Data-Driven Strategies, Graham Campbell. Chief of Legal Affairs, Lisa Walden. Our Director of Budget and Grants, Sarola Facey Diaz. Director of Evidence and Crime Scene Evidence, Alan Robinson. Director of Communications, Lindsay Eldridge. Director of Governmental Affairs, Michelle Wurzberger. And lastly, our Legislative Coordinator, Shannon Conaway.
Mr. Commissioner, before you continue, colleagues, I just emailed, I know all of you had it, but we've had a lot of emails this week. So the short-term deployment strategy, along with the letter that accompanied the transmittal of that to the City Council, that has been sent to you. So I just sent that in the last minute, so it should be in your inboxes. Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to take just a few moments to address your letter from May 19th before we begin our formal budget presentation. The Baltimore Police Department is constantly adapting to changing conditions and working to implement new strategies and new innovations to make us more effective as a law enforcement agency. This includes optimizing and redeploying our resources, leveraging overtime to flex the size of our department to accomplish more, using technology as a force multiplier whenever possible, and working smarter to free up more capacity for our officers. These strategies allow us to maximize our efforts so that we can be in places we need to be and go after the repeat violent offenders that are causing so much harm to the residents of our city. We strongly agree that clear and decisive action must be taken to reassure our residents that we are committed to ensuring their safety and to send an unequivocal message to those who commit crime that we will find you and we will hold you accountable. To that end, the short-term deployment strategy plan that we submitted to the Council on Friday includes two specific initiatives that we are ramping up now. More direct vehicle patrols and foot patrols so that residents see a greater presence of officers and in their neighborhoods, along with offenders seeing our officers in their neighborhoods, and an enhanced warrant initiative that focuses on repeat violent criminals so that we can achieve justice for the people that have been victimized in Baltimore City. To accomplish these goals, we will leverage state grant funds that were recently secured by our state delegation and the governor to provide 300 hours of overtime per week per district and other specified areas specifically for visibility efforts and foot patrols. Actively deploy the mobile metro unit and the resources of our special operations section to conduct directed traffic enforcement, provide additional visibility and stability in the target areas after a critical incident occurs, and then execute high-risk warrants, and then enhance our coordination with local, state, and federal partners in the Warrant Apprehension Task Force, or WATF, to locate and quickly apprehend violent offenders with a focus on homicides, shootings, robberies, and burglary suspects, gun offenders, and violent drug organizations. In addition, we've provided you with our third quarter district plans to address specific geographical areas from July until September. These plans are developed on an ongoing basis as part of our CompStat process. All of these efforts are designed to maximize the impact of BPD's presence and to quickly apprehend those who are committing acts of violence in our city. The men and women of the Baltimore Police Department are prepared to do everything we can to reduce the public's feeling of lawlessness and to gain more support from our residents and to arrest and hold accountable violent offenders. Now, I would like to take a moment to address the perception that many have expressed to me both publicly and privately, that somehow we don't show or we don't share your sense of urgency to address crime, that we are unmoved by the fear amongst our residents, business leaders, and visitors. Let me set the record straight, let me set it straight right here and right now. Nothing could be further from the truth. Our sense of urgency is set to maximum, and it stays there, and it never, ever turns off. I have full confidence in my executive team and my command staff, who are a world-class team, no comparison, and I would put them up against any other law enforcement agency in this country when it comes to performance. They live this same urgency every single day. We are keenly aware of the urgency and need to improve public safety in Baltimore, and we dedicate ourselves to apprehending and holding accountable those who commit crime in our city. So please do not ever confuse our lack of showing panic with the belief that we somehow lack the sense of urgency. We are constantly shifting and moving our deployment and updating our strategies to make larger impacts with the resources we have. The plans that we have submitted to you are not made overnight, but they've been in the works for quite a while. The mayor and I made these requests to the governor back in February, and the bulk of the funds that we will receive to pay for them will become available at the start of the new fiscal year, July 1. The district problem analysis and deployment strategies that we submitted in response to your letter, we develop every quarter. In fact, those quarterly plans inform weekly plans that every district must submit based on what's happening on the ground at any given time. And we measure those plans every week in our ComStat. I even remember when you attended our ComStat and witnessed that scrutiny that we give to these plans each week. If any of you are interested in witnessing and seeing how we hold ourselves accountable, we invite you to attend our ComStat. We welcome your input, your feedback, and we remain committed to working collaboratively so that we can improve public safety in Baltimore together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now my Chief Financial Officer, Shala Graham, is ready to start our formal presentation. After that, my team and I are happy to answer any questions you or other members of the council may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shala Graham. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. First of all, can everybody hear me? Thank you so much. So I'm going to begin this evening's presentation with a quick highlights of the fiscal year 2023 budget that's proposed. One of the big changes is we have self-funded an increase to the telephone reporting.
Ms. Graham, a little closer.
Little
And
closer.
you can-
Okay, thank you.
That
I
thing's on a
appreciate it.
flex arm, so.
So we have increased the telephone reporting units. We've self-funded this. We've added 12 civilians and 5 sergeants where we can defer low priority calls for service to this unit. We've also increased the gun violence reduction strategies group. We've added 9 authorized civilians to this team. We've continued to civilianize in this budget, where we've decreased our sworn personnel by 30 positions, and we've added 35 civilian investigators. In addition, in this budget, you will see we continue to prioritize recruitment and retention. The new FOP bargaining contract was approved, and we've increased the budget for those associated contractual increases. This includes salary increases earlier in career, and this is going to help us with recruitment and retention. We also have additional incentives for the officers. They include incentives for education, patrol incentives, and field training incentives. In addition, the budget proposed tonight has a lease for co-location with Child Protection Services at the Baltimore Child Abuse for $323,000. Our first service of the 10 services that we're going to talk about tonight is the Administration Bureau. This service contains areas such as asset management, which pays for the facilities and the cars that support the officers. We also have the grants section, the Administrative Duties Division section, which is where the injured officers go. We have the central records, legal, fiscal, HR, executive protection. The budget proposed tonight is 300 authorized positions. This is a decrease from last year's budget of 381 authorized positions for $106.6 million. The increase to this budget was associated with grant allocations we're expecting to get from the state for $6.2 million for warrant apprehension, $10 million for capital, and $8 million grants from the state. The next service we're going to talk about is our largest service. This is police patrol. There are 9 districts that respond to 911 calls for service. The budget proposed tonight is a decrease from last year's budget of $231 million, down from $233 million from last fiscal year. There was a reduction in $4 million for sworn staffing. In addition, there was $4 million that was moved for the radios over to a different service where it's better aligned. There is 1,583 authorized positions in this service, and as mentioned at the beginning, this is our largest service. The next service we have is the Criminal Investigations Division. This is our investigation enforcement of serious crimes. This is going to include things like homicide, anti-crime, special investigations, warrant apprehension, HIDA, gun violence reduction strategies. The proposed budget is $63 million. This is 382 authorized positions. There are 9 civilians in this, as we mentioned earlier, that were added for the gun violence reduction strategy. Our next service is going to be data-driven strategies. This is the group that collects, analyzes, and disseminates intelligence and crime data. The proposed budget tonight is $13 million with 55 authorized positions. The next service is going to be our Public Integrity Bureau. They investigate claims of police misconduct as well as other areas of the department. Their proposed budget is $15 million or 90 authorized positions. There is a change to this service where we've realigned a function. The Equal Opportunities and Diversity section has been moved from the Administrative Bureau over to the Public Integrity Bureau. Our next service is going to be recruitment. This is where we recruit sworn personnel to the department, and we also have the new recruits in this budget. This includes the new recruits when they're in the academy, so it's going to include the things such as salaries and supplies for those new recruits before they become police officers out in service. The proposed budget is $24 million or 203 authorized positions. The next service we have is the Crime Lab. The Crime Lab includes 3 areas. It's the Crime Lab, Crime Scene, and Evidence Control. The proposed budget is $23.5 million or 173 authorized positions. The next service is going to be the Compliance Bureau. We have in this service education and training, information technology, body cams, the consent decree, performance standards. There's 142 authorized positions with a budget of $40.2 million. The major change to the service is the gunshot detection software was moved from another agency over to the police department's budget, so there is an increase in here for that software. That's $782,000. Our next service is going to be Special Operations Section. That is going to be things such as aviation, mobile metro, SWAT, K-9, traffic, secondary employment unit. The proposed budget in front of you is $38 million, which is a decrease from last year's budget of $40.4 million. And this would fund 138 authorized positions. The biggest significant change to this service is the removal of $4.8 million for the crossing guards, which was moved over to the Department of Transportation's budget. And our last service is going to be Patrol Support Services. This funds things such as communications, dispatch, central and juvenile bookings, and the proposed budget is $24.6 million or 150 authorized positions. And as we mentioned earlier, we did move $4 million over from police patrol over to this service just so it could be better aligned. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I had some statement I was going to read. I don't feel like reading that tonight. I've got enough questions based on the 180 pages of material that was provided to me. I will tell you that the condition of public safety in the city of Baltimore is broken. The police department plays a role in that. I recognize that the police department is not the only agency that plays a role in that. There's a long-term approach, a medium-term approach, and there has got to be a short-term approach. And I believe that is where the city has fallen short, is on the short-term approach. You heard members of this council stand up a few weeks ago and voice their grave concern with the state of public safety. We've had a 17-year-old young man shot and killed after his junior prom, 60 gunshots fired from a gun that belongs in a video game in the middle of broad daylight, a pregnant woman executed point-blank range with her fiance, with a 1-year-old child at home, and a senior citizen reading a book in her bed at night getting shot through the arm. The current condition is broken. This cannot be the new normal, and this has got to change. And I want you to understand that this city council is taking this issue very seriously. And it's unfortunate that it's taken letters and press conferences and all that nonsense to get everyone's attention to understand the sense of urgency that we are feeling. And it's not us personally that's feeling it. For me, it's the 60,000 plus people that I represent in the city of Baltimore that are pissed off. I represent the most diverse council district in the state of Maryland. In the state of Maryland, I challenge anyone to find a more diverse council district in terms of income and race in the state of Maryland. And I hear the same exact thing from everyone. I'm absolutely disgusted with the state of public safety in this city. And my hope is that we can get some answers tonight and that members of this council and members of the Ways and Means Committee can walk away from this meeting this evening and reassure our constituents that you all have things under control. But the feeling leading up to this is that you all do not have things under control. I know we set ground rules of just dealing with the letter. I know we have 11 council members here this evening. First, I want to acknowledge Councilman James Torrance, 7th District, who's joined us. I also want to acknowledge the excused absence of Councilman Chris Burnett from the 8th District and Councilman Isaac Gitzi Schleifer from the 5th District. Both of those gentlemen, their wives gave birth in the last week, so they are attending to that this evening. We're going to start off with questions, and colleagues, I'm going to open it up on the floor to any questions. But I ask if you do have questions about the letter that we sent, the response that we received, or the short-term deployment strategy, or commonly referred to as short-term crime plan, that we please focus on those questions first. Mr. President, the floor is yours. Thank you. Councilman Stokes. Council Vice President Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's based on the 180-page letter. My questioning for now is going to stick with the immediate plan to deploy additional sworn officers. You stated in your response that using a schedule to deploy all non-patrol officers to patrol is not recommended, as it would cause operational deficiencies. What alternatives can you provide to this request that would satisfy the council and the committee's request for an omnipresence of sworn officers on the street?
Thank you and good evening. I'll start by saying that when we say that non-patrol officers, we have officers in multiple areas. What we want to make sure is that we don't disrupt the operations of another area. For example, moving investigators out of the Public Integrity Bureau to patrol on the street would then offset the time that they're taking to investigate those cases, and there are mandates by state law, there are mandates by the consent decree to complete them in a certain time. Or moving police officers who perhaps are teaching at the academy. We can't disrupt that to put them on patrol, but what we can do and what we have been doing is moving people who have assignments where they can go and help in patrol, and we have created a plan to do that, and I'll let other members of my team talk about that people who are not in patrol share the responsibility and are on a rotation where they go into districts periodically to supplement the work that's happening in districts because we are short. And we have been doing that for some time. We'll continue to do that. And with some overtime, we will be doing that across the city going forward over the summer months.
Good evening, and thank you for the question. Councilwoman, I can tell you that as a result of the contractual agreement, though that starts July 1, we've already begun adding units to patrol that are not assigned to the patrol. So there are days that they're obligated to fulfill, and we've already begun that. That shows itself largely across the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday deployment, and on days where the districts, through the Chief of Patrol's office, have designated are days where there may be staffing challenges. They align the personnel that are not assigned to patrol to those specific days. Again, like Commissioner Harrison stated, we use overtime as well, and we're using overtime to focus our energies and efforts on locations that we know have been historically and notably violent through crime suppression. We also do that with an enhanced in addition to our enhancement to a warrant protocol, we're running overtime to increase the presence there, and we're also using additional resources that are not assigned to patrol in our downtown deployment strategy area.
Thank you. What is the role of the district action teams?
Good evening, Colonel Jones. So the district action teams is a discretionary unit within the district. Some districts have one, several districts have three: the Eastern, the Western, and the Central District, and the Southwest have 4 DAT teams. The DAT team is a discretionary unit that's used for crime suppression. It can be anything from a councilmatic complaint, a citizen complaint, that the district commander then utilizes this non-patrol unit to investigate anything from loud noise, discharging calls, aggressive behavior, whatever may be going on up until crime suppression for non-fatal shootings and homicides. They're a supplement to patrol that is not bound by calls for service, that they can do discretionary work in the area where the district commander sees fit to address any issues in reference to problematic businesses, problematic areas for crime suppression.
Do their schedules change depending on crime trends in the district?
Yes, ma'am. The schedule does change. It can go anywhere between early in the morning till late at night. Most Fridays, Saturdays, you will have most district action teams working till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. But there are other days where, because of different areas that need attention in the morning in reference to when some drug shops open up, they will be working earlier in the morning. Or if there's a crime issue as far as robberies or burglaries, yes, they can be flexed to address those issues.
Mr. Chair, I would like a committee request. The committee would like the total number of felon drug arrests, firearm seizures, and search and seizure warrants executed by each district action team in every district over the last 2 years, broken down monthly.
Nate, and who's tracking for the mayor? Okay, and Michelle, you're tracking for BPD? Yep. We're going to repeat it in 1 second. That was Nina, right? Or no, for the mayor's office, before Michelle. I know who Michelle and Nina are. I can't see back there, that's why I'm asking, because she's been behind the lectern all week. Okay. So, Council Vice President Middleton would like a list of the following 3 arrest categories. Go ahead, Council Vice President.
Total number of felon drug arrests, firearm seizures, and search and seizure warrants executed by each district action team in every district over the last 2 years and broken down monthly.
Is everyone clear on the request?
I might be able to give some of that now, not all of it, but some of it.
Council Vice President, if you have the floor, so you're welcome to the commissioner's summary, but you're going to get what you're asking for in writing either way.
Okay.
I defer to you, Council Vice President.
Yes. So you said you can get some of it, not all.
For year to date this year, I can give you some of that citywide
For just this year?
for just this year. That's what I have in front of
Why
me.
not the last 2 years?
What I have in front of me is what we have for this year. We can, as a follow-up, certainly get that to you.
Get me the following year within a couple of weeks?
No.
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Friday, call of business. Friday, June 10th, call of business. Is that reasonable?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify the request, are you looking for those totals for the district action team activity or for the citywide activity?
Just district action team. So what we're looking for is...
I'm sorry, I didn't know if that was the Council Vice President's request or...
Yeah, it's the Council Vice President's. Part of what I do as chair of the committee is clarify the
Okay.
requests for our folks in the back from the mayor's office and the council president's office, in this case, your government relations office. There are 3 categories of crime. What the council vice president would like to see is for each month over the last 24-month period, the number of those arrests by category for each of the 9 districts for the summary of their district action teams, recognizing the Central has 3 DATs and Northwest may only have 1.
Understood. Thank you.
Council Vice President, did I clarify that?
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. And then one last, and then I'll move on. I'll let someone else speak. In the documents that you sent over in advance of this hearing, you identified 134 police officers who, in the documents that you sent over in advance of this hearing, you identified 134 police officers who are currently medically suspended. Do you know what percentage of those officers are eligible for line of duty medical retirement, and what percentage will be asked to leave because they can no longer perform the duties of a police officer?
Madam Vice President, Jim Gillis, thank you. I do not have that in front of me, but we will absolutely get that data for you. We can provide that.
Thank you. Has the police department done any internal recruiting of the officers who can no longer perform sworn duties for civilian position vacancies?
Yes, when people separate from the agency, we provide them with the opportunity to come back in a non-sworn capacity if they are eligible.
Okay. How many hours do members of your district detective unit spend on the street during their assigned shifts? An estimate of how many hours?
I can get that to you. I don't know offhand how many hours per day per district. So it depends on the case. It depends on what their investigation may lead to that day. Part of their daily deployment would be in reference to if they have a robbery detective or a burglary detective. Of course, if they're working that time, they're going to respond out to any calls for service that may come out. The follow-up would then be either that night or the next day in reference to witness canvases, camera canvases, all of those things. So how specifically the hours that they would be on the street depends on the case and what they have to do. A lot of it also has to do with case management with our system, so there's also a lot of data entry. So I could not give a specific of each district and each detective every day.
Your statement is good enough for that. And lastly, do homicide, sex crimes, and robbery detectives respond to calls from a stationary office, or are they put out on the street when they receive these calls? On average, how many hours per shift do these individuals spend out on the street conducting follow-ups on investigations?
Yes, ma'am, Colonel Worley. Our detectives actually usually respond, like our homicide detectives are in the office doing follow-ups. They may be doing search and seizures. It's pretty similar to the answer that Colonel Jones just gave you. They get on the street with their follow-ups as much as they can, but a lot of the stuff that they do is writing search warrants, updating the cases, interviews with witnesses, and responding to the scene. They actually do respond to the scenes when there is a call out.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Councilwoman McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Each district is required to have a summer crime plan. Within these plans, do they identify the top 3 to 5 criminal or nuisance complaints that occur on each post within each district?
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you so much for the question. I will start, and I invite Colonel Jones to follow up and add anything. So with the summer crime plan, the district commander is looking at the analytics of his or her district over the last 2 to 3 years, and then evaluating where they've seen most of their crime. And from that, based on their high days and times, they'll make a deployment strategy that encompasses not just they do a problem analysis, an action plan, and then they have metrics to measure their activities, and then they indicate by whom and with whom they'll problem solve together. And I invite Colonel Jones to add anything additional.
Yes, ma'am. The Baltimore City Police Department's crime plan is to address the high concentration of violent crime disproportionately experienced during the summer months. This plan is a complement to the Commissioner's Crime Plan, gun violence reduction, and other city agency initiatives. The plan is based on data-driven approach to focus on the most dangerous people, the most dangerous places, and unstable geographies to facilitate intelligence sharing and relentless follow-up. This plan is the culmination of a people-based strategy, which is WATF, Gun Offender Registry, Group Violence Reduction Strategy, U.S. Marshal Initiatives, Harm Index Warrants, Sheriff Warrant Initiatives, FBI Safe Streets, and HIDA. Also coupled with a place-based strategy where we're dealing with our microzones, deployment and redeployment of extra resources, large gathering responses, gambling responses, dirt bike enforcement, district border initiatives, weekly crime plans, neighborhood foot patrol, neighborhood policing plans, as well as district-wide seasonal crime plans. As the DC alluded to, this is based on the measuring implementation through the strategy of data-driven strategy, patrol support services, administration bureau, and compliance bureau, all working together in reference to a comprehensive plan to address crime in those areas that each department, each district has designated as their primary focus.
Thank you, Colonel Jones. Within your database strategies and within your analytics, are you zeroing in on the top 3 to 5 nuisance areas within these crime plans?
Yes, ma'am. So we do have the microzone plan that we focus on. This is a robust oversight that we have not only through our CompStat, which we have every Thursday with our CompStat 360 program, but it's also focused in on our Monday and Friday crime calls, where the districts come together and they do a holistic review of the weekend crime and where they are during the week. So what we do is we focus on the last 24 hours, the last 3 days, 7 days, 28, and year to date. They identify these problematic areas through analytics, and then what we do is hyper-focus on the right times and the right days. Because one of the questions that I normally ask is, are you in the right area, but what does it mean to be in that right area? Because if the right area is a Charlie shift problem, but you're sending things on the Baker shift or the Adams shift, then you're not addressing it. So not only do I want to know the high time of day, the high post, the high day of the week, and what specifically in directions are you giving to your troops in reference to getting the optimal outcome from that area. Each area is going to have a different response because of what the problem is, but this is how we drill down to each district, and we expect a response of what their high days are, high times of the week, and the specific geography and what they're doing for it, and the metrics that they're used, not only within the agency themselves, but outside with partner agencies and grassroots organizations to address whatever crime is abreast.
Thank you. So what accountability measures do you have in place just to ensure that the post officers and the sector supervisors are in fact focused on the most pressing issues within their geographical areas of responsibility?
So this is also covered through our data-driven strategies and our analytics that we focus on CompStat. So they have certain metrics and certain numbers that they're supposed to meet in reference to their foot hours, their directed patrol, how many warrants they're being served, how many business checks. So this is an oversight from their supervisors, making sure that those officers are giving not only the dosage that they need in those areas, but giving the specific response that they're looking for, be it crime patrol, be it foot, be it directed patrol plans, be it business checks. They're making sure that those metrics are hit, and then we're checking those metrics to see either they're green or red, green being they're meeting their metrics, red meaning there's room for improvement.
Thank you, sir. I have one additional question, Mr. Chair. The department is currently participating in the Police Stat program with the Mayor's Office of City Stat, along with their own internal CompStat 360 program. From a micro level, are district commanders holding weekly or bi-weekly stat meetings with the sergeants and lieutenants under their command to track performance, ensure that information is being shared, and that the appropriate resources are being deployed? So again, are the district commanders holding weekly or bi-weekly stat meetings with the sergeants and lieutenants?
Yes, ma'am. To answer your question, district commanders are required to hold weekly meetings. That time and date that's published to us, and as executives, we can pop in to inspect it. And at that meeting, they're talking to their sergeants, their lieutenants, up to the rank of the district commander, him or herself. They're present, and they're reviewing not just the analytics of crime. This is CompStat 360 with equity. It is a 360-degree evaluation of the leader. So they're talking about budget. They're talking about compliance to training metrics. They're talking about intelligence. They're looking at the data, whether or not the instruction from the weekly crime plan is being adhered to, and they're talking about any other up-and-coming patterns or trends in that meeting.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, does each police district have a dedicated crime analysis unit, and how many individuals are assigned to those units?
Yes, ma'am. Each district has an assigned crime analyst. That analyst is assigned under the data-driven section division, DDSD, but they are responsible for providing the intelligence and the information and data to that district commander. So though they're assigned under DDSD, they are a quasi to that district commander, and they work together when they're developing strategies and plans where crime is concerned.
Okay, and you said that there is one in each district.
One assigned to each district, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Commissioner, I asked for an inventory of non-BPD public safety assets operating in Baltimore City, specifically an inventory of all public safety officers currently operating in the city, including a strategy for deployment of a diversified force of multi-agency personnel, FBI, ATF, state police, University Police Department, et cetera. The total number of officers broken down by whether they are primarily deployed in the field or in an office, the percentage of time they are dedicated to cases in Baltimore City, and how long they are committed to assignments with Baltimore City. Also include details of any ongoing cross-jurisdictional plans with Baltimore and Anne Arundel counties to keep neighborhoods safe through the summer and the end of the year. You did provide some detail as to the number of officers deployed, specifically from FBI, ATF, DEA, Baltimore County, Maryland State Police, Baltimore Sheriff Office, Baltimore City School Police, U.S. Marshal Service, and DPSCS. My ask for you this evening is, are you prepared to send something in writing to these agencies requesting additional sworn law enforcement officers to assist in your efforts in Baltimore City?
Well, I will say that I've made several asks multiple times, and our commander-in-chief, the mayor, has sent letters to our federal partners over his time. I have personally gone to Washington, D.C. to meet with the heads of FBI, DEA. The ATF deputy director was in my office just last month. We were together at a conference just last week. With the U.S. Marshals, I've met personally with the director of the U.S. Marshals. He was the keynote speaker at our award ceremony here just a few months ago, and I have asked personally for extra support from all of them, to include state partners and state police, who we communicate every single week. They have told me to ask them directly, and I have gone in person to ask them directly, all the way to the Attorney General himself in Washington, D.C., in his office, and asked personally. So I'm not writing letters to them. They have asked me to come directly to ask for it, which I have done, and I believe they have given us the support. I'm working constantly and regularly with our U.S. Attorney, who I spoke with just today, who we meet with every single month in my conference room with the heads of all of the federal agencies, to include the U.S. Attorney and the state's attorney, to include probation and parole, and all of those agencies meet in my office for a coordinated strategic meeting where we discuss every single investigation that is underway and how we're going to collaboratively work together going forward. And we talk about every single case, the progress made in those cases, who's doing what, and the strategy going forward. And in those meetings, we ask for more help. Of course, those federal agencies are not urban law enforcement, so they're not necessarily going to send people to answer calls for service or to patrol the streets. But they have increased their presence and their assistance, and I have made formal requests. I've met with our federal delegations, our congresspersons and senators personally, the mayor and I both, in his office, where we both asked for help. They then took that back to Washington and met with the heads of all those agencies, who responded to our requests. So we have made requests, and I'm always asking for more, constantly. Not going to write letters because they have asked me personally not to do that, but rather to come directly to them, which I have.
Thank you for your response. So is there anything in writing that memorializes these verbal requests after they occur in person?
I think there is a press release by a federal delegation.
No, but like, you go and meet with the Attorney General for the United States of America, and you have a meeting with the Attorney General Garland, I think, right? And you have a conversation and you explain the resources that you need. Is there someone who follows up and memorializes the specifics of that conversation and the specific details of what you've requested? Or am I to believe that you ask for 12 DEA officers or whatever agency it is, and no one writes that down? There's no record of that?
Well, I've made our request known, what we need here in Baltimore, the struggles that we have. That's no secret, and I've talked to all the heads of the organizations. We've made that request known in my office, in our conference room, in our mayor's office, and in my trips to Washington, D.C. I don't know that anyone wrote that down. What I can say is that I have personally, on behalf of our city and on behalf of our police department, made those requests and asked for more support, more personnel, more equipment, more resources, more analytics, more intelligence, And I believe that they have risen to the occasion and have provided that. And we meet monthly, and I can tell you that our U.S. Attorney, who leads that meeting, although it's held in my conference room, is overseeing, and we work together in strategizing everything that we have here in Baltimore, and that all of our efforts are organized and synchronized for cases in Baltimore. The one thing I want to make sure of is that the officers that we have assigned to each of the federal agency, and we have task force officers with federal credentials, that they are focused on Baltimore, that they're not going other places in the state of the country to catch criminals, but they're actually focusing on violent offenders here in Baltimore. We know that that work is being done, and that's our accountability measure that we have every month among this, what we call our federal partners meeting, which we discuss everything. I've asked for more. I don't know that anybody is writing that down. And what we don't want to do is put them in a position where they're giving something to us and then they have to say no because now we put them in a public position where everybody else in the country is asking for the same thing. So we have gone and we have made those requests. I can't say that anybody is responding in writing. I have not received anything in writing.
But in addition, Mr. Chairman, we do have memorialized memorandums of understanding with the DEA and ATF about personnel commitments that have been long-standing for the last several years. We can provide copies of those written agreements on a sharing of personnel, both from us and from them. It memorializes the strategy on things that are for long-term and medium-term investigations. So that is something that we can provide that represents a formalized agreement on what we have committed on a personnel front.
Thank you for the offer, Chief. I'll take you up on that. Is that something that can be provided by Call of Business Friday?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. So I think maybe I'm asking the question, and I also want to acknowledge City Administrator Chris Shorter's with us this evening. Maybe you all are missing the intent of my question here. So what you're offering me is after the fact, right? It's the MOUs that exist that are already in place. It's the MOUs that cover the deployment of federal officers that are outlined in this letter. So those resources already exist. See, what I'm saying is that the level of resources is not enough. I'm asking you to ask for more because they're not going to listen to anyone on the Baltimore City Council. You know why? Because they don't care what we think, because we're legislators, okay? You're in the executive branch, and you're responsible for executing, right? That's why I'm asking you to make the ask. The ask must come from the executive. So I find it very hard to believe, and this is just based on my 8+ years experience as an auditor for the United States Congress, that none of those conversations are memorialized. Nonetheless, I'm willing to move on beyond that point. Commissioner, when you responded to my question, and hopefully I can illustrate for you the frustration, and despite the fact that I appreciate the offer, Chief Melanson, to provide the MOUs for the existing resources which are in the city, which we are aware of because you so kindly provided those in your written response. But you said to me, you believe they have given the support needed. Do you believe that we have enough support? Because I don't believe that we have enough police officers, enough sheriffs, enough city school police officers, enough DEA agents, and the whole line. So to me, your response indicates that you believe that we are good, that we have enough. Is there something I'm missing here?
No, that is, please don't mistake what you heard or mistake what I said that you may thought you have heard. I don't think we have enough. I am not satisfied. None of us are. I have made the ask, and I meet with our partners, the heads of each of the agencies, every single month. Now, I can tell you that in our conversations, they will share with me when agents are added to their manpower and are sent to Baltimore, new agents in each of them. So they will tell us when other agents are coming in and manpower has been added to help with not just what their scope of work is, but to help with all that we're doing in Baltimore. I do believe they have risen and they have come to help. Is it enough? Well, no, it is not. We all need more, and we all agree. I agree with you that we need more and that we are not satisfied. We need more police officers. We need more federal agents. We need more state officials. We need it all, and we have asked for more. And I will commit to you publicly that I will ask again.
When are you going to ask again? Who are you going to ask again? And how many resources are you going to ask for?
I will speak with each of the special agents in charge of each of the federal agencies, along with our U.S. attorney, who represents us all in that area, and make the ask for more resources to include more prosecutors. And I will make that ask as soon as I can convene a meeting with all of them and as fast as they can accept and we can meet.
Thank you. And will you follow up with the committee on the specifics of what your request was?
I'm sorry?
Thank you. And will you follow up with the committee in writing on what the specifics of your request were?
Absolutely.
What about the state of Maryland and the resources that the state has available?
The colonel of the state police and I talk every single week. They have assisted us in warrant service. They have come into the city on numerous occasions. I have asked for a patrol within the city, but their answer is usually a resource constraint, just like ours is. They have offered assistance with investigations. There have been times when we have taken them up on that. There are times when we have not. We all can do better, and I commit to you that we will, but the colonel and I talk every week about what the state can bring, and we have had meetings with other members of the state regarding probation and parole, regarding people who run the jails and the intake facilities, regarding the patrol of the change in the state law, which will then put them on Interstate 83, which will free up some resources, not all, but some. So we are in constant communication, and we make regular asks of them to help on a number of fronts. We will continue to do that.
Can we expect the same response from you on the federal agencies on the state side as well? That you will convene a meeting, you will request additional resources, and you will follow up with the committee in writing immediately after, telling us what resources were asked for and when and from whom?
I will absolutely do the very same thing for you with the state.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I know that one of the main things when you took over, is this better? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I know one of the main items that you focused on when you took over was helping out with the clearance rate when we talk about homicides in the city of Baltimore. You know, we constantly report on the number of deaths, but we don't necessarily report on the number of cases that are being closed, and that's been a struggle, and you have improved it over the course of the past couple of years. Just in the same line of questioning from the chair, wondering, have we been able to receive help or assistance from the federal government or even state agencies to bolster the increase of that clearance rate? I ask because we understand and know the retaliatory nature of the crime that takes place here in the city of Baltimore. We also understand and know that many of the folks, particularly some of the heinous crimes that we see as relates to some of the individuals that you target with intelligence, have multiple bodies on them. And really sometimes ridding one person off the street could potentially take away a couple homicides in that particular year, because that is kind of the mode of operation that they are under with whatever organization that they're working with. So just trying to better understand and kind of alluding to the fact of what the chair was going after, you know, could you tell this committee what work has been done to dedicate federal or state resources to helping the Baltimore Police Department increase the clearance rate?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point also. Number one, we have a homicide detective who works at ATF. We have a homicide detective, I believe, that works at FBI. And the reason for that is to bring the specific skill set of a homicide detective to work with other federal agents who are perhaps making gun cases and other types of cases, so that we can connect the dots between cases that are connected, guns that are connected, people and areas that are connected. And we have improved, through that process, we have improved our clearance rate and arrested more people for homicides than before. But just through the practice of making sure our detectives are connected to our federal partners, and we have federal agents that are actually assigned to the homicide unit that work there on a regular basis to make sure that there are no gaps, that there are no silos, and that as we investigate homicides, we're using the resources that are at the federal level, and we have access to that on every single case. And so we treat every single case as if it's connected to other cases until we find out that it's not. And we're using their resources in our local homicide office, and we have people assigned to each of those federal agencies. And we're meeting daily and weekly and monthly at the executive level monthly to make sure that we're not dropping the ball and that there are no silos. And so that's a regular practice within our agency. I invite anybody else from the team to join in.
Yes, sir. And to underscore that point, there have been, thus far this year, there have been 3 cases that have been charged federally, homicide cases that were adopted by our federal partners. And if you would, sir, I can get you the additional numbers from last year, just to give you a longer point of reference. But our federal partners are a part of our prosecution strategy where homicide is concerned.
Thank you. I guess the question kind of, again, is in line with the chair. Is it enough, or can we do more there? And I just say, you know, just off the factor, and I hate to just kind of drill down on numbers, but just specific to clearance rate, is that enough? Like, do you have enough? Is there anything that the council can do? Is there anything that we should be trying to push at the state level? Is there anything we should be trying to push at the federal level to actually clear more cases? Again, I just get concerned about knowing that sometimes when you take one individual off the street, sometimes they're connected to multiple homicides, and we understand and know that's the reality. A small amount of individuals are causing a large amount of crime here in the city of Baltimore. So what are we doing there, and is it enough?
Well, it is not enough. We can always use more. Absolutely, we need more. Here's one of the challenges that I'm faced with, because it's a zero-sum game. For example, I have detectives in homicide who are absolutely great, but some of them promote out of the unit and promote up in the organization and take on management and leadership. I have homicide detectives who applied to go work at the Public Integrity Bureau, but we can't deny their professional progress. And so it's always people promoting up, people transferring out, and people coming in. And the new people that come in have to develop those skill sets. I have officers who are assigned to each of the federal agencies. They all ask for, they would love to have more, but it's just not enough to send them. So it's a delicate balance of making sure I have an adequately staffed homicide division, that I have a well-trained homicide division, that I have a well-supervised and managed homicide division, but also all of the other entities that require really good skill sets, really sharp skill sets, just like we require in homicide. And it is not enough. And so we have to work with our federal partners using some of those agents as detectives, just like they use some of our detectives as agents. And we do that because all of us are dealing with manpower shortages. It is not enough. We need more detectives, we need more cameras, we need more vehicles, we need more training, we need more free time to actually do it. We need better participation and cooperation from witnesses and surviving victims. And that's all about the training and how we make them feel comfortable enough to share the information with us. It's all of the above. It's all the time, and it's all the time at the same time.
Understood. I just want to be real clear. So the motivation of my question, Mr. Commissioner, was not based off of the quality of detectives. I think Baltimore City Police Department has some of the best detectives in this entire country. And we see that when there's a high-profile case and detectives are freed up to really just kind of hunker down and focus on that particular case. I was wondering, from our vantage point is, when we talk about like caseload, so is there like a resource issue that maybe the state or federal folks can help us with? When we talk about resources and the access to innovative technology to actually solve crime, if we're connected with our federal partners. So when I talk about like what is that relationship, how does it look as it relates to sheer numbers? Do we need more? It's less about the detectives that we have, because I think overwhelmingly, you have a cadre of amazing detectives. My concern is as it relates to like caseload, so number of homicides per detective type of data, as well as, again, just access to the resources and the innovation that the federal government currently has.
I would say we absolutely need more. While we have what's called an acceptable caseload ratio, case per detective ratio, it's acceptable. It's not optimal.
Yeah.
It's acceptable. Acceptable is 6 to 1. That's the national acceptable average.
And where are we?
Around 6 to 1.
6 to 1.
And so that's acceptable, but it's not optimal. We absolutely need more, because more time to dedicate to working on a case usually leads to better outcomes. But once again, I don't have the singular responsibility of just that. I have to make sure I have the absolute best individuals doing internal affairs investigations. I have the best investigators handling sexual assault investigators. I need the absolute best individuals teaching at our police academy. And I have to balance that to make sure everybody is at an acceptable level so that none of us fall below acceptable. While I would love to have one or two at optimal, I have to make sure everybody's at acceptable.
Yeah, I would also assume, and this might be anecdotal, that that 6-to-1 ratio may be like national acceptance and standard, but when we talk about some of the particulars of Baltimore City, particularly complex trauma, individuals murdering family members as well as friends that maybe they grew up with that was a block away for what we would consider really unreasonable reasons or actions. When we talk about some of the other complexities our city have, like home of stop snitching, and just that mentality that kind of festers in our communities. So definitely understand your approach. I guess from this council, is there anything that we could do to kind of help and support that really clearance rate? That's been something that I constantly focus on, will continue to focus on, because again, if we're catching 1 out of 4 or 1.5 out of 4 individuals who are committing homicides on our streets, it's kind of hard to stop the bleeding because they just go out and kill more. The one question one thing I will ask, Mr. Chair, as a follow-up is if you could give us the specific details associated with, I guess, the federal and state support as relates to homicide detective work in the city of Baltimore. We'll be really interested to see that snapshot and see how we can continue to improve and help you out. Thank you.
Absolutely. Before we move on, I'll ask my deputy commissioner just to do a follow-up.
And Mr. President, if I may add, you spoke on innovation. So one of the things that we do is our Crime Gun Intelligence Center that we began piloting in the Western District. And so with that, we're taking our NIBIN leads, and we do our NIBIN leads throughout the city, but we're using the CJIC, and we have a score of metrics as to how we're following shell casings to see how they may connect. So we're using innovation. That's one of the vehicles by which our federal partners are supporting us, where it relates to our non-fatal shootings and our homicides and other violent crimes. It helps to connect the dots of the cases while the detectives are working diligently and feverishly on how the people may be connected. We're looking at some of the hard evidence from our crime lab, and our turnaround rate for being able to look at that information and then get back into the room with our detectives and our intelligence officers is exponentially faster than anyone in the state.
Is that mobile unit that they brought to Baltimore a couple years ago?
So they brought a version of it mobile, but we already have that capacity in our own lab. And though they came to support us, we are faster than that. For the city of Baltimore, and our lab does amazing work in that field. So we're able to take those leads and have a discussion. It is also, that technology is also a portion of our shooting reviews as it relates to our our group violence, our GVR strategy. So we are talking about that intelligence, and we're mapping how those links work together throughout the city, and if there are any clusters, patterns, or trends related to any of the gun violence that you see.
Now,
so
do we have the ability of doing that for all non-fatal shootings?
We do it.
We do. For
yes,
every
sir,
shooting.
we do it. But we started a pilot in the Western to be able to hyper-focus to see if there are any good strategies or processes that we need to implement citywide. But we use NIBIN and all of its connections citywide.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and we're trying to work to bring that to other districts.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Commissioner, I want to real quickly go back and wrap up that previous conversation, and then I'm going to go to Councilman Stokes. I've kind of framed why the belief is that we don't have, that there's a perception that we're good. You've done your best to dispel that perception. Nonetheless, I'm not walking out of here on that point fully assured. I am asking for you to speak with your counterparts and or agency heads at the FBI, the ATF, the DEA and the U.S. Marshal Service at the federal level, and the Maryland State Police at the state level. And you are going to follow up with the committee in writing with details of who you spoke to, when you spoke to them, and the specific resources, number and type of resources that you've requested. I want to be explicitly clear with everyone here tonight. We are here debating a $3.2 billion operating budget for the city of Baltimore. I will not move this budget for the entire city of Baltimore until I have that in writing. I want to make that explicitly clear to everyone.
You will get what you asked for in writing, and I make that commitment. Let me help with some of the expectations, because each of those federal agencies has a scope of work that they're responsible for. None of them do urban policing. So none of them will send us people, and they've told us this, they've been telling me this for 31 years I've been in this business. They're not going to send boots on the ground to help patrol or to go jump out of the police cars, but they have investigative support that they help with. They have analytical support, intelligence support, sometimes equipment and technology support that they help with. So I will be asking for more resources of what they can give us based on their scope of work that they do. And I guarantee and promise you that you'll have it in writing what the responses are.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Councilman Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a plan that addresses the cluster of violence that occur in few hours of each other? And if it is a plan, can you explain it?
So there's a plan that we address, like when we have crimes that are committed in different parts of the city around the same time, we do a quick after action. That's what the mobile metro unit is for. That's what district action teams are for, and then we dispatch them to that area. But then we're also working with other city agencies to make sure we can get other support services to that area that might be in need of support. And so it is a coordinated effort between the district, between the Chief of Patrol's office, between other city services, how to dispatch the required and necessary resources to an area after an incident happened. Certainly, we're always working to make sure that we understand if there's a correlation between the acts. Is there something common? Are they connected in time, in geography, with people? And we want to make sure we make that connection as quick as possible, but we want to make sure we have a deployment so that, number one, we can assure people that we're there, but we can prevent retaliatory acts at the very same time. And that intelligence work is being shared in real time from district to district, all the way up the chain of command, so that we can know what we need to do to suppress something to prevent the next thing from happening. I'll turn it over to our Chief of Patrol.
Yes, sir. So in reference to that, so myself and my deputies, we don't sleep. So we have an Evertel system, which is basically a text chain where we have all of the district commanders, all of the supervisors within the district, that these individuals that put out all of the crime as it happens real time. Once we see this real-time crime, it is up to myself and the deputies to then coordinate with data-driven strategy to find out if there are several acts of violence, if there's any betweenness or connectivity between those incidents. Whether it is or not, maybe it's just social contagion, we don't know. It is our response then to try to formulate a plan to then respond to where we think the next act of violence may be, or to supplement those areas to bring a sense of calm to those areas. So we balance trying to formulate a plan of moving mobile metro, our other non-patrol support services, formulating ad hoc teams throughout DAT units to redeploy them throughout the city. We balance that with, we don't want to chase crime and robbing Peter from Paul. We want to pull somebody from the Eastern District DAT team to throw them over in the Northwest, and then you catch an issue in the Eastern District. So we try to balance the optimization of how do we deploy, who do we deploy, and to what extent, based on real-time analysis and criminal and intel.
Is that plan citywide or?
It's a citywide plan. Is that myself, Deputy Commissioner Herzog, we'll sit and we'll see what we have, and based on the availability of resources that night, we're able to deploy with what we have that night. We can't say one plan because every night there's a different dichotomy of what resources are available to us.
Is that in writing? Some stuff I know you probably can't share, but it's some of that information can you share with the committee as a request? And the reason why I say that, and I'm not trying to be smart, every time I hear about crime in the city. And we know that crime in East and West Baltimore is the most violent cities. Every time I hear people talk out their mouth, everything is in West Baltimore. And people in my district steadily dying and shooting every day, and every time you got pilot programs, they in West Baltimore. It's sad because I got to deal with this, and I got a district, a neighborhood in my district for 40 years. People been shot and killed. And we keep saying, oh, we got a pilot program in West Baltimore. When are you going to come over here? Because in East Baltimore, there's violence just as bad. Don't tell me 5 more people in West Baltimore died, and we got data. Data is people. And I'm getting sick and tired of every time I hear about a plan y'all got, we starting in West Baltimore. What's wrong with East Baltimore? They getting shot over there too. They getting stabbed. The young man going to prom died. Guy just got killed in the alley over there. And I got to keep hearing data. You know what data is? Data are people. And I would like, when y'all keep coming with these pilot programs, to come to East Baltimore and see what happened. Because what's happening in East Baltimore is happening in West Baltimore. And I don't want to know that 5 more people got killed in West Baltimore. That's why we started over there.
Thank you, Councilman. We feel your sense of urgency, and we feel the challenges that you face.
You know what, no disrespect, I don't want you to feel it. Do something about it.
May I finish, sir? So though you hear pilots happening in the west side of town, we also deploy tactical resources and trying to use that information to learn from it, to replicate it. In the Eastern District, there's also a BCIC. That's not only in the west side, that's also on the east side. On the east side, we have ShotSpotter. We are sharing the technology throughout the city, and we're trying to learn from it, that we minimize any mistakes or errors. And when we say data, we recognize that those are people. We do. But I just wanted to say to you that there, in addition to the acts that you asked of Colonel Jones, is it memorialized? The other thing that we do when we see clusters and trends that happen right away, we get our districts on an actual call to talk about the incident, who's involved, and define any connections between the individuals, and formulate a strategy to be able to mitigate and respond to the acts of violence. That's happening in real time. The communication between the districts is in real time.
Well, how many districts in the city only have 10 police sometimes? 10 officers in the whole Eastern District. 10 between 14. And every time I keep hearing is the pilot programs in Western District. Why? My next question is, what are we doing? What is the plan for open-air drug markets? Because I hear it all the time. People on the news talking about it. We have to get a hold of that, because that's where all this violence is coming from. I done heard from other officers say, oh, because of consent decree, we can't do anything. That has nothing to do with people engaging people on the corner. Now, the reason why I say that is because I had a business owner to donate 22 bicycles to 3 police districts in my district, because I knew for a fact that police can't ride down the street and see nothing. But if they're on a bicycle, they can see and they can engage people. But the same police that ride down the street, why they can't get out the car and engage people? That's what the community talking about. One, they don't see no foot patrols. I heard people say they're on the foot patrols and they get them for about 3 days and then they disappear. So I want to know, what is the plan for open-air drug markets?
Well, first of all, thank you. We hear those complaints too. We hear about the open-air drug markets too.
Commissioner, what is the plan?
Well, you got.
I'm just saying, you say you hear it. I want to hear the plan.
I'm gonna start when you finish. Thank you.
Chair recognized, please, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. The plan is we go after drug dealers on a daily basis. We're constantly going after drug dealers. As a matter of fact, this year alone, we have made 460 felony drug arrests. There are 14 misdemeanor drug arrests. We've made 629 gun arrests. We've taken 1,069 guns off the street, and that's from all districts to include your district. And we go after drug dealers, and we have district action teams, we have undercover operations that go after these drug dealers. Now, is it enough? No, it is not. Do we need more of it? We absolutely do. And there are investigations all over the city, and that's what this federal partners meeting is all about every month in my office, where we talk about the drug trafficking organizations and the violent groups that we collectively go after. Some of them are in your district, and there are many times there are resources we're sending to your district after these things happen and even before these things happen, because we know the potential for violence in that district, and they're in your district and they aren't in other districts, and that happens quite often. Now, so we absolutely have plans to do that, and we go after them. I just gave you some of the evidence of how many of the drug arrests we've made. Now, let me speak to the issue of cops saying they can't do their job because of the consent decree. That is code language for I can't do things the way we used to do it. That's code for I can't be brutal, and I can't drag people off, and I can't make people do what I want them to do. That's code language. The law has not changed. The Constitution has not changed. We have trained officers in what they can do as opposed to just always hearing what they can't do. That's what the training for use of force was all about. That's what the training for stops, searches, and arrests was all about. That's what the training for community policing and EPIC and bias street policing was all about, to tell them what they could do and to teach them the appropriate way to go out and do it. So when cops say, I can't do my job because of the consent decree, that's code for I can't do it the way I used to do it, and they're still holding on to this overreaching, over-policing that put this department in the consent decree.
Well, we don't want them violating nobody's rights.
When they say I can't do my job because of the consent decree, that's exactly the code that they're telling you.
You just gave me statistics. I asked for a plan about open drug market. You told me about arrests. The people in the community want to know what is the plan, not how many people were arrested.
Well, when we get complaints, we investigate it. Now, could there be more? The answer is yes, there could be more. I don't disagree with you. I agree with you. There could be more, and that's what we're working on.
It's 4 words. What is the plan? I haven't heard a plan. I heard statistics. That's what community work, Commissioner.
The plan is before you, in your hands, and the plan, it has always been when citizens make complaints and when police officers make observations, we take the appropriate action and we are arresting. Now, we're arresting drug dealers. We're not always arresting people in simple possession of that, but we're going after drug dealers, and we're making those cases every single day.
Does this plan addresses open-air drug markets, to the councilman's point? Just a quick yes or no?
It's not a plan that says, here's what we do about open-air drug markets. It's about, here's what we do about drug dealing when we see it. That's a crime. We take the appropriate action.
Mr. President, as a quick follow-up, then we're going to Glover and Porter.
Mr. Commissioner, just a quick follow-up to that. Are the officers, because we all hear it from community residents, that the police officer came to our community meeting, or I pointed to where there's open-air drug market in front of my house, and they tell me we can't do anything because of the consent decree and other reasons. When that information is passed back to the police department, and I know that members on this council have done so in the past, are those officers disciplined? Is there some educational, is some follow-up? What takes place to those officers? Because I don't know if it's a citywide issue of officers, or I don't know if it's the same officers that are kind of regurgitating this stuff, or it's a sector of officers that are regurgitating this stuff. But it clearly has been a problem in Baltimore City for quite some time. Is there any discipline of those officers that are still doing that today?
There is not discipline for an officer saying something like that. There could be discipline for an officer who fails to do his or her sworn duty when they do it right there and it's observed or is reported and we can investigate it and then actually prove it. There could be discipline for that. But for saying that, there is not discipline for that. But there is training. We have gone around, I go to roll calls every week, and I try to go to roll calls every week, and sometimes I do too. And I am talking to them about being proactive. We want them being more proactive, not less. We want them going after drug dealers. Yeah. We want them going after gun offenders.
But Commissioner, back to your point that is code for them not doing the job the way that they used to, that they could do it prior to the consent decree. So in these instances, I don't think there's an issue of education. I think that these officers have the intellectual aptitude to understand and know that they have the ability to go and communicate and break up these open-air drug markets. They just choose not to. So I don't know if education is the answer, and that's why I asked you, is there a way to discipline, particularly when we're seeing it in the same blocks, in the same corners, over and over again?
I think in order for there to be discipline, there has to be an observation of an officer purposefully failing or not doing his or her sworn duty. And that has to be a complaint that goes to the Public Integrity Bureau for investigation, but it's got to be investigated to the point that we can proof beyond preponderance of evidence, rather, that the officer was right there, knew what was going on, and chose not to do his or her sworn duty. Now, there is a safety concern, and that's another thing I should address. There is a real concern among our officers about a number of things. Number one, doing their job legitimately, but perhaps being videoed and becoming a national viral video for making an arrest of somebody who probably legitimately should be arrested, but because they're resisting, it's not going to be pretty. And they have great concern that they could be the national viral video. They have great concerns about charges being filed against them for making a mistake during the performance of their duty. And so as I go to roll calls, they constantly make those concerns known to me, and I understand that. And it has been a challenge since my first day. It remains a challenge to constantly motivate our police officers to go out there and engage, whether it's enforcement or through community engagement, because all engagement is not enforcement. Some engagement is community engagement to have conversations. You can have a conversation and disrupt that without having to make a single arrest. You can still disrupt it. And yes, we want them out of the cars. I hear that complaint everywhere I go. And we spend every single week in CompStat addressing it. And we share your concerns, all of your concerns.
Thank you. Councilman Glover?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, on May the 10th, in my district, I had an individual or individuals come in the 700 block of Rose Street and let off over 60 rounds of ammunition. And what's troubling to me is it appeared maybe around 1:30 that evening, which I was here in a council hearing, but to see you in the district giving a press conference in reference to what happened in the district and not having anyone from the police department notify me until 2 hours later in reference what happened in my district, I feel like was totally disrespectful. And the reason why, because there's a lack of communication right now all over many agencies within the city of Baltimore. And to have my constituents continuously call me that day while I'm here sitting in City Hall at a hearing and asking me what is going on in the community, why are they shooting? And I'm like, what are you talking about? But to get a text message 2.5 hours later in reference to what happened, again, I feel like it was totally disrespectful. What I see in the community, the one thing that I do is I ride around my district each and every night. And I know maybe many of the majors or the captains will tell you that, Tony is out there, because I'm known in the community now as the council police to some that stands on the corner. And what I do is that I sit back and I do observation myself of what's going on in my community. So if I can see what's going on, I know that the officers that's patrolling the area can also see what's going on. I happened to be stopped by the police, I want to say maybe 4 or 5 days ago. And he said that I didn't stop at the stop sign. So it wasn't no need to go, back and forth. I made a right turn and I pulled over and I asked, I said, officer, was it okay? Is it okay for me to get my license and my registration and things of the nature? And they said yes. So I gave that information. In less than maybe, I want to say 2 minutes, he came back and he said, sir, we apologize. Here's a contact card, but thank you for your services. So I'm assuming that it went across the air as, man, you stopped the council person. The vehicle states that it is, registered to the mayor and city council of Baltimore. And during that time, what I did was I sat there for a while, even though they say, sir, you're free to go. And I watched 2 vehicles come down the street in rage with one headlight out. And I said to myself, I'm wondering, why isn't this officer going to make a U-turn and pull this vehicle over? Because he has a busted headlight. So what I did was I made an attempt to go around the block, and I parked on a corner where they said they were stationed at, because they were doing routine stops of individuals that may have been running the stop sign. And not one time did those officers come back to that location. And that location was on Milton and McElderry Street. So what I did was I went over 2 blocks to Luzerne, and I parked there. It just so happened I pulled my phone out and I started videotaping another individual coming flying down McElderry Street and with a busted headlight. And I have 2 officers that's parked at Glover and McElderry Street, double parked in the middle of the street, and his vehicle is like storming right past these individuals. So I said, dang, man, they didn't even pull this vehicle over. And I'm frustrated because I got pulled over, and I'm wondering why aren't they pulling these vehicles over? This is an area that's known for violence in the community. And what happened is that I pulled over and asked the officer, I said, sir, do you realize that those guys came past with a busted headlight? Do you even realize that you have a busted headlight on your vehicle? And what I see is that the community are taking us as a joke because they're looking to us as a weird joke because they see our actions, which is like nothing. I called the captain. I explained to the captain exactly what I'm telling you today. And the captain said to me that, Councilman, it's up to the officer's discretion if they want to pull over certain vehicles. It upset me very, very much so, because those 2 individuals that had those busted headlights could have been individuals maybe with guns in their car. I don't know, and I don't want to stereotype anyone, but what I'm saying is that you pulled me over because you said I didn't stop at a stop sign. You let me go, okay. But here it is, 2 individuals storming in front of you. You're sitting in the middle of the street as if it's a joke, and you don't pull not one of them over, and you know that this is the community, this is the area where all the high concentrated drugs and gang violence is taking place. Why not take an opportunity to find out, even if these individuals have a warrant, if these individuals are even known to be a part of some organization in that community that do things unethically? And why are we allowing our officers to post up on these corners and not get out and engage the community? It is totally unacceptable. This 3-year, 4-year, 5-year plan is not the plan that I want to see. I need the people's plan. And what the people is saying to me, Councilman, we need things done immediately, right away. And I know it's upsetting and I know it's frustrating to each and every last one of us, but when you have officers that's not engaging in the community, then it sends a different message out to the community as if we don't care. So if you don't care, then they don't care. And that's all I have to say at this moment, Mr. Commissioner. But again, it was very frustrating to me for me to get a message 2.5 hours later of a situation that happened like that in my district, over 60 rounds of ammunition, and no one reached out to me 2.5 hours later. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate that. I agree with you. We have concerns about officers who are not engaging. I have been saying that since my first day. I've said it tonight, that we try to motivate them, encourage them, inspire them, discipline them to make sure that they're doing exactly not just what you want, but what we want, because you're not the first person to tell us that. And I'm glad you called the captain, and I'm glad you talked to the captain, but I remember when we were in my office, the last time there was an issue you brought to my attention, we fixed it. I would have preferred you to call me and not bring that up now, but call me when it first happened so I could fix it. Now, I'm glad you called the captain, but I'm glad you brought it to my attention too. I have no problem with you bringing this to my attention. We're not denying that there's an issue with officers who are not engaging. That's a fact. We're trying to fix that every single day through education, through equipment, through training, and if need be, through discipline. That's what our CompStat 360 is all about, and that's what we're holding commanders accountable for. Everything rises and falls on leadership, but everybody's idea of what leadership is different, and we're trying to make sure we're educating our officers to know what that really is. That's why I have people in a 3-week leadership school at Boston University right now, Senior Management Institute for Leadership, to learn what leadership is. That's why I sent 8 last year to this 3-week school. I sent 6 the year before that and 6 the year before that at $10,000 a person to make sure we can train people to be commanders and executives so that we can solve these issues. But I agree, it is a challenge. With the call, the text message that came, certainly I meant none of us meant any disrespect. I offer you my apology. We meant no disrespect. But we realize that that has been an issue, not just for you, but for several others on the council. So we've created a protocol to make sure all of you get a communication before I speak to the media. And I realize that's an issue, but we were dealing with a pressing issue that we all are frustrated about. And yes, it was important enough for me to go there and address that issue. The fact that you got a text message, man, I apologize to you. I apologize to you. But we've created protocols to rectify that so that doesn't happen. Now, what we want to make sure is that we can actually reach everybody, because there comes a point when I will have to address the media, but we can't wait too long for that. But we meant no disrespect to that, and I'm okay with you telling me that. I'm happy you told me. And once again, for the 3rd time tonight, I apologize to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Harrison, I reviewed the document that you sent over, and one of the main concerns that I have is the microzone strategy that is implemented in this plan that you had sent to us. Was the microzone approach used previously in previous years and other plans under previous commissioners? And I'll save my follow-up question for that.
Yeah, I believe it was. The microzone, it's called different things in different jurisdictions, but it is what they call a place-based strategy. And there's, of course, a person or people-based strategy. Place-based strategy is the historical analysis that tells us where crimes exist, where crimes are committed historically over a period of time. And we have known that, and it was termed microzones in the original crime plan of 2019. But yes, the department was using that, hotspot policing, and other names that it has been called. It has been used in Baltimore before. This was a really laser focus on not just the area, but what the officers are supposed to do when they get in the area. How long are they supposed to stay? These are the things that we want the police to do so that we can measure that, to make sure that we're either creating a deterrence, a displacement, and we can measure that and then readjust. If it's displaced to somewhere else, we can readjust. But it's about what's the right dosage, meaning how long they should be there, 10 to 15 minutes, 3 times per shift, but what they should do when they actually get there. Foot patrols, business checks. And yes, it was used previously.
So given that,
maybe under a different name.
Yes, sir. And given that we've seen the level of crime consistently for the past, I'd say 5 years, since most of us have been on this council, what is being done different in the deployment and execution of those microzones in this short-term plan that was not previously done before?
I think what we're dealing with is so much of a resource constraint that we have so fewer officers this year that we had 3 years ago, likewise that we had 5 years ago. It's really about trying to create more free time to put officers in there to actually compel them to get out of the cars, as we've talked about is lacking, to engage with community members, to disrupt open-air drug markets, and to actually take the enforcement action, the appropriate enforcement action when they see violations. We want them being proactive, and the proactive numbers have increased this year from last year. Yes, crime sometimes has historically continued in some of them, but in some places, it has worked very well, and it has displaced it to other areas, then we have to readjust.
What measures of success are you using to document that?
We look at it every single week in CompStat. We look at whether or not there's the presence of crime, or where the percentage of the crimes continue or decrease, or if it moves what we call a buffer zone, 500 feet outside of the microzone. And much of it has been displaced to other areas. So displacement can sometimes be deterrence, but it's impossible to measure what didn't happen. So although we know some of the crimes happened, we can't know how much more would have happened had we not been there. But what we're trying to make sure we do, and what we have control over, is the performance metrics that our officers, the foot patrols, the business checks, the directed patrols, the field interviews, the community engagement, and all of the above. We measure that every single Thursday in CompStat.
And with all due respect, but is that a true reduction of crime? I hear you talking about business checks, visibility points, and I mean no disrespect, but I want to really be clear when we're talking about an approach that has been previously done for the past 5 years, and we have not seen a reduction of a true reduction of crime, not simply displacement into other areas. Why would you use it in this short-term plan?
Well, we have to use it because it's actually the data-driven best practice approach. But the reduction of crime doesn't rely solely on the shoulders of police.
Understood.
There are so many factors that cause people to make their personal decisions that have nothing to do with law enforcement or our mere presence. We're seeing people commit crimes while in our presence, and we're making apprehensions. And so it becomes, well, why did they do that, as opposed to what are you know, because we were there. The officer was doing the right thing. Or if the officer wasn't there, we got there in minutes, or in many cases in seconds. And so we never want to make excuses, but there's so many factors that cause people, environmental factors, social issues, all of those things together at the same time, causing people to make their decisions to commit crime. So our deployment sometimes can deter, sometimes it will displace, but there are times people still make those decisions in spite of our presence and our best efforts.
And I appreciate that. One of the things that I've often kind of shared internally with my colleagues, I understand the theory-based academic approach to this, but one of the things that we really need to focus on, similar to what my colleagues have been talking about, is the practitioner-based approach to what we're trying to implement. And so, again, having real outcome-based measures that, you know, documented officers on the street, true reductions of crime, breaking up of open-air drug markets, partnerships with MONSE and the state's attorney's office that are truly reducing and getting these violent repeat offenders off the street.
When we measure it and look at it in CompStat, every district has to report out on it, and it gets challenged. We can see, and they report out, and then we can confirm it or dispel it, that the approach in the microzone is causing a reduction in the microzone, or it's causing a reduction in areas around the microzone, or it's not. And we measure that every single week, but then we can show the commanders, here are the performance metrics that you tell your troops to perform. When they did that, here was the outcome. When they didn't do it, this was the outcome. And then we can go back and look at that and then hold them accountable for either compelling their officers to perform a certain way, and then it becomes, well, what are we going to do about you if you're not compelling your officers? Then it becomes a leadership and management issue.
Yeah.
But we have demonstrated successes in some of the microzones, many of them, but then there are some that are still very, very challenged, even despite the efforts.
So in the plan on page 4, you mentioned, no, I'm sorry, sir, page 5, you mentioned that the microzones comprise about roughly 5% of the city's geography, but account for approximately 33% of all the city's gun violence in the past 5 years. So my question is, what's happening with the larger perspective? That's only a third of the gross populace that we are attributing to gun violence. What is happening to the larger scale, 65 to 70% of violence that we are seeing? And I bring that up is because, you know, we have other nuisance crimes that we are talking about, dirt bikes, we're talking about, graffiti, we're talking about a lot of other crimes that are simply attributed, that are not attributed to the 33%.
That's very true. I would say it like this. The remaining percentage of areas in the city don't have historical repeat violent crimes in the same spot over and over again. The concentration, the data supported that it was in the small percentage that we now call microzones. The other areas, certainly there are crimes that are committed, but they're not historically repeat over and over and over again in the same spot. That's what the district deployment strategies are about, making sure that we're not just covering microzones, but we're covering all the areas that are affected, especially when it comes to the violent crime. We can shift those deployments to those areas to make sure that that we bring calmness, as you heard the Colonel say, and that we can prevent the next retaliation to the extent that we can. But we want to make sure we're covering those areas, but then get back to the microzone. We're not in the microzone the entire shift. The goal of the strategy is for each officer to go to spend 10 to 15 minutes 3 times per shift. So they're not in the microzone the whole time. We're evenly spread across every district. But it's about the approaches in the microzone and what we want them doing in those historical areas that have crime over time, the 5-year period. We're still patrolling all the other areas in what we call sectors and in what we call post. We're still patrolling there. We're still answering calls there. We're being very visible. We create foot patrols and business checks. We're doing all the same things in all the other areas. We just make sure that there is a focused, specific amount of time and activity in the microzone, but it's not, the officers are not just there, the 8-hour shift, and then absent everywhere else.
So theoretically, if we have a strip within a particular microzone that has, open air drug markets, we have increased activity that we have consistently seen. We have videos that have been not only documented by the neighbors, but also the businesses. So if officers were doing business checks and they would have that information to funnel back to, to command center. What's the how can I put it? How do you break open that ball of worms?
I would say that the officer is supposed to bring that information back to the district. The analysts, the intel officers, the detectives, the commander should work up a plan to be able to put resources to try to intercept and break up the open air drug market. Sometimes they have the resources available, sometimes they don't. That's actually one of the functions of the DAT teams in each of the districts to do that. But then there's a larger issue. There's a larger part of the department that could come and support them, but they're all doing it in all 9 districts. But I'll offer the deputy to come and break that down further.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if I may add to it, you asked the question from the beginning of how we look at the microzones. By strategy, the officer is expected to spend 15 to 20 minutes on his or her shift 3 times, at least 3 times per shift, in a randomized way that is not predictable, that they're able to prevent, disrupt, respond, engage, get information, share information, and with community members, whether that is through other means like car stops, field interviews, business checks, whatever that is, that's the expectation. We measure that. We measure the performance of the microzone year over year and week over week when we're in Comstat. What undergirds the plan are the weekly crime plans. Oftentimes, you will hear the district commander at his or her monthly meeting talking about patterns, talking about trends, discussing the information of the strategy and the crime plan and what they're seeing from it. From that, they gain intelligence. There's a roll call that occurs, and there's a post-roll call where the officers are coming in, exchanging any information, downloading to the next shift, and then they're able to have that entire cycle of the 24-hour clock, that if there's something that is picking up in the district, they know it, not just through their Evertel communications, but in-person communication to whom they're handing the car over to and to that next shift. They're having that exchange, and the expectation is that the shifts are, through the lieutenants and the sergeants, working together to communicate that. So we evaluate the microzones, we evaluate whether or not the strategy is successful, and we evaluate whether or not there's displacement. sometimes there is displacement. For example, in the Northwest District, there was a hyper focus of a particular area, and the team saw displacement, and they shifted based on that and some other trends and intelligence. Intelligence gained not only from other relationships, other partners, but from community. So all of that together synthesized, the expectation is that they're all communicating and working together, and if there's a need for supplemental resources, if the problem is too challenging for the district to bear, then we are, through the Chief of Patrol's office and the Chief of Detective's office, sending supplemental resources, some visible resources in uniform and some not so visible resources, to be able to address the long-term problem. And in the crime plan, it is an expectation for each district commander to say who you're partnering with, whether that is the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, whether that's another nonprofit partner, whether that's the community leader itself, whomever that is, whatever the described problem is from the commander, there is an expectation that they are partnering because it is a problem-solving strategy to address crime. So to your point made a little earlier, that holistic approach, though we are seeing early signs in the Western of that holistic approach, very, and I caution, very early signs that holistic approach has the capacity and ability to work. We are working now to ensure the tenements are moving throughout the city and the other districts. We've already primed ourselves to prepare the training to the other districts to show the tenements of the strategy so they can prepare their other meetings, that they're getting intelligence and information to ensure that we're following the model that we've begun on the West Side. So there is a strategy, there is a plan, there is evaluation of that plan, there's inspection of that plan, and there's oversight and adherence to that plan through CompStat 360 and in police stat.
Is CompStat 360 open data that can be shared with the council?
Yes, ma'am.
We invite you to it.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a formal data request for 4 intersections. The 2400 block of Washington Boulevard.
Go slow.
Yep, 2400 block of Washington Boulevard.
Nina, Nate, got that? Nate, you good? Next.
1100 block of Washington Boulevard.
Nina, Nate, raise your hands when you're good. Good.
5th and Patapsco.
Good.
And then that was it. Yeah.
Those three?
So those are 3 areas. Yeah, those are right. Those are 3 areas that are considered microzones in District 10. And over the past 5 years, we have not seen a true reduction in crime, even though the brilliance of Major Velty, Captain Bruntz, former Major Conaway, they have tried. And so the reason why I'm questioning the microzone approach is because we have not been seeing a true reduction of crime at those intersections. These intersections have been consistently problems for a number of years, even before my tenure as a council person. So that's my, I'll let you respond before I ask my second question.
Thank you. We will address it. I'm glad you brought that to our attention.
Thank you, sir. My second question actually has to do with police communications, and I just want to, Director Wurzberger, if you could step to the podium, please.
I'll just stand right here. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. How many people work in communications in BPD, sharing all of the information for all of the incidences across the city?
In terms of communication with elected officials,
yeah,
it is just myself and Shannon Conway.
Okay. On average per day, how many incidences do you and Michelle actually field out to said 14 councilmanic districts?
It depends on the day. Some days we have none, and we love those days.
Yeah, let's do an average day.
But some days we have 1, 2. Sometimes we have more. But I would like to make one point, and I will tell you those text communications that you all receive from Shannon and I are something that no administration had ever done. And when I worked for Jack Young, I was his director of legislative affairs. And he fought with multiple police commissioners because he wanted the text command information. He wanted to know when there were shootings, and everyone shut him down. And so when I took this role, I knew that communication with our elected officials was absolutely vital. Is what we're doing perfect? Absolutely not. But what we have done is we've evolved. And so the communications you get, once we get the message from the Public Information Office, because it's always stuff that you can then send out to your constituents, then we send it out to you. So it's not instantaneous. Sometimes it takes a little while depending on what is happening. But what we have done is, so you are on there, the chair of the Public Safety Committee is on there, the council president is on every single one, then you have your senator, you have your 3 delegates, then you have a number of command members. So you have both colonels, you have all 3 lieutenant colonels, you have the major, you have the major of homicide, you have the captain of homicide, the captain of the district, and that is so that if you have a question about something that is in that communication, there are a number of people who can provide you with real-time information. So, and so another piece of that is, like the commissioner said, we have evolved. And Councilwoman Middleton had raised a concern because she didn't get a notification. And sir, I understand your concern about that. And so we have done a subsequent training with our commanders. We have asked them to reach out to you, to their council members within a certain time frame when it is possible, because sometimes it's an evolving situation. They can't reach out to you immediately, but especially if there are special circumstances. It's a child, it's an elderly person, it's multiple victims, it's something that is really going to be noteworthy, and you need to know as soon as possible because your constituents are going to be reaching out to you. That said, if you all have suggestions on things that we can do to increase communication, we are open to it.
Yeah, and just to support my fellow councilmen in the 13th district, Commissioner, can you point to me in the budget whereby we have specific funds allocated to Director Wurzberger and I'm going to say Shannon. Yeah, I call you Shannon. To support these increased communications, because as the councilman had said, and as Director Wurzberger has said, our constituents are looking to us to provide that real-time information. And if we only have 2 people designated for this type of communication, 14 councilmatic districts, where we're seeing 1 to 2 to 3 a day, depending on the flow of violence in our city, I actually think that's really unacceptable.
So the portion of the budget is Service 621 administrative. I believe there is a government affairs sub-activity. If it's not there, it would be in the media affairs. I'm going to get with our CFO, and we can provide you what the actual personnel costs for those 2 individuals are.
You said Service 621?
621 Administrative Bureau. And actually, now that I think about it, I think they're under the Police Commissioner's Office itself, which would be sub-activity 16, if I recollect correctly.
61. Can you help me, sir? 207 or 208? I'm just trying to see the difference between FY22 budget and FY23 budget.
I'm going to defer to the CFO who's sitting over there, Ms. Shala Graham, and if we can get that information for you, we'll certainly direct it your way.
Yeah, there's 2 positions assigned. They're in the Office of the Police Commissioner's budget. As the Chief of Staff just mentioned, those 2 positions have not changed from the prior year. They are still funded at the same level. There is a slight increase, as I believe they're both MAPS employees, and there's an associated increase for that.
Mm-hmm. So with a budget of $595 million, you still have 2 people that are designated as communications for 14 councilmatic districts.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, before I go to Councilman Conway, you referenced in your written response the false alarm reduction program, specifically City Council Ordinance 21-0050, and the importance of getting this ordinance passed and any outstanding issues resolved. In fact, you mentioned it on pages 7, 8, 11, and 17 of your response. I've had conversations today with Council President Mosby and Councilman or Chair Mark Conway of the Public Safety and Government Operations Committee. Chairman Conway and staff from Council President Mosby's office will make themselves available as early as tomorrow to meet with you and the appropriate staff from your team, and we'll meet with you daily until all issues with that ordinance are resolved. I assume that someone from your office will be in touch with Chair Conway, and he can coordinate with Council President Mosby's staff to get that meeting set up. Is that correct?
That is correct. He can coordinate directly with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Conway, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a robust conversation thus far, and I appreciate it. I'm sure all the officers in the room have already heard that there's been a shooting in Northeast Baltimore just in the course of this meeting.
Just
4
a few
folks.
seconds ago. Yep.
Yeah.
Five victims.
5, excuse me. This is important. This is really important. We have to get this right. We don't have a choice. I think the frustration and urgency that you see from the council is us trying to do everything we can do to get some action in the right direction. And I think the part that I want to play in that role is I want to be a problem solver. I think we understand that there are a number of issues in the department. And my first question is, Commissioner, can you explain to me the challenges that you're dealing with today in the department?
Absolutely, and I can put those into several buckets. I think the most pressing challenge that we have is staffing, which has a huge impact. Then I think there is a challenge with what I have said repeatedly about swift and certain consequences. Then there's an issue of systemic issues and root cause issues. And then there's officer morale. Those are the 4 buckets. And when I talk about staffing, I'm talking about, it's not an issue that's unique to Baltimore. I mean, it's happening all over the country. People are having challenges in recruiting, in hiring, and in retention. We started a class a couple of weeks ago of 20, slightly above 20 people. We're graduating a class this Friday. But we are having a high attrition rate, although it is the same, averaging about 19 departures a month over the past 10 years. While it has been the same, the recruitment has not come up to where we actually want it. And so, and I hear all of you say we want more officers on the street, we want more foot patrols, we want more engagement, we want more detectives in each of the areas, especially in homicide, but it's a zero-sum game, but we have to have it, and if it's not addressed really quickly, I believe that this could be very, very catastrophic, especially when it comes to staffing. For example, I am at 2640. Let's see if I can give you those numbers. I'm budgeted for 2640, but my actual strength is 2262 sworn, but my available strength of officers who are available to go to work every day is 1,873. That is because of my actual number 2262, 160 are trainees, 134 are medically suspended and can't perform work, 78 are suspended because of discipline, and 17 are administratively assigned pending an investigation, for example, many like in a police-involved shooting. And so my available strength is much less than my actual strength, which is much less than my budgeted allocated strength. And so staffing becomes a major challenge to be able to put the officers in places where we need them to be. On top of staffing, for more than a year, we operated with more than 1/3 of our vehicles being down in the shop and could not get fixed. Now, COVID played a reason. You know, car manufacturers laid people off. We couldn't get parts, and we had our own people out with COVID. I get that, and we could not get them fixed. The new cars are starting to come, thank God, but it's slow. But for more than a year, we were operating, so we couldn't even when we had the people, we couldn't spread them out for the right and appropriate deployment strategy because we didn't have the vehicles to be in all the places to put an officer in, to have an officer in every vehicle. And we lost the deterrent effect in many cases because instead of having 15 cars on the street, there were 7 because we just didn't have the vehicles. And so staffing is a major, major challenge. But then there's the issue of what I call certain and swift consequences. I'm not a proponent of the severity of consequence, but rather swift and certain consequences. And we talk to these offenders when we arrest them, and they tell us they can do it because they think they will get away with it. That's not true. We catch them, and the members of this department are apprehending people but there's no fear of consequences. They believe that they don't exist, or they just have no fear of it. COVID had a big part of that. I mean, for more than 18 months, courts were closed, state and federal. No indictments, no grand juries, no prosecutions, thus no convictions. And so that set something in motion that we're just coming out of. And so there's a real thing. And then there are the root cause issues, which GVRS and the crime reduction plan is designed to deal with. The reasons why people commit crimes, and especially violent crime, in the very first place. And we have deployment strategies, even the most robust deployment strategies, they're committing these shootings right there while we are 50 feet away, because there are all these other issues that just haven't been addressed and need to be addressed. Yes, it's a long time doing it, but we're up against that, and we've been bearing the burden of why isn't it getting better? But all of it has to get better, not just the performance in the police department, which we are responsible for and we take ownership of. But there are many challenges. You know, the root cause issue, the consequence issue, the staffing, and then it's morale. And I put it in 4 buckets. It's the morale, and I think I said this earlier. There's a real concern at the roll calls I go to, at the lunches, the breakfasts I have every month with the group of officers that I take to breakfast to hear their concerns, that they will be a viral video and that they will lose everything and their family will lose everything, either through a criminal or some civil action taken against them, even if they make a mistake doing the job we ask them to do. So there's a real concern. So we make sure that we give them the best training, the best motivation. We put together the best training in a number of areas to send them to this so that they know what they can do and be taught how to do it the correct way. Making sure they know the policy so that they can stay within that policy and not stray away from it. And so those are many of the challenges, and we are grossly understaffed, and we're using overtime to flex to make ourselves look and feel as if we are fully staffed, but we're not. And then we're contractually obligated to not put them on overtime sometimes, and then to pay heavy penalty pay when we do. And then there's the burnout effect, so I have to be careful about the burnout effect. Here's another challenge. And this is why you hired me, to come and make the hard decisions, because I have to manage the difficult decisions of making sure we come in, that we deal with crime, we reduce it, we deter it, we hold people accountable when we apprehend them, but we also do it in a constitutional way, and we bring this department into compliance with a consent decree that it put itself in. And so I cannot take people, I cannot disrupt the work that's being done, that we've gotten praise from around the country, especially from this judge in this federal court, the Department of Justice, and our monitoring team on the work that's being done to reform the department, which is a totally different department today than it was 3 years ago. Light years ahead of where we were 3 years ago. But I do not have the luxury of saying, I'm gonna take everybody and put everybody out in the field. The work in public integrity has to get better. We had a major backlog where we were taking over a year to do a case. We've now cut that down to 200 days with the goal of getting it to 90 days. We've doubled the staffing that's been in Public Integrity Bureau, even at the cost of taking great detectives from other areas. We had to triple the size of the police academy when we first got here to make sure that we can train appropriately. And the only way we can train appropriately and get the numbers up is to make sure we have a robust recruitment unit with great detectives and great investigators to do that work, because that's the front door of the agency. And so we're balancing all of those decisions at the same time, where it would be good, and some other chiefs in other parts of the country might be able to do that. We cannot do that here. And we're trying to make sure we bring this department into compliance with the consent decree, which we're doing, but it's hard decisions, and we have to make sure that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul, but we're making sure that we're adequately staffed in every part of the department. But I appreciate the question about the challenges, because there are many and they are tough.
And I appreciate the thorough answer. I think, clearly, I think we all understand that there's a lot going on. There are a lot of issues that we've been dealing with for a long time. And I think we've been exploring a lot of solutions for a long time as well. And I think going on to my second question, one of the solutions that we considered was civilianization. And when the conversation started around civilianization a couple of years ago, we set a goal of 20% of the department. I was curious where we are today with that effort, and we'll start there.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what we have laid out in this staffing plan document, that's one of the attachments of the letter, talks about where we are. And right now, if you look at active staffing, it's about 18.5%. But I can think part of the big challenge that we have going forward is not just one of sworn, it's also hiring civilians. Now, part of this budget, we do have an increase in our number of civilian personnel. And one of the specific positions that's been created is a civilian investigator position. Now, this is going to be huge for us because it is a way to build capacity on a parallel front. These are people who will be fully trained investigators, but there won't be sworn law enforcement. So they'll help with intel investigations, they'll help with background investigations for the Administrative Bureau, they'll help with misconduct investigations for PIB, and so forth. And I think part of the game changer for it is there is a very strong interest in these positions. We posted these 35 positions out for a public offering on this about 3 weeks ago. We've received 560 applications for these 35 positions to date. That is an enormous amount of interest in people who want to join the police department, but not necessarily as a sworn member. Now, we have to vet all those applications. We have to go through and select the best that we can from it. But I think it is a very encouraging sign because our civilianization plan starts with 35 today. But ultimately, the staffing plan as we have now envisioned it through the reimagining that the mayor's office has pushed forward on is to ensure that we are building this year after year, coming to you all with supplemental requests year after year to augment and create these blended units who are working side by side with our sworn detectives to provide the level of capacity. A lot of it, again, we're sending 18 to the district detective units out in the field, 2 for each district. They'll be handling some of the lower priority, property cases and other low incidents that we think need to be handled, but we don't have the capacity because we're constantly having our detectives pulled away for our more serious and violent crimes. But we want to make sure we're trying to follow up with that caseload on everywhere we can. So the multi-year strategy here is that we fill out these 35 positions, and we are going to come back for more year after year to build this capacity where the long-term plan would create an overall structure of about greater than 25% of the agency as a civilianized budget. That's where the target is for the FY23.
Are we recruiting from retired officers and former military?
Yes, but not exclusively. I mean, we want to offer them the opportunity for those positions. And so we have a method by which, as the Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Jim, had said, when officers retire, we hand them an application to come back for the agency and join us as a contract services specialist to be that kind of civilian support needed going forward. And so we're leveraging that. But I can tell you, again, there's a lot of folks from criminal justice programs. HBCUs have actually expressed interest in joining us. We're starting up an internship program that is going to be a very big deal for us. We're working with PERF on this to help embed interns in our department who are interested in the department and want to potentially become part of that department in the future. So we're trying to create all these pathways to civilian support. It is vital that we try to build out that capacity on the parallel front because of the challenges on the sworn front and that national challenge that we're trying to confront.
Quickly, what is the salary range for those positions?
So the starting salary for those positions is about $49,000. $49,000.
And is that competitive with other market?
Yes. So when we looked at around some of the other jurisdictions, it ranged between $46,000 to $48,000, and so we think that's pretty competitive. We did that as part of our compensation analysis with the Department of Human Resources.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll return it back to you. Thank you.
Councilman Torrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking into the mic tonight, Ms. Marguerite. Wonderful colleagues. I know it's the last night I'm going to
Councilman, can you
yeah.
get closer to the mic?
Not tonight. First and foremost, I just want to say that I just looked at my phone and the last 2 text messages about the Western District were May 31st and May 3rd for an actual shooting and a killing in Baltimore City, right? and that's in my portion of the district. And I say that because what I'm noticing from our strategy in the Western District is we're changing culture in terms of trust, but we're also making good arrests and convictions with a depleted Charlie, Baker, and Adam Schiff with limited officers. So what I'm saying is that we have to think strategically about it, and I'm going to say this and highlight an experience that we had, which is at Ricetown Road in Gwynns Falls and Ricetown Road in actual Bryan Avenue. We worked with transportation to implement a transportation traffic calming installation that prevented a drug corner from flourishing. And we eliminated that corner by working collaboratively with transportation and BPD. That actual drug corner did not shift anywhere else. Arrests were made, those persons were convicted. And Commissioner, one of the things I want to discuss is having that experience that we have in the Western. I, as a council person, no longer see that we need 9 districts anymore. I think we need to really consider reducing the size of our districts and reducing the size of our actual posts. The reason why is because what I'm finding from the experience that I'm having in the Western, people want to know who their post officer is, but also there's a confusion in my district because I have 5 of the 9 police districts. Some people are not sure if they're in the Southwestern, the Western, the Northwestern, the Central, or the Northern, depending on where they are. And I think we need to simplify it for our communities to understand who are their commanders, but also what are the boundaries of our police districts, but also be mindful that sometimes I have communities that are split by police districts. So how do we build better communication, and how do we build a strategy around ensuring that we have continuity not only in communication with the public, but also we're transparent enough that people know who their officers are, but what are the strategies being implemented in those specific districts?
Couple of good points, and I really appreciate that. Let me talk first about knowing who your officer is in your post. That's what the change in the deployment strategy with regard to swapping shifts, the morning shift and the evening shift, we're swapping every 28 days. That was totally contrary to any community policing strategy where the citizenry gets to know their officers, officers get to know the citizenry. Number 2, crime should dictate staffing and crime should dictate deployment, not an equal change of the same amount of officers on the Baker shift and an equal number of officers on the Charlie shift changing every 28 days, because crime in the morning is very different than crime in the afternoon and at night, although we were making the change with the same number of people. And so it was based on convenience, not crime data. Crime should and data should dictate that. And secondly, but firstly, it was contrary to community policing, and nobody could really get to know the people in the district because they're changing every 28 days. So we made permanent shifts. That was locked into the FOP contract, where all of the shifts are permanent and crime dictates the staffing on their shifts. But when you talk about boundaries in district stations, consolidating districts or changing, that's what the state mandated redistricting project is all about. Hasn't been done since, I believe, 1959. Population and everything has changed. We're doing that work now, and we put it out for public comment, for the public to give us input. We have great participation from the public on what they think. Our goal was to keep communities together. Now, what I will tell you is the experience I have had here and the experience being the chief in another place, the residents will eat us alive if we reduce a district, because everybody loves their district and everybody loves where their station is. There is no cost savings really for eliminating a district. The only cost saving is the maintenance of the building. The distance from call to call, the time it takes to get to the call, the time on call, and the amount of officers all remains the same whether you eliminate a district station or not. The only cost savings is the cost of the maintenance of the building. Everything else stays the same. Now, the redistricting very well could change some of the boundary lines, but we're working to do that to make sure neighborhoods stay together so that the neighborhood is not disrupted by a split one side of the street of the neighborhood becomes one district, one side is the other district, but it's one neighborhood. We want to keep that together. But we agree with you that that work needs to be looked at. I will just caution that reducing a district only gains the cost of the building. None of the other metrics change in handling calls or in responding to calls or the time on calls or the amount of officers. What will change is it will this redistricting project will equalize or levelize the workload of officers on each shift. Right now, for example, while Eastern District will have, and we agree with the councilman, high levels of violence, the residents of Eastern call the police the least. Some districts are smaller, some are larger. This redistricting will levelize and equalize the workload on all shifts so that if an officer works on the Baker shift in one district, any officer on Baker shift in any of the 8 districts will have about the same workload. And so it's a workload analysis to equalize and levelize work so that we can better deploy our resources. And we can know with certainty, because data will back it up, how many officers should be in a district based on the crime in that district and all the other metrics. So some of that will change, but I don't know that reducing the districts from 9 to 8 will have any bearing on crime. It will only cost savings and maintenance.
So I have to push back on that a little bit. Commissioner, because having 5 of the 9 and the most of any other council person, I see it from a different perspective, right? How can I tell someone who is on Ashburton Street above North Avenue that you're in the Northwest District, and below that, you're in the Western District, and then below that, you're in another district, and then not too far from there where we have a tri-district, you're in the Southwestern, right? And it's confusing to them because they're like, well, I call the Western District and you're actually in the Northwest District, and they have to relocate you to the next district. And I say this because at one time we had deputy majors. And I think that while I'm not thinking about reducing building maintenance costs, I'm thinking about simplifying how the public views and interacts with the department in a way where you don't know. It's the same instance when people are asking what council district they live in, right? It could be literally across the street from one another. But I live in a district where it is confusing because I have 5 and a 9. I can tell you that if you're in Druid Hill Park, the Northern District's coming. If you're across the street from Druid Hill Park, it's going to be the Central District. And if you're on Arkantrali Terrace, you're going to have the Western District. And if you're in Liberty Square, you have the Northwestern District. That's 4 districts in 2 blocks. And it's hard to communicate the crime plan in 4 districts to those different communities when I can tell you that the work that I meet with my 5 majors and talk about it, but I have to then talk to them and they're talking to each other about how do they share resources if they're seeing spikes in crimes across districts and pushing into each other. And it's easier if you have one person that's able to control that area as well and think about that. So I'm just thinking strategically, it's hard for partnerships if we're having 4 districts in 2 block radiuses.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I actually agree with you about the confusion there and the difficulty. I agree with you on that. But I can't telegraph the results here just yet. But some of that may be solved when we finalize the redistricting project. We're especially looking at your area because we understand the dynamics there. And so that's a special focus. So and some of that may be fixed when we finalize it. And certainly we'll have a communication strategy with all of you before we go to the public, so everybody will be well versed on it.
Thank you. And my next question is just more so a request for this round. I would like to know like the current staffing levels for each unit in every district, as well as their DAT units, as well as the non-patrol officers, to understand how we are dedicating that resources to see when you say that we don't want to move people from critical functions in other units and other portions. I just want to see truly what that data looks like so that I want to see what that truly looks like so it gives us a synopsis, a look into really what that challenge is for you.
So if you look at attachment 2 of the document you received, you'll see all of that data from a snapshot as of April 30th of this year.
So I have questions about the accuracy of it. I just want to make sure that
it's the data that comes from our Workday system. So it tracks the particular place where they're organized inside of our system of record. So it reflects every single shift, every single allocation at the officer, sergeant, lieutenant, and every level. So if there's any questions about that, we're happy to provide additional context, but it's all there in attachment 2
I'll add
of the
additional
document.
context to it, like who's active, who's inactive, what are your current staffing levels, just to get deeper into what the commission active, like what is your current available force?
Okay.
To give us a real understanding of that.
I gave that a little while ago, but I can give that to you. I'm budgeted for 2640. We have my actual strength of people hired in the department, officers, sworn officers, 2262. My available officers are 1873. Here's a breakdown. 160 of the 1873, 160 are trainees at the academy. 134 are medically suspended and can't work. Some work limited duty, some can't work at all. 78 are suspended for disciplinary reasons, and 17 are administratively suspended pending an investigation, perhaps a police-involved shooting. So that substantially decreases from my actual strength. My available strength is much less.
Yeah, I'm more so interested by actual units in specific districts as well as in
we can get that
your
to you.
actual.
We can get that to you.
So like I want to drill it down deeper. So like not just the high level. I want to know explicitly how many units are in your special victims, your central intelligence, all of that, so I can understand like realistically unit by unit what is your actual available strength.
We can get that to you.
I'm just asking that for an understanding, so we can at least communicate that to amongst ourselves and understand what your challenges are.
Happy to get that to you.
Nina, you got that? Michelle, good.
Mr. Commissioner, a quick follow-up that was posed to that, and then we're going to go to Councilwoman Ramos. Of those 300 people that you referenced, what's the strategy to get them back in?
The 300 people that I referenced, remind me again?
You said there were 160 trainees, 134 medically suspended, so on and so forth. It's 389 people, roughly 17% of sworn officers. What's the strategy to get those folks eligible for patrol again?
Well, the medically suspended people are under what's called the Administrative Duties Division. We have a major in charge of that. And the goal is to make sure we can track their recovery, so that as they go out, we can use some of them for limited duty work, who can come in and work limited duty. Many of them do. But some are recovering from major issues and surgeries and can't work at all. The goal is for the team at the Administrative Duties Division to stay in touch with them and to make sure we track their recovery, to use them in limited duty when we can, and to put them back into full service when their doctors release them for full service.
And one tactic we use there is we don't authorize any discretionary overtime for any of those individuals. They have to get better before they can be eligible for any overtime opportunities. And that's been a big motivating factor for getting a lot of people back to work. And that's something we've seen progressively as we've implemented these strategies over the last 3 years.
And then the 160 trainees, those are several recruit classes that are in training. When they finish the 30-week training, they go to a 10-week field training, and then they're eligible for patrol assignments once they satisfactorily complete their 10 weeks of field training. But that's on top of 30 weeks of classroom training.
And that used to be 38 weeks before we condensed the schedule. There was a lot of dead time in that schedule. We made it from 38 to 30 weeks without sacrificing quality of instruction to get our officers fully capable faster. And then the other item was disciplinary suspended folks. A lot of folks are still pending criminal dispositions in court. And so, again, with the backup of the court system, a number of those instances are folks who have either felony or misdemeanor convictions that are, or not convictions, excuse me, trials that are pending that we have to dispense with before we can proceed on administrative charges. The sequencing of that, I would defer to Deputy Commissioner Nato, who could talk a little bit about how that might change come July 1, but ultimately, that's a big factor in us being in a holding pattern when it comes to certain individuals who are on that list.
Good evening. Of the number you mentioned, 22 of those are waiting for a current trial board. Those are termination cases. Once we finish an investigation and it goes to the disciplinary review committee and they determine that the person should be terminated, it gets set for a trial board. So 22 of those are waiting for a trial board. The other 56 are pending some type of action in the court system, so either some type of criminal action for the most part, or they've been arrested, and as a precautionary, we suspend them from their police powers, or if they've been charged with a felony, we actually suspend their police powers and their pay. Under the old system, which is changing July 1st, if there was any court action taken where there was actually a charge, we were required to wait until that charge was completed through the court system, which meant they were actually sentenced before we could take any administrative action. Under the new statute, beginning July 1st, we will be able to proceed forward with those cases. So an example, somebody gets arrested while there's a criminal charge going through the court system, which unfortunately sometimes takes years, we can move forward an administrative charge and proceed with the trial board prior to the completion of the criminal investigation. Now, there is some risk to that, obviously, with evidence, but we have legal assigned to us that we review those cases with and make a determination what the best process is moving forward.
Thank you, that helps. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here and for all you're doing. You mentioned that staffing has been one of your challenges, which we just discussed. The mayor announced, and you have also supported, because we're not getting additional resources from the federal and state in terms of extra people, we are, and frankly, I'm not really interested in living in a police state. I want to make sure that we understand the proposals that you and the mayor have put together on the smart policing strategy. Because it seemed to me, and you described it in your letter, and I look forward to the full briefing, that we have to think smarter, thus the name, right? About how we are deploying the resources that we have. And it's been very clear that there are things that our police officers are doing in terms of their duties that are better done with other resources. Can you talk a little bit about the SMART strategy? When is that going to be implemented, and the resources that are going to be used in order to implement it?
Thank you for that. Number one, we're hiring, of the civilian hires, 12 civilians to be staffed in what we call TRU, or the Telephone Reporting Unit. Right now, we use injured officers who can work in a limited capacity, but that is not a sustainable staffing model because they heal and get better, and they go back into service, and then others get injured and then go out of service. So we need a sustainable staffing solution. We're hiring 12 people. We have applications in the hopper right now so that we can try to get them hired by July 1st, put on the training to get them trained to take reports by phone. We believe that whatever can be pushed to online reporting and telephone reporting should be done by online reporting and telephone reporting. Many of the calls that officers go on.
So just tell me a little bit more about that. So if somebody has a package stolen, okay, then when they call 911, will they instead be diverted to one of these telephone response unit folks to then talk with the resident about what happened, take any photos or anything else? And that way the resident isn't waiting a long time for an officer to come because they're dealing with something else. Is that how it's supposed to work?
That is how it's supposed to work.
Okay.
There are some technological tweaks that we have to make to make sure it routes to the telephone reporting unit. Right now, automatically it doesn't, but we have to make it happen. But what could be taken online for those who have access is for that to even be done online. Let's face it, the evidence that we're talking about is no longer there. Now, it doesn't mean it doesn't get investigated, because if there's video, we would take that and make sure investigators get that. We can follow up on it, but it doesn't require a police response to that. There are other crimes also that could be done online that don't require a police response, but could be better served by people going online to file the police report. And we've created a list of what qualifies that could be done online. And for those that don't have that access, can do it by phone and file the police report by phone instead of waiting for a police response, especially in a case like an auto theft where the vehicle, which would have been the evidence, is actually gone and not there. And there are others that can be done that way. That SMART initiative frees up officer time to then be built back into the foot patrols and the directed patrols, the community engagement that we're also desperate to see. And we want officers doing more of, but we have to build the free time in order to make that happen. We still want to recruit and hire and bring people on, good people, and do it fast. But we need to remove the workload that frees up time for us to meet our goal of having 40% of the shift free to do those tangible things that build relationships, that breaks up drug organizations, that we have to have the time to do it. This helps with that. Number two, making sure that not only are we not going to calls that we shouldn't go on, but that we're being smart about things like vehicle accidents. We have the capacity now, and other cities are doing this, to hire a third-party vendor to come handle small, lightweight fender bender accidents. Things that are not hit and run and are DUI or DWI. And for those types of accidents that don't escalate to people having fights, we can have a third-party vendor come and take those reports and free officers up. I mean, there were about 24,000 of those that could be freed up. That's officer time built back into doing other things. Thirdly, we're responding to, I think it's 18,000 false alarms a year, and we'd love for this body to pass this false alarm ordinance. Right now, we're responding to 99% of the false alarms that are false. They're not burglaries, they're false alarms. We don't stop responding until a person has violated it 15 times. In our surrounding jurisdiction, they stop after 3. We're being a little bit more liberal. We propose 5. That we could stop responding after 5, and then there are fines that could be imposed. That frees up officer time to do all the things. And so when you put all these initiatives together, we call it smart policing. And under the mayor's leadership, we want to make sure we build free time for our officers to do what we're demanding them to do, what they should be doing, being highly visible, being engaged, enforcing the law, building relationships, reducing crime, all of that, all of the above. But we need the free time to do it, and this is what we're planning to do.
The other part that you didn't mention was the 911 diversion. Can we talk a bit about that? Because we also know that responding to mental health crises with a police response doesn't have the result that's needed. So obviously that would free up a lot of time for our officers to do other things and have professionals who are obviously know about how to deal with folks in crisis, address those issues.
Absolutely, and again, Monsi's been taking the lead on this as a
Yes.
separate program, and we've seen some encouraging success about the diversions that we're seeing into that program. For us, we want to see full implementation of that. We want to be able to get that, as the commissioner would have said last year or this year, we want to get that stadium built so that we can, in fact, carry that over and free up those kinds of calls. But we don't want to stop at behavioral health. There are other ways that we can look at what we're doing and do it differently. And we're open to anything that makes sense for us once there's something built that can then take the mantle off of our officers so that we can focus them on the calls that are really priorities for what officers are needed to handle. And so, there's a lot of disorderly calls. There's a lot of, like what we call disorderly persons is the category, right? And that's a huge, huge amount of calls for service for our officers. And we're talking about conflict resolution, ultimately, for most of those. And they're looking for some kind of authority figure to come and break up the fight or be able to handle some of these domestic kind of issues. Not domestic, but, local issue, within a family or within a neighbor or familial connection. So part of what we're trying to do is, again, partner with Monsi, partner with the mayor's office on standing up those programs. I think they have a lot of good strategies and ideas, and we're working hand in glove with them on finding ways to be able to pass those batons as those programs are built and stood up and fully realized so that our officers can be freed up to be able to handle the kind of violent instances that we're asking them to handle.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Just a note, BCRI has done a great job so far in the limited capacity that they've been given. In order for them to go to full capacity, they need another $3.5 million. So that is something that a lot of us are also advocating for. But it's clear that you've noticed that you need, with the limited resources that you have to redeploy them in different ways. And so thank you for going through the strategy. I look forward to the full briefing and also understanding the outcomes as you go through it. When are you doing this now? When is implementation? Because I do, obviously, all of us have this sense of urgency around this.
So we're targeting a lot of the telephone reporting unit pieces of the puzzle for July. And what we're looking at for the pilot program for the traffic accident management, it's either going to be late July or early August. We just need to be able to get that agreement put through. We have grant funds that we think are available through the state to be able to pilot this program for a 6-month period, make sure that we get it right, make sure that we get all the kinks out, and then seek an RFP and a more permanent funding source to be able to fully implement that. It would start with the traffic accident management, and I'll tell you all this on Friday when we brief, but the traffic accident management side is looking at 2 units as a pilot, 2 vehicles in some of the high capacity times of day, and then to be able to have a full implementation that would be citywide and be able to handle these calls for service.
Well, if you can just make sure that our committee, the Public Safety Committee, is fully, and the Ways and Means is fully briefed on all of that, and we look forward to tracking the progress, and also making sure that you're tracking the hours, the change in hours in terms of what police officers are addressing, making sure that we have all that documented.
Councilwoman, hang on, Councilwoman, was that a committee request that I heard?
Sure, we can make it a committee request in terms of understanding.
Summarize that for me in 1 sentence, please.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess we need to start with the baseline of what we're working on in terms of the hours that you're trying to, that we have now, that police are working on those specific things that we just outlined in the SMART plan. And then, so we need that baseline. And then, 6 months after that, let's get, where we are and the reduction in those hours after you implement it, obviously.
Yes.
And then,
yeah.
We'll look at it again for next budget year as well.
Page 7 has the baselines that you're referring to. It's outlined.
Oh, sure.
In the overall volume that we're currently seeing now. That gives us a strategy for 2021, looking at that whole year to give what those volumes are. That's about 24,000 traffic accidents that we're looking at, with the goal of maybe cutting down 25% of them away from patrol. Again, that's a goal that it's dependent on resources and what we can stand up. About 26,000 larceny and larceny from auto calls that we think we can have at least 75% or more diverted to the telephone reporting unit. Again, that's a goal that translates into over 6,500 hours. So those are the baselines, but as we go forward and implement these, we want to make sure that our performance metrics are tracking the diversions themselves and to be able to quantify them to report out, and we will commit to do that. That's fine.
Excuse me, I had forgotten, given that we were here till 2 a.m. yesterday, that you had outlined all of that in your letter, and so we will keep tracking on it. I think we're okay, Mr. Chair. My second big question is, I appreciate the flexibility that has occurred in my district. I have 3 police districts within my district. When there is a shooting, we, in most of my areas, we do what I call micro meetings. Everybody in a room, we're going to figure this out. And I appreciate all the majors that I've worked with. They are amazing. And the other resources that they brought to bear. So I understand what the microzone strategy is. It's about that customization of the work. My biggest concern is I have 15-year-olds in my district that go up to elders and say, I got a gun, and I can't wait till I'm mad enough to use it. How did they get the gun? It seems to me that I understand the ghost gun issue. It is complicated, and obviously the General Assembly has banned them. We have to go through the process of what that means, and the city is suing the manufacturer. But that's not the only source. How are they getting the guns? and this is a distinctly police response that we need, where are they coming from? And maybe you don't know, but the issue is we should know. We need to know, actually you all do, I'm just asking you, has there been a strategy? After the Gun Trace Task Force, the original Gun Trace Task Force was designed to be able to track, understand where the guns are coming from, and make sure they don't come into the city. That group of people went rogue, as we've all seen, and we've had to go through these reforms. It seems to me, maybe I'm wrong, but I hope you'll correct me, that between the time that that was all discovered and now, we've had no strategy on making sure that guns aren't coming into our city. How did my 15-year-olds in my district get guns? And I'm wondering, what are we doing to make sure that, because Maryland has very tough gun laws, extremely tough gun laws. They didn't go to the Walmart to buy this gun. It came from elsewhere. And so we absolutely, as part of our short-term, long-term strategies, have to make sure that those guns are not coming in. And I know we're working hard, and I believe strongly in the GVRS work, because we need to make sure that folks are extracted from group violence so that they're not using the guns, so that we're working with our young people so that they don't use the guns. But right now they're getting guns and they're using them. So what is the strategy? What are we doing? What have we been doing to make sure that our 15-year-olds don't have guns?
Two things. Well, you bring up great points, and I appreciate that. I'll tell you what we have been doing all along. But what I will tell you in addition is that we are not satisfied with that, and under the mayor's direction and leadership, we've taken it a step further, specifically for Baltimore. Number one, there are no gun stores in the city of Baltimore.
Correct.
About 50% are coming from other parts of the state, and the other 50% are shared between the other states in the country that are coming through an underground pipeline where people are bringing them in. We have a large number, I would say double-digit number of officers, detectives assigned to ATF that work at ATF that have federal credentials, as do the agents. And so they have the jurisdiction, the authority rather, nationally, just like ATF agents. And we have officers working there on all types of investigations. Number one, to track guns coming from other places illegally into the city of Baltimore, and to hold those people accountable, to go after them, make those federal cases, whether they're straw purchases or underground gun swaps. They're doing that work and making those cases daily. But we, as a city, under the mayor's leadership, did not want to just be totally reliant on ATF, who does the work nationally. We created a firearms intelligence unit, not to be mistaken with the Gun Trace Task Force, but it's right now 2 people. Originally, it was supposed to be 3, to do the work internally to track the origin of guns so we can hold people accountable for selling guns and bringing guns into the city unlawfully, all the way to the manufacturer if necessary. Those 2 officers currently, for supervisory sakes and integrity, are assigned to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They still do the work, but they're actually assigned under the U.S. Attorney's Office, but are still doing that work. So we can have the internal capacity within the department to do the work and not be totally reliant on ATF to do the work. Now, ATF is doing the work, and we have people from our department assigned to the ATF doing that work, not just in ATF, but in all the federal task forces. But we are doing that work, and I'd like Deputy Commissioner to speak to that also, because that's something that we talk about every single day. Where are the guns coming from? But they're buying these guns off the street. It's as easy to buy a gun as it is to walk in the store and buy anything else. And there are people who are selling guns. That's the first dynamic. We're just talking about regular guns. Now there's the ghost gun dynamic, or what they call homemade guns, or privately made firearms that are bought over the internet, and anybody with access to a credit card can buy it and have it shipped to your house. It has no serial number, and there's no tracking, and there's no way for us to track it back to its original owner. Now, when they're used and we get the evidence from the gun, perhaps we can tie that gun to shootings and murders and multiple cases together being used with that gun. But because it's not serialized, it's impossible for us to track it, actually. Let me use that word. But we're doing the work. We're meeting with our people daily. We have probably one of the best NIBIN systems in the country that turns around information within 24 hours. And I'll turn it over and let my deputy take it a little bit further.
Thank you, sir. And just to further that point, we're working with the Bloomberg Foundation in every town. That's folded into when you heard me refer to our CGIC, the Crime Gun Intelligence Center, that's a part of that work, understanding the origin of the gun. Where it relates to the young people possessing those guns, that's why we're working with our partners at ROCA to refer those individuals for intervention. For as much enforcement as we're doing, that's evident with the number of guns seized and arrests made. Though it's not enough for the volume of what we're seeing, it's increased year over year in the last 2 years in terms of our seizures and arrests. But we have to attack this issue with a multi-pronged approach that also deals with prevention and intervention, and that's why we rely heavily with that younger age group, 16 to 24, with our ROCA partner. And we do give them information for candidates that, based on their criteria, we shared that resource with all of our commanders. They use that resource as an outreach to be able to reach into our young people that are most vulnerable to become victims or perpetrators using a gun.
But that's the issue. That's why GVRS is so important.
Agreed.
That's why it's so important, because it is designed to offer a pathway away from that life. It's about changing the thinking. I've said this in this very room before, and I'm gonna say it again today. The decision to pull the trigger, it is not made when the trigger is pulled. It is made when a person puts their hand on a gun and decide to walk out of the door. Their decision is already made. And so it is the precursor to all the other gun violence, having the gun and having that illegal possession of it. And so that's why it's so important. We're making gun arrests every single day. We made 14 just over the weekend. We got to make sure that when we make those arrests, that those individuals see swift and certain consequences. This is about changing the way people think. Yes, we can arrest them, but we have to change why they did it in the first place. And a big part of that is their conflict resolution and why they think they have to solve their conflict with guns.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And like I said, I am a huge supporter of MONSE and the GVRS work. Absolutely. I want to make sure that that goes citywide. Huge supporter. I still think that because we have this culture of solving problems with a gun, we just got to make sure they don't have the gun. And so, I think that, Mr. Chair, if I can modify one of your requests, you had asked for, in writing about the asking for resources from federal and state, and specifically, I'd like to make sure that we're asking for help on this because it is a regional issue, so I would like to make sure that we're asking for those resources. I think you already have been asking for them, but just to add it to your request, I would really appreciate it. Is that all right, Mr. Chair?
I'd like to talk with you offline once we get to the next member about that, and then we'll circle back with the group because the request was very specific. So I just want to make sure you and I are on the same page on that. So let me come over and.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do have some of the root cause questions, but I'll wait till the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Harrison, for being here. Thank you to your team. And do just want to acknowledge Major Smith, Captain Boyd in the Southeast have been doing an outstanding job, and I want to put that out there. It is very clear, and I'm going to pick up on somewhere my colleague from the 14th District left off, that we are in the midst of a massive mental health crisis, not just in Baltimore, but across the country. We've seen rise in opioid overdose deaths pretty much everywhere. We've seen rise in intimate partner violence in pretty much every category of violence. This tracks in almost every major city in the entire United States. And when you look around at Baltimore, again, a place that was ground zero for the opioid crisis, a place that in many ways is the prototype of failed policing strategies when it comes to trying to arrest our way out of public health issues. I want to pick up where Councilmember Ramos left off, which is to say that, year after year, the department comes in and asks for an increase in the budget. Almost every agency does. And every year except for one that I've been on this council, the department has received an increase in the budget. We learned this morning that 80% of our health department is grant funded. That has been consistent, again, since I've been on council. Councilmember Ramos mentioned BCRI, the Baltimore Crisis Response Incorporated. And I remember having this conversation with you, Commissioner, a little while back, and it was the stadium reference about needing to build the bricks. I would argue that we need to build the bricks faster, that there is a direct one-to-one. If we invest more in non-police mental health, which I believe most officers do not want to be involved in most mental health crises if they can avoid it. That's not to say if there's potential for violence that there shouldn't be some kind of co-responder, but knowing, Commissioner, what you've said a couple times tonight, that folks are terrified of that going viral video and having their career ruined, the sense that I get in speaking to officers is, by and large, they do not want to be in the business of addressing people's mental health crises, whether that is folks who are expressing suicidal ideation, whether it's addiction, whether it's schizophrenia or other forms of mental illness. And so Councilmember Ramos put out the number. A number of us throughout these hearings have been pushing the mayor and the city administrator for $3.5 million more for BCRI. I think it would both give your officers more ability to do the work that they need to do around actually going after violence, and it would give a more appropriate response to what I believe to be a truly profound mental health crisis in our city and really across our country. So again, I'm going to put it back to you, Commissioner. Do you also see that since the pandemic, really, the level of mental health issues has gone way up? And then as a result, should we not fully fund, and fully staff at capacity those organizations and agencies that can take some of the burden off of law enforcement and place it onto clinicians, nurses, and other folks who really should be in this work?
Thank you, Councilman. I don't disagree with you I actually do disagree that the crisis has become worse and is getting worse every day. Certainly COVID further exacerbated what was already bad. I do agree with you that the people doing the work of dealing with them should be the appropriate people dealing with people in crisis, and it should not be police. I do believe that they should be fully funded. I'm not the person to advocate taking it from the police department to fund them. And we're still in a position where we are grossly understaffed, and we're using what we have to flex to be in more places. We're trying to be smart about the strategies to be in more places faster and more frequently, using the resources that we already have, meaning we're going to work our people harder and we're going to work them longer. But we need to make sure we're being smarter as well. And so while I do believe that we aren't the appropriate people to deal with all of the behavioral crisis issues, that there are people trained for it and more appropriately to do it, they should be funded. I'm not in a position to advocate removing it from the police department because we're so understaffed and we still need all of the things that we're asking for our own department. Even if we took that work away, we still would be understaffed and need those positions to deliver even the policing services that are the appropriate things that we should be doing.
Understood, but it would increase your capacity if other entities, other agencies were able to take some of the burden of what has unfortunately become what folks associate with police work, which is actually mental health work. Correct?
Well, the assumption is that it would increase capacity. Every time we remove work away from officers, it increases our capacity to do other things. So yes, that it's like anything else. If we remove some work, we're free to do other things. But we're still grossly understaffed, even with that work removed.
Understood. And yet still, and final point on this, if and when we treat mental health like mental health and treat crime like crime, when we can get to that paradigm, I just think we are going to be better able to articulate a truly effective staffing plan. Because right now I think there's a mismatch where I think you've got some police doing some work that is not necessarily police work. And so I will, again, continue to argue and put this out here to the city administrator and others that it is urgent, just as urgent as getting your agency right is getting the other parts of public safety right around overdose deaths, mental health, et cetera.
And I think, and I have a great appreciation for what you just said, and I think you've heard me say before that there comes a point, or there will come a point, where we can have the conversation about what is the right size of a police department. Once we have done all the things to be smart about policing, using technology to our greatest advantage, reducing workload and burdens, and making sure we're going on the things that we need to be going on, and then we certainly every year do a staffing analysis. But there will come a point where we can have that conversation about the right size of the police department based on who's doing the work that we're no longer doing. We've said that before.
Commissioner, help me understand some dissonance in my mind right now. It is very clear that we are a city in pain, and really a country in pain. Mass shooting tonight in Baltimore, several mass shootings this last week. Of course, we all know about Uvalde and the children killed there. One of the things that you said tonight, and I've heard you say a number of times, is that for some of the violence that we're seeing, folks have this premeditated idea that they are going to have their gun and they're going to go out and they're going to use it. What I find challenging, as we think about, again, an increase in the budget, albeit not a huge one, but still an increase in this budget over last year's budget, is that you've articulated a number of occasions, and I've seen this in my district, and I am thinking about just recently the young person that was killed in the Inner Harbor and the other young person that was shot. There were 20 officers there, according to reports. And I've seen similar in my district where an officer is right around the corner or is in plain sight when the shooting takes place. And so the concern and sort of the dissonance that I'm having is, are police in this city really serving as a deterrent to people committing acts of violence if there are large groups of officers in a given space and someone is still brazen enough to shoot two teenagers?
I believe officers are being a deterrent, and because you can't prove a negative, and although you can find people who commit a violent act in the presence of officers, there's no way to show what didn't happen and how much more was prevented because we were there. And I'm never the person to use the defense, it could have been worse, but you can't prove what didn't happen because we were there. We can only show that a person made a decision to do it while we were there. And it's troubling to all of us. It's the availability of guns, and it's their willingness to use them, whether we're there or not. And it's the total disregard for life of their own and of others, total disregard for authority, total disregard for any punishment that could be coming their way if they're caught. And so it becomes, how do we change the way they make that decision? Because even when we have the best deployment strategy, we see on occasion it still happens. So that's why GVRS, once again, is so important. It's about changing the life, putting people on different pathways away from violent crime so that they make different decisions. Ultimately, so that they don't have to think they should have to carry guns. And then there are other parts of the criminal justice system. It has to be about swift and certain consequences. People have to see that there's something going to happen when they do that. To the person who did it and everybody watching. We call that general and specific deterrence. It's specific to the individual because we incapacitate them by putting them in jail, and it's general to everybody else watching that if you do this, this is what will happen. So it's all of it. And back to councilperson's comments, the prevalence of guns in our community, that they can go buy a gun as easily going buy a pack of cigarettes or a pack of gum.
No, understand all of that, and the 4 buckets that you articulated, the prevalence of guns, again, the serious mental health concerns across our city and our country, all of it is real, and yet that shooting did happen, that homicide and shooting, and again, we've seen several cases where folks had to have been aware that officers were in proximity, and yet they still did what they did. And sure, you could, I guess, argue that it could have been worse, and that may well be true, but it still happened. And so that remains a concern.
There is some level of deterrence, but then there's the response to try to, number one, save that victim, get that victim the medical attention they need, and then gather enough evidence to try to build a case against the person who did it. And so, yes, it's about deterrence, but it's about presence, and it's sometimes about the response after it happens. It's all of it. So while I do believe there's deterrence, it's not always translating to other people making a different decision, but it is for the protection of that person who was the victim and everybody else, should there be a need for a response.
And let's talk about that response for a quick minute. Again, I remain concerned that we're not, that folks have too high of a chance of committing a murder and then getting away with it in the city of Baltimore. Particularly disturbed, just because it's on my mind, by the failed attempt to prosecute the suspect that was believed to have shot and killed Dante Barksdale. To me, that is a major, major hit to our city when the primary, the face of Safe Streets and the face of so much of our anti-violence work is shot and killed, and we fail to effectively prosecute the suspect in the case. So can you talk a little bit about that response piece, because that also feels challenged right now?
The response as in the investigation and prosecution?
Yep.
Well, what I've been briefed on, and to my knowledge, we built a case.
Commissioner, a little closer.
Thank you, sir. To my knowledge, we detectives, we responded to that scene. We built a case, but as I understand it, it was believed that it was not enough physical evidence, and thus the defendant was acquitted. It was largely circumstantial, but the jury wanted more. And we worked to gather as much evidence as we possibly can, working with the state's attorney, hand in hand, move by move, to make sure that everything that was required for a good case we could provide, and we had, and everything that we gave it our all, looking for absolutely everything. I agree with you. It's very disheartening that we did not win that case, but we are still motivated to go forward. We're not going to let it discourage us from any of the other ones. And it is my job to make sure, and all of our jobs, to provide clear guidance, to provide motivation, to provide inspiration, and even in the instances when we don't win, that we make sure that we demonstrate to the members of our department that we're going to stay focused, that we demonstrate to you, our elected leaders, that we're going to stay focused, that we don't give up, that urgency is always set to maximum and it never goes down. I wish it could have been better.
Yeah, I know Mr. Barksdale was close with a number of us on this council. Truly someone who embodied the mission of Safe Streets and knew so many people in so many different communities and could speak so many languages. And so again, it's painful to see that happen and see the result. This is sort of my last question on the same line, which is, again, it feels like folks stand far too high of a chance of committing murder in the city of Baltimore and then not being fully held accountable for that crime. Is that a fairly accurate assessment in your mind? As a department, again, knowing the constraints, knowing the staffing, all the rest, but that piece around people committing the murder and being able to walk away.
Nobody likes that, and I think we all feel that way. What we can say and have control over is how we try to improve and how we make sure we make the right investments in the training for our homicide detectives to make sure that we have standards that they all perform to and are evaluated by and are held accountable for. And we have made improvements where the clearance rates have gone up. We have become better at debriefing witnesses and interviewing witnesses. It is about the community engagement. It is about the approach. It is about the show of empathy and concern. It is all of the things that we've been doing as an agency through the training, through the reform initiatives, through just getting better that have caused us to have more people have confidence in us to give us information, because the clearance rates are up, quite frankly, because the community is coming forward more often with more regularity and with more precision. And we thank them for that. But it took us to change and get better and realize that we had to get better dealing with community before the community would feel more comfortable providing information. That has happened. Now, there's still room to go.
Yep.
There's still more work to do, and we're working on that.
Yeah, and to end on this, I believe there are parts of our city right now that have that are able to put faith in your department, and that is a credit to your leadership. We talked about the Western District and improvements over there. Certainly where I live, folks are receptive. And then I think there's big swaths of our city where the community still does not trust law enforcement. And that represents an enormous problem. And if you all are going to be effective, if our state's attorney, if the criminal justice system is going to work, that gap has to be closed. And it's got to be closed quickly, because as you know, if a shooting or a homicide takes place, but no one is willing to come forward because of fear or retribution or whatever, then we are going to continue to have a very, very difficult time in this city. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Technical malfunction. All right, colleagues, we've been through the entire list.
Nope.
Oh, Councilman Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to everybody who's here tonight, and to everybody who's paying attention online and on Charm TV. I'm really thankful for all of the engagement and conversation. Mr. Commissioner, we have had a lot of questions about staffing and staffing plans, and so I'm going to say the same thing that I've said in previous years, and make really clear my concern, I think. That I have heard you here tonight repeatedly, others, the FOP frequently, folks in the community, Fox News, whomever, repeatedly talk about, you just said, grossly understaffed. being short officers, not being fully staffed, and other variations of this phrase. And every time I hear about being short-staffed or understaffed, I remain convinced that we're living in a fiction, that we are divorced from reality. Point 8 in the staffing plan, and point 8.1, 8.2, so on, the updates to the plan make clear that we all understand that we have a that recruitment and retention of officers is down and across the country, and as you said here tonight, we are at least 10 years running where attrition outpaces hiring, and that there's no reason to believe, from the facts that I have, that this trend is going to reverse, that we're not going to be the national outlier here. And I'm not alone in feeling continuously gaslit by claims that the department is short some number of officers where there is no reality in which those officers exist. They're a fiction. And so I'd like to ask if you can produce for us a staffing plan that relies only on the number of officers that we have presently, an assumption that we permanently stay stagnant or net negative in the year-over-year change of the number of sworn personnel that we have. Are you able to produce a staffing plan that relies only on that number and essentially find some other way to staff any positions that need not be filled by sworn officers? Or do away with functions that need not be performed by sworn officers?
Yeah, that's what reimagining the mayor's reimagining project is all about. Doing away with some of the work that police are doing so that others who are not sworn officers could do it, civilian staffing, civilian investigators, other civilian positions, and the elimination of some of the work. So, and yes, we can produce a staffing plan that gives you our budgeted strength versus the actual people we actually have on the job and shows you the variation between the two.
And I will reiterate that the staffing plan that's in your submission here, the one that's been submitted to the federal court for review and comment and ultimately finalization, for the first time, aligns the sworn resources that have been authorized by this council with the plan. So beforehand, we had an expectation, given the way we had always done things, that we would need to ask for more police officer positions from this council at some point, when we are able to grow into our authorized strength. But with the Mayor's Reimagining Project, we are looking at specifically detective roles and have converted in the staffing plan a large number to do exactly what you've just recommended and to bring down the number of expected positions in the department that will be filled with sworn officers. And as I've reiterated, I will reiterate, is that of the 35 positions for these civilian investigator positions, we've had 560 applications. There is a huge interest and a potential well of untapped talent, many people from whom are living right here in Baltimore, actually, that we could be leveraging to become part of the public safety solution. So we are, aligning our reality in our budget to the plan for the first time in this setup. And the difficult part about getting to where you are in talking about where we are in our current staff is now we're talking about making significant choices about what we cannot do anymore as a result of not having additional sworn members filled out. And it's everything from district action team members, it's the kind of proactive efforts we're talking about, it's our goals that we're being mandated to adhere to for workload management. We want to make sure we have the right staffing profile because of our contract. So you can only work a person, so many hours in a day, and you know how those staffing measures work, Mr. Councilman. And so I think part of what our plan does from the ground up is that it's not a fictitious number. It is all built on workload. It starts with our calls for service volume. And so yes, if we can target ways to reduce our calls for service, we can make sure that that has an impact in our patrol numbers that we are then in need of. But when our staffing numbers go up, it's because the calls for service go up. And so we're trying to align all of these resources the right way. The exercise you're talking about can be done, but it will result in significant service reductions that are, very impactful for the crime fight in a long-term strategy. And it's about what we want to be able to do to be able to handle the workload properly. And it's everything from making sure we're handling homicide cases to the right ratios and handling our Public Integrity Bureau and making sure that we're getting through our metrics on what our consent decree required turnaround times are in these things. And so, everything that we're talking about can be pegged against a performance measure that is directly impacted by not having that in our plan. But that is an exercise that, again, we can work on and develop, but it will have significant service consequences as a result.
What I'm asking for, so I think you understand what I'm asking for, but I want to be really clear. I want to see a staffing plan where you cannot say to me, we are short officers, where we assume that the number of officers that we have is the number that we're going to have, and that's that we have the number we have, and any shortage at all that we say we have in personnel is entirely in non-sworn positions.
So if I could ask, does that mean that we could increase the allocation in our budget for civilian personnel to be able to marry up the workload? We could talk offline about that. Thank you.
I mean, to respond to that, at least in part, I happen to think that there's a whole lot that BPD is doing that could be offloaded and not be BPDs at all, right? I think that we should have a crash investigation unit at DOT, like New York City has, right? I think that that's something that we could easily push off entirely to somebody within government, not outsourcing to some third-party vendor, but within our government to another agency that's not BPD. And I want to see what it would look like. I would like to see a plan that assumes that the number of officers that we have is the number of officers that we're going to have, and that any shortage whatsoever is in non-sworn personnel.
Let me see if I understand what I heard you say. That you want to see a plan that only talks about the actual number, not the budgeted number.
That's correct.
If I could ask, we're going to need more than the timeline that's been set for delivery that these deliverables have been associated with. Mr. Chairman, if we could get a more prospective timeline on the delivery for this, I would appreciate it.
How much time would you like?
A couple of weeks at least, a few weeks.
Can I get 3 weeks?
June 28th, call of business.
June 28th, call of business.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one other point, if I may. Thank you. In the meantime, because we are funding BPD to work shifts in districts and special tasks throughout the city, things that I think could be in other agencies but who are not funded presently to do these things. One thing that continues to concern me in terms of a quality of life issue that I hear about throughout my district and that I know that my other colleagues hear about in their district are parking related things. And I know that in the grand scheme of things that BPD deals with and the focus that consumes much of what we discuss, it has to do with violence and violence prevention and things. I'm sure that everybody's doing the best that they can to address that. And so I'm going to turn my attention to this seemingly petty quality of life issue. We have parking enforcement laws that literally cannot be enforced right now by the people we entrust to primarily handle parking enforcement because they simply do not have an overnight shift. And there is no systematized way of making a report of a problem and having it referred to BPD to do overnight while BPD does have people on the street. For example, if I report a commercial vehicle parked on the street, it's illegal to park any commercial vehicle on any street in Baltimore City between the hours of, I believe, 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. It's wholesale illegal. But if I report that through the 311 system, which I can do, it will be closed immediately because the assumption is DOT, the people who do parking enforcement, literally do not have a single person to respond to that service request. And there's no systematized way of sending that to anybody who could potentially respond to that. Is that something that BPD is willing to have systematized so that its overnight officers can respond to these kind of things?
I took my attention off just for a second. Give me the last little bit.
Is overnight parking enforcement something that BPD is willing to have systematized to refer to them?
I think with the limited resources we have, which are even more limited on the overnight shift, and considering the amount of violence we have in the hours of darkness and overnight, that would be something that would totally overwhelm the Baltimore Police Department and take our attention off of all of the other violent issues that we're kind of handling right now. That would totally just, we would not be able to do that. It would mean we would be prioritizing ourselves away from violent crime.
Not at any scale whatsoever. And I say that because I've been here for, this is my 6th budget.
Yeah.
And it won't be the first time that I say here, virtually all of my constituents complain about officers just sitting around doing nothing for extensive periods. I've repeatedly, with past majors in the Northeast District said, hey, this cop is sitting in the alley watching a movie on a screen, and he was here 2 hours ago when I passed by leaving my house, and he's still here 2 hours later. This has happened over and over and over and over again. And that is perhaps an extreme example, but not one that is uncommon in the minds of many of the constituents of the city, not an off-base observation. Is there any scale at all in which we could systematize things like this?
I think it's probably worth a study. I don't know that I can answer affirmatively here. It's probably worth a study as we look to redistricting, as we look to smart policing, and realizing the free time. First of all, that complaint has come to me too.
Yeah.
That complaint has come to me from you.
Yeah.
So I remember. So we don't disagree that there are times that there are officers who may do that, but the goal is to make sure that we are supervising them appropriately, disciplining them appropriately for doing those things that we don't want them to do. We want them out of the car doing those tangible things that they're supposed to be doing to help address the issues that we're all here tonight talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hundreds of dollars per violation kind of thing to park, a trailer on a neighborhood street. And there are places where you can predict that it happens every single night in certain neighborhoods. And that is to say that we don't need to divert significant hours of officer response time to this. It's something that at the beginning of a shift, somebody in a district could say, if you happen to have 15 minutes of downtime, don't forget to go by this spot and ticket all of these trailers that are surely going to be parked here. Something like this, but that there is some systematized way of them being forwarded on a systematic basis.
I'll let my deputy jump in just for a second.
Thank you, Councilman Dorsey. I can tell you specifically for the Northeast, because you're raising and representing your district, the Northeast District does have a response to police and patrol on midnight, focusing on areas that we know we historically and notably see cars, especially stolen cars, the abandoned cars that are dumped or dropped. I know that it may not answer your question in context of a study for commercial vehicles, but because their focus is attached to violence and we're having them focus their energies and efforts in places that are most vulnerable for that, that's how we use that strategy of parking as a method for patrol, especially on the overnight hours. We're having to give them hyper focus because we just have concerns directly tied to the violence, and some of those concerns are attached to vehicles that we know are abandoned or stolen, and vehicles that may have been carjacked. So they're patrolling in areas that we have notably had that pattern, especially with our LPR readers available.
I appreciate the conversation about this. And again, I realize that in the scheme of the challenges that we face as a city, this is perhaps petty. On the other hand, we have a whole zoning code that's existed for all these years in the city. And one of the primary drivers behind these huge pieces of legislation, like a zoning code that we invest an enormous amount of time and energy into having, is specifically to address a separation specifically of industrial use from residential use. And at the end of the day, we're failing to uphold that separation of industrial use if we're allowing basically industrial vehicles to park in people's neighborhoods. And again, I bring this up because it's a constituent complaint that I get endlessly in my district, and having literally biked literally every block of literally every street in the entire city of Baltimore, 1,600 miles of streets, I know that this is a prevalent issue in virtually every neighborhood in the whole city, and one that essentially we have literally nobody else who could do anything to address it except for BPD. So I'm looking for a way that we can systematize some sort of response to this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We've been through one round of the council. It is 9:39 p.m. We are going to start back at the top. Colleagues, I'm not sure how many questions each of you have or what time you're planning on staying. Tonight, I have 52 remaining questions, which I will be asking each and every one of them this evening. Encourage colleagues to do the same. Hopefully, we can move through a bit more expeditiously through this next round. With that, we're going to take a no more than 5-minute recess. We will start promptly at 9:45 p.m. Baltimore City Council Ways and Means Committee, City Council Ordinance 22-0235, Ordinance of Estimates for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023. We are back in session. Councilman Stokes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, I was in the back about ROCA. Can you explain to me how ROCA get or receive their referrals?
Yes, sir. ROCA receives their referrals.
Can you move a little closer so I can hear you?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. ROCA receives their referrals twofold from BPD. We send them a listing through our data-driven strategies division, and the district commanders have direct access and in reach to ROCA, and they share a listing directly with them as well.
I think ROCA came here in 2017, am I correct? I believe 2016, 2017.
2017 or 2018? Okay.
So
yes.
And they've been here 5 years. Do we have any? It was 27 and 22. It's probably 5. Do we have any data on where they at in terms of ROCA and their successes?
Yes, we do have data, and they do provide outcome information to the agency. I do not have it at my fingertips tonight, but we do have it. Yes, sir.
Can you make sure that this committee get a copy of it? That's a request, Chairman.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nina?
That's ROCA performance metrics.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Councilman, you repeat that once more on the record, the request?
A request for the last 5 years, the data on Roker's programming and their success, and actually what they actually, I guess what they actually doing with the data also.
Can I clarify that
Sure.
question, sir? So I don't know if we have 5 years worth of data because we're in 2022.
Okay.
So I can give you the data from their inception.
Sure, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Did you get that, Chairman?
And I believe that ROCA began in 2018? 17, 18, okay. So since its inception. Thank you. You good, Councilman? Council Vice President Middleton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you have the data on hand, can you provide us with the percentage of your calls for service that are for violent crimes, and then also the percentage of your department's daily workload, which is responding to non-911 emergency call for service?
Yes, ma'am, we have it if you just would give us a moment.
Okay. And then while you're working on that, I'll go ahead and do my second question, which is a little different, then we'll come back. So about 4 years ago, a local news station did a story on the Baltimore Police Department's evidence-based reentry program that at the time had helped more than 400 people get trained in trades and land good paying jobs. Does the police department currently have a reentry program? If so, can you talk to us about how it operates?
While we're working on the response to your first question, I'll answer your second one. So we partner now, I'm familiar with the story you're referring to. We partner now with our Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement for an reentry program. We do have an officer that is the bridge between BPD and Monzi, as well as our behind the wall. So the reentry work continues, but we partner with Monzi to do that.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I have an ask for when Monzi returns, could they provide that information?
Monzi's right here, actually, Madam Vice President. Director Jackson?
So you could, if you could provide that information when you return to us about the re-entry program, that would be fine. Okay.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCray.
And they, she was searching the answer to the first question, just to finish following up on that.
All right. So from, this is for 2021 data. This is in hours. We've responded to, in terms of total Part 1 crime, 202,533 hours of Part 1 calls. And the quality of life calls for service are 55,152 hours.
Okay.
Traffic took 50,572 hours. Medical-related calls took 34,975 hours. And we had some administrative hours of 117,043 administrative hours. And those things are, when I say administrative, result in details, court, processing arrests, hospitalizations, monitoring a prisoner that's been hospitalized.
Okay.
And our proactivity for 2021 was 148,908 hours.
Thank you.
And we will provide that in writing for you as a follow-up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Can we have that by call of business tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or what we're saying, call of business Friday, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These series of questions are going to be regarding warrant service. So first, how many unserved warrants do you estimate that we have on file housed in the Central Records Division?
we're pulling that information for you while we do that, if you have a second question.
Yep. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
To clear the potential backlog of unserved warrants, does the police department have a plan to serve these active warrants outside of the duties that were spoken about earlier performed by the Warrant Apprehension Task Force?
Thank you for that question, and we'll work to get the response to your first question. And to your second question, Madam Chairwoman, I can say to you, yes, we have a plan. So what we've been focusing on at the district level is those nonviolent offenses. So the district level, the units, the patrol officers have been working to expedite the warrants. We've partnered with our sheriff's office. We've partnered with our school police officers to assist us in an enhanced warrant initiative. We've also been working to administratively deal with the warrants that do not have enough unique identifiers to be served. That is at least a third of the open warrants. As in, those warrants do not have enough information about them because those are older warrants. They do not have SID numbers, they may not have dates of birth, so they are essentially warrants that we are not able to serve. So we have to go through an administrative process to be able to work to quash and clear those warrants.
That would actually take me into my next question. And after that, I know that you guys are probably ready with the answer to the first one. How does the department handle audits of warrants they have on file, that you guys have on file, to see if they are old enough to be recalled?
That's a great question. Actually, part of the funds that we've received from the state warrant apprehension grant are going towards a massive cleanup project to do exactly what you just described. We know that this has been an issue that's been long-standing in our department, and so for us, we want to make sure that every single warrant is something we can actually move forward on, and that's a process that we are implementing right now. We have a contractor who's already onboarded with us to be able to audit all of our processes. A lot of this data doesn't come directly from us. We integrate with the state systems, and sometimes all of those systems are not giving us the right data. Part of it is just making sure we're able to really get a handle on that, and we are bringing in an expert to help us review that process, clean it up, and get us to a place where we feel confident about every single warrant. And again, we're pulling those numbers now to be able to get what that volume is, but it's a significant number, and we want to make sure we're targeting our efforts not on old warrants that we can never really move on. Deputy Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am. We have over 40,000 open warrants that are in the system at our central records. And of that 40,000, a third of them at least are the type of warrant I just spoke of that do not have enough information or unique identifier for service.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss what the current constants are for the Charlie shift and the Adam shift today. Can we start with the Charlie shift for each of the 9 districts? And we'll start 1 through 9, Central all the way through Southern. No problem. I've got lots of time.
The Charlie shift constants for today, as by the Charlie shift strength that was reported out by KGA, Central District has 16, Southeast District has 17, Eastern has 14, Northeast 19, Northern 16, Northwest 16, Western has 13, Southwest 15, Southern 15, for a total of 141 officers.
Thank you, sir. And the Adam shift?
I don't have the Adam shift strength right now. They wouldn't have put it out yet because I don't have it.
Will they put it out by 11?
They may, I don't know. I've got to check it to see if it's updated.
Okay. What time do they usually put that out over that system that you're communicating on?
This came out at 3:22 for the Charlie shift.
Oh, 22 minutes into the shift?
Yeah, so maybe around half an hour. I'm not sure.
Excellent. Make sure to come back to that. Thank you. So what does accountability look like for failure at this point? I mean, explain to me accountability for failure. What we're currently doing, what does accountability for that failure look like at this point? Does that mean demotion of commanders in specific districts? Does that mean reassignment of detectives or sergeants? Does it mean bringing in other help? Does it mean analyzing how many officers may have worked a full schedule and not produced any results?
Well, accountability for failure can mean many things as to how you are describing failure, which I think needs more clarity.
How do we deal with accountability for sustained spikes in violent crime in a specific patrol district?
Well, let me, if I may, I think the way you frame that police alone and police only are responsible for crime or the spike of crime or the reduction of crime, which we know that's not the case. There are many reasons why people commit crime, and many of which have really nothing to do with police. So I don't see it the way you just framed it, that it is totally on police. So if we look at...
Can I frame it a different way?
Yes, please.
So we're here tonight to talk about the budget request for Baltimore Police Department, specifically within the context of this agency. I want to frame it in that context, not any of the language that we use to describe what's bigger than the police department. I just want to talk about what that accountability looks like within the police department, within a police district, when we get to when do we get to a point where the level of violent crime in a patrol district is untenable and something needs to be done to hold individuals accountable?
We are always making that assessment. That assessment is made every single Thursday in CompStat. It is about the total management of a district and the total management of the department. Crime is a big part of that, and the deployment to crime, the deployment strategies, the management of the district that leads to a successful deployment strategy, how we assess whether it worked or it didn't work, the adjustments that were made if it didn't work, and how we sustain it when we find that it does. We make those assessments every single week. There are times when we've had to move commanders. There have been times I've had to demote commanders, but it wasn't solely for crime. It was for the total management. That's why CompStat is what's called the 360-degree CompStat. It looks at the total command performance, not just because, but it is very important how the commander deployed his or her resources, but it's about how they use budget. It's about how they allocated resources, how they used their fleet. It's about how they communicated with their elected leaders, their community leaders. It's about how they communicated their strategy publicly and internally. It's about how they motivate, how they inspire. It's about how they are present and provide leadership, coach, mentor, cultivate, train, teach, and discipline. And so all of those assessments are made that determine whether or not commanders stay or leave, rise up, or are unselected for command positions. And there's performance, and then there's discipline. And there's been accountability for both.
So you mentioned several criteria that goes into your decision-making process, including some of those include, I'm not going to be able to name all of those from top of mind, as you just mentioned, but mentoring, training, coaching, utilization of resources, spending, utilization of fleet vehicles, things of that nature. Am I to believe that it is possible for a commander to succeed in all of those areas, yet fail in the area of violent crime and not be held accountable for that?
There are times when commanders can do well in all of those areas and crime still goes up. Because there are, once again, that sounds like it sounds like we're saying the commander controls the decisions of the other people, whether or not they're going to commit crimes. There are things we have certain control over. There are certain things we don't. Now, I don't want anyone to hear excuse making, because we're not making excuses. But I want to make sure that, yes, you know, you've seen me hold commanders accountable. You've seen commanders not become commanders. That has happened more than once. It is about their ability to utilize their resources properly and appropriately so that we can have an effect on crime. But even some of our best commanders will have spikes in crime in their districts.
Right. I think what I'm talking about is sustained spikes. At what point, recognizing that each district and commander and period in time is unique, at what point do we make a decision? Do you make a decision, or does your command staff make a decision and say that despite all these other wonderful things that a commander may be doing that are important criteria that you assess, that the sustained spike in crime is no longer sustainable and that commander must be held accountable?
Well, the same way we have fair and impartial selection for promotion is the same way we make decisions to hold commanders accountable. For example, the process by which members become a commander, they apply for it, they compete for it, they interview. I have an entire panel of people, to include our equity officer, to include a representative from the mayor's advisory panel, that sits in on a committee made up of the deputy commissioners, colonels, and lieutenant colonels. My chief of staff chairs that committee, and they review the performance of a person to determine whether or not they're eligible for promotion. But in a case where we're holding somebody accountable, that panel will meet and bring a recommendation to me for demotion, and that has happened. Crime and other management functions are a part of it all. That has happened.
Thank you. I'm gonna chew on that answer, and I may circle back. Appreciate it. Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Harrison, the city has spent roughly about $6 million on the facilitation of the consent decree, but it's unclear to me how those monies spent on reforms are being kind of allocated in our budget. Can you speak to how the consent decree is going and the specific funding mechanisms and reforms that you have implemented based on the consent decree? And then I have a follow-up question to that, sir.
Yeah, I'll try to do the first part. I'll ask my deputy commissioner to come in on the second part. I would say that the department has made substantial progress. That's a direct quote from Judge Bredar. Substantial progress, and is a totally different department than it was several years ago. We have gone through several phases of policy writing, several phases of training, several phases now of implementation. Okay. And now that we have a records management system that we have moved from a paper-based environment to a digital environment, we can now, believe it or not, just now start the appropriate auditing processes for the monitoring team to actually audit to make sure we're delivering on the deliverables that are mandated by the consent decree. Before, it was a paper-based environment just last year. Yes. They would be auditing trillions of pieces of paper.
No, I understand. I get
it's not trillions, but it's that kind of big task. So now that we can start, because we have this new records management system, $7 million project, now we can begin that auditing process. We've made substantial progress in all those other phases, and now it's about implementation, but now it's about demonstrating to the monitors, the court, and the DOJ that we're actually performing to standard and not just training, policy writing and training, that it's actually manifesting itself in performance.
Agreed. When is the first benchmark for implementation that you have to report back to the DOJ?
I think one of the benchmarks that we already met, I think that we're waiting for confirmation from the monitors, is transportation. of prisoners.
Okay.
There is a couple of things. So let me pass that off to Deputy Commissioner Sullivan, who can talk about that, who leads that effort.
Thank you.
The seventh semi-annual monitoring plan, the monitors actually got a chance to take a look at our progress. This is the first time they've actually rated where we are in the consent decree. Of the 31 sections and subsections of the decree, they rated 77% of those sections as implementation on track. The paragraph by paragraph look at where we are, because of those, each and every distinct paragraph has areas that we have to perform in. 420 paragraphs actually that we looked at, they had us rated at 19% in initial compliance. We continue to move forward. And
that's 19% of 100, or
of the 420 paragraphs that are in the entire decree. Each of those subsections are made up, and they're not equal. However, we continue to move forward, and we look forward to the next monitoring team review of our work.
And when is the next monitoring team review?
It's semi-annual, so it was at the first of the year. It should be. It usually takes them several months. It should be out early fall.
Okay, and then you mentioned that each of the subcategories are not equated the same. What are your top five weighted categories from that report?
Well, and it's hard to weight each one specifically. Each section has its own unique challenges. There's stop searches and arrests, use of force. To me, are the basis of building trust with the community. Those are the ones that we really need to be able to demonstrate compliance if we're going to get the community to trust us and be able to treat the citizens of Baltimore the way they need to be treated and build the trust that we need.
Okay. Commissioner Harrison, I assume that you have a priority list of those many categories. Can you share your priority list, sir?
Are you referring to a priority list for consent decree?
Yes, for the categories that he just mentioned.
Certainly, uses of force was one of the main ones and first ones that we trained the entire department on. Stop searches and arrests was a high priority. Community policing, we had to build the first ever community policing plan and develop the first ever community policing training. We talked about it for years, but there was never a plan, there was never a real definition or a training for it. We have done that. We've delivered bias-free policing. I would say my top five are use of force, stop searches and arrests, EPIC, which is a peer intervention program, ethical policing is courageous, bias-free policing, and technology.
Okay.
That was a big one. We were really lacking in technology. It was a mandate for us to get a records management system. We now have that. We've now moved from a paper-based to a digital environment, which is a game changer for us.
Okay. And so given those top five, do you believe you're successful, the department is successful? I mean, I hear compliance. Compliance is very different than success.
It is. In my opinion, we have become very successful.
Okay.
Like, especially with the very first thing we did was finding a location for our academy, putting our department in a brand new or semi-brand new facility, and then modifying the training, bringing in the best individuals to be instructors for the training, and then cutting off 8 weeks. We had a 38-week academy. We found a lot of dead space, and just instructors would just have a class for an hour with a 2-hour break. We got rid of all the dead space, retrained all of the instructors, reduced the academy to 30 weeks, put the department on a schedule to have 6 start classes a year, on a schedule without fault. And we now have a system to train people on a schedule with the best training, with all the approved policies and training, all approved by the Department of Justice. And so that's a huge success that opened the door for us to now bring on the other trainings, which we have done. Now the department is performing better to standard. We're seeing increased proactive work with decreased uses of force, increased proactive work with decreased bad stops and arrests and searches. We're seeing decreased litigation against the department for illegal stops, searches, and arrests. We're seeing decreased complaints by citizens for use of force, although the metrics for the proactive work has increased. We're getting more guns off the street, serving more warrants. And so those metrics, when compared to each other, are showing that the department is now performing very differently.
Trending in the right direction. And
Trending in the
a
right
different
direction. Now, once again, it is not always translating to the crime fight and the reduction of crime and all of that, but the internal performance measures of the department have greatly improved, though we admit we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, and that's actually, I'm glad you explained that, because that was going to be my next connection. Like, how are we going to connect some of those bench points that we are seeing in the consent decree to like what the actual person is seeing every single day in their community?
Well, the consent decree is about process improvement in the department.
Understood.
Yes.
Completely understand that, and I know that it's about process improvement, but process improvement as it relates to officers being on the street, like real actual things that people can understand. One of the common questions that we're getting is that people don't understand. Even consent monitoring team, you're doing a great job. However, there are still communication challenges with the community, so they are not equating what's happening with the consent decree to true reduction in violent crime. And I keep harping on that practitioner approach to like true reduction of violent crime, because when we see those numbers going up in regards to spikes that you're talking about in respective districts, people are not equating that. So can you tell me like how you all are communicating the consent decree guidelines to what people are seeing in their actual neighborhoods?
I want to let the Deputy Commissioner jump in just a second. I'll start off by saying when we created the district commander meetings last year, it was in a virtual environment. The goal was always to make sure that part of that monthly meeting by the district commander is to make sure we talk about the consent decree, educate the community on what it is not, how we're doing. What we plan to do is make sure that periodically we dedicate a portion of that, if not the whole meeting, to just consent decree education to the community. That's number one. The monitoring team itself and the DOJ are going out to make sure they're doing community meetings as well. They've returned back to in-person. But at the same time, the compliance section is going to roll calls to educate officers and field questions from them about what the consent decree is, what it is not. But we have to make sure that we do a better job of getting in front of the community. As we talk about crime and crime trends and strategies, we talk about how the department is meeting its mandates for the consent decree. That's going to be done through our community meetings, but the compliance section has its own set of meetings it's planning to do around town. I'll let Sullivan jump in just for a second.
And so I appreciate the transfer. Okay. I'm not talking about compliance. I'm talking about quality of life for residents. So like I'm totally not talking about the compliance issues. So I appreciate that you all are on target for compliance, but talk to me about like actual quality of life issues.
So the consent decree is a mandate to turn our department to a community-centric, community policing-minded agency, away from warrior totally to guardianship. It's about rebuilding for the first time and rebuilding where it was broken, rebuilding that trust. And so it is about making sure we get community members to understand the role of the police and to be a partner with police, but we have to first repair relationships that were badly broken. We have to build relationships for the first time in many cases. The consent decree is designed to do that. We will be able to see quality of life improvements as people regain confidence, regain trust in their officers, as they get to know them, because we've now put them on permanent shifts, as they get to know them, as we improve in the community engagement. The community policing model is designed to make sure we can address the quality of life concerns, not through policing solely, but connecting people to city services and what's called problem-solving policing. Yeah. That we can actually get officers and empower them to problem solve the conditions in the alley, conditions in front, lighting, blight, housing, all of the issues that we come across, though they're not policing issues. We can connect people to those resources because the officer is empowered to problem solve in his or her respected area. How about I let Deputy Briscoe jump in
Just
just
jump
for a
in on
second.
that. You know, the community policing efforts. It's about informal, formal engagements and problem solving, as the commissioner said. Those ends are to create the trust that we need to have a community that will support crime reduction. And that's what community policing is really about, is about finding that crime reduction. And the only way we can do it, you know, the 2,000-man police department isn't going to do it without the help of everybody. So to rebuild that trust, and that's what we're working on every day.
So
And one of the, I'm sorry, if I may add, my apologies, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may add, as you very well know, we're piloting the neighborhood policing plans in Greater Baybrook and Fayette Community Outreach. That's one of the vehicles by which we're working to build trust with community and work with our partners to be able to problem solve. That helps to address the quality of life concerns, but most importantly, it helps for our communities to be able to see us in the light as a helper and a part of the solution. So that's the vehicle by which we're learning from those two area pilots, listening to community, and as you know, we proposed today the community proposed to us today the metric areas by which we'll evaluate those neighborhood policing plans. But that is a strategy that we're utilizing.
Yeah, neighborhood policing plans are designed for the community to partner with the police to co-develop the community policing strategy unique to that neighborhood and that community. It's not just our plan that we create and deliver, it's co-created.
So are you able to equate financially, like, you know, when we're talking about what true policing is, are you able to equate kind of like budget line by line of, you know, how much your officers are putting in 311s and relating that to public works? When we're talking about Councilman Dorsey, how many SRs and officers putting in related to traffic calming, related to traffic enforcement? Are you able to get that line by line data? Because the reason why I'm asking is that when we're talking about those relevant quality of life issues, as we've seen over this budget season, these agencies, particularly DPW, DOT, are drastically underfunded, and I'm wondering if there can be some sort, and I brought this up to CAO Shorter, I wonder if there can be some sort of conversation about interagency agreements where we're reallocating funds to those said agencies so that we can prioritize and build up their agencies so that you all can kind of really focus and laser in on quality of life policing issues. That support Monty, that support other agencies that are doing the work. So you're all working collaboratively.
And to your point, and you just raised it. So one of the tools that we use, whether there's an MPP pilot or not, is our 311 entries. So just for example, we're talking about the Southern District. They've done year to date, 537 dirty street requests. They've done 153 pothole requests and 130 dirty alley requests. So we evaluate that data as a part of our evaluation in our CompStat to say if you're using all of the resources, how are you using them and what are you doing? Because that's part of the instruction in their weekly crime plan. So we do evaluate that data and then we show up in CleanStat to find out exactly what's happening in those areas. And those are often areas where we're seeing quality of life issues as well as crime.
No, I appreciate that. And yes, sir.
And so we're talking about workload again, and workload is measured in hours, and those hours can be translated into dollars, and that's exactly the kind of that's exactly how we can translate that, and we're doing that across all of our budget. You mentioned earlier about the consent decree and the cost of it. Monitoring the consent decree is a discrete cost, but there are many things in our budget that we've been able to identify over the course of the past year that are directly attributable to our success in the consent decree, most of which was already part of our budget and that we'd be able to identify it, things like our training academy and the like. But there are major investments that the city has made in achieving compliance, and it goes back all the way to 2017 when it started. And so we've been cataloging that, and we're projecting what the costs are going forward, whether they're one-time or they're recurring, and those are things that we're keeping an eye on because we want to make sure folks know that level of accountability is there as well. We've made significant investments, and that's what's needed in order to achieve not just compliance for compliance sake, but for compliance for good outcomes, which translates into community trust, and that leads to crime reduction.
And I think that this flows into, Commissioner, what your opening remarks were talking about, making sure that we have that holistic approach to policing. So not only using, BPD, we're using Monty, we're using DPW, we're using DOT, we're using housing, but there has to be some, by chief, the office, Chief of Staff, you understand what I'm saying in regards to if we're going to plan something, we need to have a fiscal allocation for it to have managed staff hours dedicated to it. And so that's the line of questioning that I'm hoping to kind of really get you all to think about, because our communities are talking to us about having these more policing in communities, and we know that more policing doesn't equate to better public safety. We know that. And so how can we think creatively to begin to reimagine how we allocate funds, how we leverage our interagency agreements, how we leverage our operations and programming from a BPD perspective in relation to all the other agencies under city purview. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Commissioner, to follow up on my question, so I'll give you an example. This was the question on accountability for a district major. So I'm assuming this is all in the same district, but in Carrollton Ridge on the 1900 and 1800 blocks of Wilhelm Street and Ramsey Street, there were homicides on June 2nd, June 6th, and June 7th, in addition to, I'm unclear if these are homicides or non-fatal shootings on that stretch on April 19th, as well as what appears to be the 1600 block of Wilhelm Street on May 13th, as well as an area in between the intersection of Ramsey and Wilkins on April 14th. Is 3 homicides in a week in a one block area? Would you consider that enough that a personnel change is required?
I do not believe that if there was a spike, I do not believe that if there was a spike like that, even if it was in one block, multiple times in 1 week, that requires a personnel response in the form of changing the commander of that district. If there are other issues that led up to that, then, because if that happens every single week, hypothetically, if that were to happen every week in every district, by that framing, you're suggesting I should change every commander every week, every time that scenario happened every week in every district.
Let me ask you this. How often is it that we have 3 homicides within a 1 week period in a 1 block radius in the city?
Well, that hasn't happened often, but it has happened.
But I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you suggested that you essentially suggested that it would be untenable to make a personnel change every single time that happened. Is that a fair assessment of what you said?
Well, I was only hypothetically responding to the hypothetical.
This is an actual, though.
I get it. I get it that actually happened. The overall management of a district by the commander is how we assess the performance of the commander. And if that happened, and I moved the commander simply because that happened with no other context of any other poor performance issues, then I would be holding commanders responsible for things that are beyond their control. There's a lot to go into leadership, management, and supervision, of which I study every day, have always. It's the thing I study more than anything else. And quite honestly, I'm a criminologist at the same time. Not only have I learned it, I've taught it at the college level. So I can tell you with great certainty that just because that incident happened, I would need to know about all the performance measures of a commander to make an informed decision about the removal of a commander, and not just based solely on what happened in 1 week. even though it was very, very bad.
Who's the, I have no idea who the commander is for this area. In fact, I don't even know which district it is. I assume it's the Southwestern.
Southern.
Councilman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have is when there are spikes in violence in a district, it's a practice of district commanders to put that post on 10/7 or put them out of service for an extended period of time. On average, how long do these posts remain on 10-7?
Thank you for the question, Councilman. We do not use 10/7 as a tactic.
Okay.
That was something used in previous iterations of Baltimore Police Department. We do not. What we do is there are times that a post car may be post only, as in he or she is patrolling their boundaries within their post, but there is not a goal to sit static because that is not a strategy that's effective. Because ultimately, if a police car or officer is sitting in one corner, the community sees it and knows it, and doesn't feel the value of his or her presence moving throughout to deter, engage, mitigate any incidents. So we do not use that as a strategy. What we do expect is for our officers, especially if they're seeing spikes or trends, to be actively engaged on their post, and then for the supervisors to inspect what they're doing when they're out there on their post. They're giving clear guidance and direction, and we're able to measure the outcomes of that during their shift and at the end of their shift and every week when we're in CommStat. But that is not a strategy that we use. That's not effective.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My next question is with regard to GVRS. And I had a lot of questions about this last night, and so I'll probably pull in Monty in a moment, but I want to start with questions about the unit. So where are we with the implementation of the unit?
I know you're going to likely pull in Director Jackson, who's sitting behind me, but I'll get you started if I may, sir. Sure. So as you know, our group violence reduction strategy, we did the analysis with Dr. Braga and his team, and we got underway. We've assigned a level of detectives and, thank you, and professional staff to the unit. We have been successful in several active investigations. We've had one takedown to this point, and we've had quite a few referrals for, as a part of our direct communication with our moral voices and our partners. So we've outreached to I'm going to flip my page here, if I may. And been able to outreach to a level of those that are participating and connected to the violence that are group involved. So we are actively underway with the strategy in the Western District. We have had some level of engagement with over 60 individuals, and I say over 60 individuals, some of which we have arrested, because when we are engaging, we know that some are not candidates for services because they're likely to be arrested. So we've had some that we've been able to refer to services, and others that we've been able to arrest, and some that we're actively investigating. So we've had one takedown, and we have 2 active investigations that are going through our GVU unit. And to the point of the unit, we have 2 lieutenants, 9 sergeants, and 36 detectives assigned to that unit, along with 3 professional staff members and the captain and major. And we have the 9 additional, thank you so much, Chief, the 9 additional professional staff members that we have requested in this budget to support
Can
the
you repeat
strategy.
that one more time? You said 2 lieutenants, 9 sergeants, and?
Yes, and 36 detectives. And that does not include, and added to that is the captain and the major of that unit.
So I count that as 47
Yes, sir.
total sworn officers and nine
Three professional currently active, and we requested an additional 9 positions of professional members to be able to support the strategy and bridge with our other partners.
Okay. So can you briefly just describe the purpose of the unit, what it does, how it works? I think that'd be helpful.
So the purpose of the unit is to be able to identify those that are most at risk and most prone to, that are attached to organizations and groups that are most prone to be victims or perpetrators of violence, specifically violent crime. So the goal is to be able to identify those individuals, and as you know, we went through a lengthy analytical process with Dr. Braga and his team that informed specific groups. We deconflicted those groups and individuals with our partners. Some, of course, were already parts of investigation. Others were more ripened for outreach and services. We have weekly shooting review meetings, and those weekly shooting review meetings that occur on Tuesdays in the Western District. Some command members that are present here, along with federal partner representation to include the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, our state's attorney's office, Department of Parole and Probation, DJS, DPSCS, we're all in a room. We're evaluating any non-fatal shootings and any homicides, and having those discussions about the individuals that are participants, whether they are victims or connected to the victims. And then from that, based on the group and the violence, referrals are made for outreach and engagement, or there's a strategy defined with our prosecution partner to be able to further an investigation.
Okay, and then, excuse me, fighting a sneeze. So as far as the scope of that unit, is it only focused on the Western District?
So this is a people-based strategy. Okay. So though we picked a hub for piloting and the lion's share of that work occurs, the reality is people move and are fluid. So the investigations may take us to varying geographies, but it started there as a pilot. But again, it's a people-based strategy, and because people move, we're often moving about and addressing those particular groups that we've identified.
Okay. And you said that you guys have engaged with over 60 people.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there have been a number of arrests related to the strategy. There has been a level of direct communication, and there are some that we know are not primed for direct communication, but they are parts of active investigations.
All
right, I was getting to my sheet. I have a book of information here, sir.
Sure.
So I have
if you don't mind, including in that description the folks that have been custom notified by BPD or otherwise.
Not a problem, sir. So we have been able to refer a total of 30 individuals for direct communications. Some of those direct communications are law enforcement only direct communications for an sundry of reasons. And so I can break down. We've had 10 law enforcement only direct communications. We've had 14, if my math doesn't serve me, 14 custom notifications with, thank you so much, 14 custom notifications with our YAP and ROCA partners, and we've had an additional 4 that has service referral. In terms of enforcement, we've had 22 that have been arrested to this point, 12 with handgun violations, 1 with a felony CDS arrest, 5 with felony warrants, 2 with misdemeanor warrants, and 2 with other felonies. And we have 15 individuals that are part of 2 different groups that are under active investigation.
Okay. That's helpful. It sounds like we've been doing pretty good enforcement on that group of 60.
Yes, sir.
So one third we have arrested.
Yes, sir.
That's really good, I'd say. I think one of the questions, because I think I had a lot of questions about this yesterday, and understanding. You called it direct communication. We've done call-ins before, but that sort of direct notification of folks that we are focused on you, I think, is really, really, really important, and preventing folks preventing us from having to resort to arrest to intervene in folks that are going down that life of crime. And I showed a little frustration yesterday. I shared that again today. We've only had 10 law enforcement interactions, and I'll say even law enforcement interactions alone are not enough for the success of the program, I think. But that most of those interactions that we've seen are just YAP and ROCA. Helpful, but I think we need to be able to show the carrot and the stick. If we're just showing the carrot, it doesn't always work for folks. Sometimes the carrot isn't attractive enough.
May I provide a clarifying response?
Yes.
10 law enforcement only does not mean we didn't participate in the others.
Got it.
It
Okay.
was just us.
Got it.
For 10, because of the concerns with the individual, with the client that we were engaging. So there's a coordination meeting that happens every Thursday, and we talk about the case management of each individual person. And based on the description of that person and the potential concerns, there may be a law enforcement only. It does not mean law enforcement isn't participating in the others.
Got it. I misunderstood. So you're saying out of the 14 that were contacted or engaged with by YAP and ROCA, law enforcement was also at?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful to clarify. The other question I have along that line, and I'll stop here, Mr. Chair, before I hand it on, is of the folks that we have custom notified, either with our partners YAP and ROCA or alone as a police department, how many of those folks still continued forward in a life of crime and either ended in a result or otherwise? Do we know that number?
I understand your question, and I do not have that information at my fingertips. We do track through case management each individual, and I do not have that broken down in front of me, and I can get that to you if I may as a follow-up.
I believe I did request that of Monty last night, but I'll add that to the same request just so we make sure we coordinate on that request between Monty and BPD, but I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Director Jackson's putting her hand up. Oh, I'm sorry, she's telling me 5.
Okay. Five.
Yes,
still,
yes, sir.
Still kind of relapsed, dare I say.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you say it into a microphone, please? Thank you.
5 folks who have either declined or refused services.
5 declined.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that they have maintained a criminal lifestyle, but it means that they have opted not to accept.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Torrance.
I'm shifting gears to operations. You guys have done some work on lowering our overtime costs for our officers. My question is, with the implementation of Workday, how are we doing quality checks on making sure that people are not abusing overtime? Especially when I can approve my staff's timesheets from my cell phone, from my city cell phone, anywhere in the city, anywhere in the state. I just want to make sure when officers are checking in, are they reporting the roll call to ensure quality? Or what are those integrity checks that we're doing for our officers?
I'll turn it over to the CFO in a moment, but I will say that it starts before Workday, actually, and that is the policy that we put in place a couple of years ago to get a control on overtime. It requires that a member get approval from their immediate chain of command, as well as the chain of command for wherever they're going to go do work. And there are obviously caps on how much people can work for health and wellness reasons and other reasons. And so that paper policy existed before a workday. It is still utilized to this day in order for us to hold people accountable, and that includes the individual performing the overtime as well as the people who are approving it on both sides, whether it is their chain of command or the other chain of command. And then that has all been rolled into Workday. And quite frankly, our guru on Workday is the Chief Financial Officer.
Yeah, I'm happy to expand upon that. Well, first of all, obviously there was some challenges with the implementation of Workday, but I do have to say it's been marvelous for the department because it really gives us the internal controls that we need because it's a completely electronic system. So to answer your question specifically about overtime, the overtime begins with a overtime request in Workday. It's electronic pre-approval for the employee to work the overtime. That overtime, if it's voluntary or discretionary, is not allowed to be worked until it's been approved by their supervisor. So that's the first step. The second step is the employee has to work the overtime. So for most of our overtime, that would be a punch in, punch out that can do via biometric time clock, which uses a fingerprint. It can also be done by a geofence punch in, punch out from the phone. So they have to be at their home location to punch in or punch out. So they couldn't do it from here when they were trying to check in at Northern District. So that's another control that we have there. And then if they are called off-site, there is a paper form that has to be completed, and there is lots of policies around these different methods of punching in and punching out. So that's the certification that the employee actually worked the overtime. Then the next component is the employee has to certify by approving their own timesheet that they work the overtime, and then the supervisor approves that. Then on the back end, there's compliance reports that the time reporters and the timekeepers actually pull to look for any errors. Was there a overtime request, but it didn't match the overtime worked. So there's different things we do on the back end to basically audit that. We are waiting for one report from the city that we've been waiting on for quite a while. And once we have that report, I do believe we'll have very strong controls over the back end auditing. In addition to the timekeepers doing that, there's also additional audits that happen in the PIB area, and they will audit overtime for different policy violations if they exceed the quantity of hours that are allowed to be worked in a work week and things like that. So the policies themselves were really strengthened when Workday came on board. We have a whole payroll manual that has a lot of policy compliance in it. And then in addition to that, we are actually about to be audited now by the state on our payroll processes. And I believe that we're in a lot better position than we've ever been in because of Workday.
As the CFO just mentioned, our audits team does periodic audits of this and then refers cases that are out of compliance to the PIB Bureau for investigation and holding folks accountable and discipline.
Thank you, and I'm proud that we're actually using biometrics. I know that was something that we struggled with, I believe, 2 years ago, and that we're finally there. I would love to see the data on how the compliance is, because I can still think about people not reporting a roll call. How do we manage that person not reporting a roll call? They're somewhere else in the district, and just being mindful of that, especially with we are still, and I hate to say this out loud, that we just had a lieutenant convicted for just the fact that was abusing actual time. So I just want to make sure that we can communicate to the public the work that we're doing. I know at one time we were at 40 million. We're down to around, I believe last year was around $22 million in overtime. So we're making significant strides in it and using it strategically. As I talk to my commanders, who will tell me this is how they're using their strategic overtime for their Charlie shifts. But I just want to make sure that the public understands that you guys are actively trying to lower it, but I also want to make sure that we had it out there that what are those actual controls in place? Thank you.
And sir, if you don't mind, the biggest control I failed to mention is previously, before Workday, we were paying off the schedule, which means you just get paid. And now the system is you have to have punch. You have to punch in and punch out to be paid. If you do not punch in, you don't get paid. I'm sorry I didn't mention that earlier.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Y'all okay? Good. I had a question about how, what is the percentage of violent crime, so that would be shootings, both non-fatal and fatal, happen in areas where there is more than 10% vacant and abandoned properties?
That's a part of the evaluation that we do. I do not have that in front of me, but we can, if we it may get some time to produce it. I don't have that in front of me, but I can tell you as a part of our neighborhood policing plans, that's one of the things that we evaluate. What's happening in areas where there are vacant properties, and that's part of the 311 push in terms of what the districts are doing. But if I can just work to get that to you, and just
May I have that? Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I was just talking to Graham Campbell, our director of data driven. There's a very high correlation to your point. And for us, you know, the data shows, again, as part of that problem-oriented policing, neighborhood strategies, targeting areas that we know are problem vacant locations, and it could be an entire block in some cases, where we're seeing violent crime. And so, yes, the data is driving us in that direction. We're seeing that correlation across time and space on that. So having that, you know, as part of a solution, that goes back to that environmental design. I know that that's something we're working with Monsi on, looking at ways that we can effectuate the environment to help with crime reduction. So again, it's not just us, it's other agencies that have the responsibility for helping us do that, but certainly there's a role that we can play and that we do play in identifying those areas and helping to secure a strategy for redevelopment when those times come, and we want to disrupt those that are in those areas so that development and redevelopment can occur.
The reason I ask this question is because, and I've said it publicly many times, I believe that eliminating vacant and abandoned properties by rehab or demolition is pinnacle to our crime fight. We have been working diligently, we meaning my office, with the mayor's office and the commissioner. We are reforming systems on how we get privately owned vacant and abandoned properties, which is 3/4 of our vacant properties, into the hands of the city for redevelopment. This is the promise that I've made to the commissioner, is that I'm going to work really hard to make sure that we're eliminating vacant and abandoned properties through our new systems that we have, but we also need the money, big time. Carrollton Ridge, which was referenced before, has over 30% vacant and abandoned properties. And that neighborhood, along with some of our highest violent neighborhoods, have been ignored by the city and developers forever. And that is unacceptable. So if you can get to me the percentage of our violent crime, we'll just make it shootings and non-fatal shootings, in areas with 10% or more, actually use 7 because I have a purpose for 7% vacant and abandoned properties by police district and by council district, that would be amazing. Because I need this data to make the case that this is part of this is, in addition to everything that we've talked about today, has to be high priority part of our crime fight. I will say that the proof of concept is in my district. We eliminated over 200 vacant and abandoned properties in Coldstream, Homestead, Montebello by demolition, which was a very high crime and violent crime and high drug area, and it is gone. All of it is gone. So keep sending me the data that you're getting, both with the work that you're doing with Monsi, and we will continue to work hard to make this happen. Because again, the multiple shootings, I do not believe is, the multiple shootings is part of all the root causes that we've talked about, people with guns that shouldn't have guns, other factors, mental health, trauma, et cetera. But it's also because if folks are living in unstable housing or they are living in neighborhoods where it feels like nobody cares, there is going to be these problems. So I don't believe that it is that we have to change personnel. I think it is we have to rethink how we are doing things. So if you could get me that data and update it as much as you can, every so often we'll work on that. That would be amazing.
And if I may add, yes, ma'am, we will do so. We, in the process of the neighborhood policing plans, we did create a dashboard that is available to community to be able to see where those vacancies are, along with what's happening in their community, and that is a new feature. And I do know, working with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, though I don't know the dollar amount, I know that there's a allocation through the ARPA funds for vacant properties to be able to help to pull this all the way around in partnership with BPD and to your point, the violent crime that we're fighting.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm thinking much broader and much bigger
yes, ma'am.
Than the neighborhood policing plans.
Yes, ma'am.
The data from the policing plans will be very helpful. We also have been working in our committee, on the Public Safety Committee, around the, public safety by environmental design, whatever it's called. And thank you. And I think it's, again, more than just lighting, more than just, it is the actual environment in which we're living. I think it's just critical. And so I am asking for your help to continue to make the case so that I can help you. Because we're getting the systems, which is amazing, but we need the money. So
yes, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
My second question is around the you're using a lot, and I'm grateful that the department is using data to create where your strategies need to be. I have several residents that will not use 911. Okay? They are afraid that if they call and someone shows up or whatever, that it would be attributed to them. I get the texts and send them over to my majors. That's not good data. So, and I realize that you're using other data in terms of shootings and, events that are actually happening, but the 911 data is critical. So, and this happens to us also when agencies are looking at 311. So I'm going two places here. When agencies are looking at 311s, because I also have areas that don't use 311. And so as council members, we have to be intentional about being in those areas, because it shouldn't just be squeaky wheel, right? So when you're using 911 data, how are you also making sure that we're getting coverage in areas that you know there's issues, but the calls are not coming in because they're calling the council person and not 911?
Thank you for that question. So I can tell you one of the other ways that we get information is our Metro Crime Stopper tips, and they're up. So we do urge our community to use that as a vehicle. Right. We also get information from our other city partners. They'll let us know when they're seeing something in a community or an area. That's why it's important to be able to have community meetings and have streams of communication with other relationships and partners. So when we're around the table and we're having different conversations, and I'll just use, the Northern District, for example. when the major's having or the captain's having a meeting, they're talking about what's happening in other communities. And oftentimes, especially in our communities where our seniors and our elders use the phone tree system, so they'll get that message. And so that information is taken in as you would like an anonymous complaint or a citizen's complaint or concern. And so that's also at the district level how they're using that information to influence where they're going to push their DAT teams, where they're going to push their NCO officers, where they're going to push additional patrols. So that information is cataloged in a way, even though the data is not reflected in the traditional means, at the district level, they're still taking action on that information, which is what we expect. Because there are times that shows up as a change in their crime plans. They may be getting intelligence or information through community at the grassroots level that's influencing a decision change that we support. If they're seeing something on the ground, they're getting information real time, and it's having to quell a complaint for a concerned community member, we welcome the change in their plan to be able to address that. Though it may not be quantified in the numbers, it shows up in the action from the district commander.
Yes, because they're using, as you said, all kinds of data. Even I got 10 texts from the councilwoman the other night about X, right? So that is helpful. I will say in Eastern District, I only have 2 blocks of Eastern District. However, we have been, that is an issue, the block is a big deal. I was very impressed to hear that the major is encouraging the officers while they're patrolling to use 311. And it has blown the mind of DHCD and DPW. They're like, what the heck is happening over here, right? And it's in areas where the residents don't use 311. So you're providing us a service that I think is valuable. It just goes back to the same thing about being intentional. And I know for a fact from talking with the major that there are strategies starting to pop up that then we can utilize various resources to address vacancy, high grass and weeds, whatever. I'm encouraging, and I want to have a conversation with you all offline about what's the best productive way to use 311 so that we have the maximum citations on these vacant properties. But I think that's something that I know in our committee we've been asking for, and it is working there. So just to sort of, I'm excited about that. So, Mr. Chair, I need to go back to my request just to make sure everybody has it. Again, the percentage of violent crime, shooting, non-fatal and fatal shootings. You got that, Nina? And okay, so that we can continue this very intentional work in the areas that need it most. And I will just say as an editorial comment, and I've taken a lot of time on my editorial comments, that we as a city have not prioritized the areas that need it most, and I want the data to show we need it most. So I appreciate you indulging me, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Cohen? I can keep editorializing if you'd like while we're waiting for Mr. Chair.
Well, if I may, to your point, I can tell you that the Eastern District year to date has entered in over 1,600 311 requests. It is a part of their strategy.
Yes, I have to say, I am grateful to be working with such amazing leadership in commanders. Major Thacker is new, and he basically has changed up everything over there, and I'm grateful. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner and team.
A little closer. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner and team. Want to pick up where my colleague from the 10th District left off as it relates to the consent decree. Chief, I believe you stated that you have accounting of the consent decree reforms. We have not, I would say, and I think my colleague made this point as well, done a great job of communicating around the consent decree. both in terms of what it is, what it does, and where we are with it. I think there's a lot of confusion in the public. I think there's a lot of confusion among officers. One of the earlier exchanges with the commissioner about the consent decree ties my hands. We definitely all have heard that more than once. So where is the accounting? Could we receive it going all the way back to 2017?
The short answer is yes. We can make that one of the requests that we are answerable to here. But in reviewing this accounting, there's a methodology around it, and that starts with, but for the consent decree, would we have done this anyway? So let's be very careful before we start cutting and slicing up the budget. But there are many things in our department that are either wholly or in significant part dedicated to consent decree compliance. A shorthand for a lot of it is written out in the budget itself. The Compliance Bureau is something we reorganized as a structure for the department, and much of what you see in the budget every year under that particular service for the Compliance Bureau are tied to direct activities for the consent decree. But the allocations of what we've talked about from 2017 to today, they marry up to about $100 million worth of investments over that 5-year time period. And it's everything from major investments like moving into the new academy that the commissioner mentioned, the technological advancements that have been so significant for our officers and for our compliance efforts. But it's also dedicated personnel time that have been spent year after year, and we will project to spend in the coming years as we further move forward on compliance. Not to mention the direct costs, the monitoring teams themselves. And so we had that list in that accounting, and we have projections for it. And so that's something we can definitely provide for the council's review.
You said, Chief, about $100 million?
That's correct.
Okay.
Over a 5-year period. So again, it depends on the timing of the investment, but it's also everything from the training hours that have been diverted away from members' normal time to go and do mandated training on things like stop searches and arrests, use of force. We quantify all of those hours that are directly attributable, if we can, to the consent decree. And that's part of why we want to make sure we had that accounting as best we can account for. And honestly, we've had other jurisdictions ask us these questions. And how do we prepare for a consent decree? We've had Minneapolis on our doorstep asking, hey, what does it take to invest in this? And Baltimore has actually shown a very good model on how to use the resources in our budget to be able to achieve compliance, and how to find more than just city resources to be able to gain compliance, federal resources, state resources, and the like.
So I would like that, Nina, as a data request, full accounting of the full boat of the consent decree. I'd also like to see it.
Hang on, you said full accounting of, I missed one word in there.
Consent decree.
Oh, I thought you said something before that. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. So, full accounting of the consent decree. I'd also like to see that the financials stacked up against where we are in terms of compliance. I think all of us follow what Judge Bradar says. We have a sort of vague sense of it, but again, we've had one hearing with the consent decree monitoring team. Frankly, it was not as productive as I would have hoped. I think I left with quite a bit of confusion, and so I'd like to understand both the accounting, the financials, but also, if you could, Chief, sort of break down where we are along the process, where we started, the different metrics, and so on.
Yeah, I think the Deputy Commissioner for Compliance could talk about our process for tracking compliance.
And, I would refer you to the seventh semi-annual monitoring plan. And this is not our judgment of where we are. This is the monitor's judgment of where we are in this process. Those assessments come out on a semi-annual basis. And like I said before, of the 31 sections and subsections, they said 77% of those sections and subsections are in our implementation on track, and the paragraph by paragraph, which is 420 paragraphs that we're accountable for performing for. Right now, 70 or 19% are listed as initial compliance by the monitors.
So if we were to stay on this track, Commissioner or Chief, when would we be out approximately?
I mean, and I think as the Deputy Commissioner implied, it's not just our judgment, it's the
Understood.
judgment of the monitors and the judge who ultimately measures and determines compliance. We have a ways to go, and it's hard for us to really put a number of years on that. In our projection of our model, we do have a 5-year projection just to be able to have kind of where we are. But it really is dependent on the complexity of a consent decree. Not every consent decree is created equal, and Baltimore has one of the most, it is the most, says the Commissioner will say, it is the most extensive consent decree in the country. And so we have to make sure we get it right, because not every paragraph is created equal, and not every provision is as easy to get to, if you will, to achieve compliance. But it is a significant road ahead, and I think for us, it's making sure we have the resources brought to bear as quickly as possible so that we can achieve those metrics as soon as possible, and then, go to the judge and say, let's enter into that final monitoring phase to get us out of federal oversight.
Got it. Yeah, just as a sort of closing comment on this question, and again, I think my colleague had referenced this, but I think we have not done a great job on communications around the consent decree. I think there exists quite a bit of frustration in the public. It's felt, I think, expensive to folks. I think it's felt, I don't want to say buyer's remorse, but just unclear as to what exactly it's gotten us. I think as someone who pays pretty close attention to the department, there are definitely internal improvements, but I don't know that we have effectively communicated how this consent decree has actually improved us as a department. Of course, we continue to struggle with violence, and that is, of course, the theme of tonight. But I would just leave this question with, I think we all have to do a better job of communicating, because I will say that anytime I mention it in the public, folks are very, very negative. And anytime it gets brought up among officers, they're overwhelmingly negative about it as well.
I'll answer that by saying Judge Berdar will say the same thing that you just said. And every month when we meet in our status conferences, and even every quarter in our quarterly hearings, he will bring that up about the communications strategy on educating the community on what this is and where we are. And he does monthly ride-alongs with officers in different districts every single month, and meets with them and hears from them also, and then reports back. As I meet with them, we'll talk about it every month in our court, that even some of our officers are somewhat still confused. But I would say that the court shares your sentiment about the communication and pushes us to work hard to improve that communication.
Appreciate that. Switching gears, want to talk about another major public safety issue, and that is the continued opioid crisis. We are losing an enormous amount of our neighbors to overdose deaths, almost 3 times the amount of homicides we lose to overdose, and it's not. We don't talk about it as much. People don't know the number, but it is a real crisis, just like violence is. I am curious, Commissioner, would you / do you currently support moving towards safe injection sites?
I have met with chiefs from around the country, just spent some time with them at a conference just last week, some of whom are having that in their city. I think anything, first of all, I don't speak for our commander-in-chief. I think that's a conversation we have to have as a city. But anything that helps us reduce overdoses and anything that helps us reduce crime and the intersection between the two of them, I think we need to have a conversation about. I'm open for the conversation, and I'm open-minded about, meeting to discuss that.
I know that harm reduction and sort of meeting people where they are has been a theme of the Brandon Scott administration. It is certainly work that we've been doing as part of the Healing City Act. I know it's something that the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement has been really championing. I think we need to move faster on this issue. I think we're losing too many of our community members to something that should be preventable. It's so many folks in our city struggle with addiction, whether that's opioids, whether that's alcohol, whatever the case may be. But people don't have to die from it. We don't have to lose 800 plus Baltimoreans each year. And so I would just encourage you all and Monsi and the mayor and everyone else and the health commissioner as well to really move that conversation forward and to really, and again, I know this is stuff that Director Jackson thinks about a lot, but to really try to figure out the logistics of it, because that, as I've spoken to other cities, is tricky. But I think it's really important. I think that where folks generally struggle as we sort of move toward this public health approach around drugs, and you hear this all the time, is, okay, I know you don't want me to call for someone who's using heroin, but what am I supposed to do? Because I still don't want to see that person right outside my house using. I still don't want to see the needles on the ground. I still don't want to have to walk over a body. And so I would say it's incumbent on us as a city to build the infrastructure to really have a robust public health response. I do believe that safe injection sites should be part of that. And so I would just encourage you all and Mr. Shorter as well to just figure out how we can get there and how we can get there more quickly. Because as concerned as we all should be about violence, we should also be extremely concerned about addiction and deaths from overdose.
Once again, I'm certainly open to the conversation. I'm ready to have them as soon as we can convene.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, can you tell me about what incentives are in place for officers, for senior officers, and by senior I mean length of service, not in the command structure, beyond the 0 to 2 and the 2 to 5 range of length of service, please?
So in our new FOP agreement for officers, sergeants, and lieutenants, the pay ranges for all of the members at all the various stages is going up. As was mentioned by the commissioner, our starting salary is going to be the highest in the state of Maryland, but that didn't mean we just focused on them. We have folks who have 20 or more years that are getting a 4 to 5% raise come July 1 as part of this agreement. And then next fiscal year, July 1st of next year, they're scheduled to receive a 3% raise. So that's just a continuation of making sure that we're focused on a retention strategy on top of a robust and targeted front-end strategy for new recruits. Now, we also have higher shift differential for folks who are working the evening and night shift. That extends to a patrol officer equal to a non-patrol assignment. We have an enhanced patrol incentive from $1,000 to $2,000. And on top of all of that, we have folks who now have the ability to earn $1,500, $3,000, or $4,500 a year more if they have an associate's, bachelor's, or master's degree. That's unlike anything that this department has ever seen before, and many of the more senior members of the department have those levels of education or even earned that education while on the job. The Commissioner and this department has supported tuition reimbursement for hundreds of officers in the last several years for them to attain their degrees. And that's all, again, targeted as a strategy for retention on an ongoing basis for not just new officers, but more senior officers as well.
Thank you. And your estimation, is that adequate enough to retain officers?
I mean, it's part of the piece of the puzzle here is we have to make sure that we are looking at all of the factors that affect retention. Pay is only one component. We're thankful that the state and the governor have been able to provide us resources for more capital renovations. We received funds in our budget for that. And we need to do more on all of our district stations to help improve our working conditions. Fleet, investments in fleet is a huge piece of the puzzle. We're looking at receiving an ARPA request for about $7 million for more fleet. We have ongoing pieces of the puzzle for within our recurring fleet replacement program overall. These are all pieces of the puzzle because the working conditions of most of our officers is the car that they drive in every day. It's not just the physical buildings that they check into or check out of once a day. And so we're looking at all of those pieces of the puzzle. Progression upwards in the rank, making sure that we have a fair, equitable, and impartial process for determining promotions, making sure that we're implementing a strategic framework for equity in the department. These are things that matter when it comes to long-term decisions on whether to stay in the BPD long-term or to move on to another agency. And so that's where we're moving on all those fronts, but the pay we think is competitive, that we think it is within budget, and we feel that we're also reducing our costs to ensure we can pay for it all.
Let's talk about the tuition reimbursement program. What are explain to me how that works and who that's available to within the department, please?
It's available to everyone in the department. Our provisions of the FOP agreement assign a $350,000 budget per year for any member who wants to gain an educational attainment. They have to submit it in advance of getting enrolled into the course. And then it is, once they complete the course and they make an adequate grade, 50% of that tuition is reimbursed to the member for their educational attainment. And so that goes forward throughout the duration of their progression in whatever educational program they're in.
Have we exhausted our $350,000? Oh, good. Have we exhausted our $350,000 budget?
We have not.
Let me finish the question. Or let me restate the question. Traditionally, more specifically, let's say over the last 5 years, is there any year in which we have exhausted the $350,000 in tuition reimbursement that's available?
No.
Not once?
Not to my recollection. This is something we looked at in previous years. Shala's also, I think, confirming with me over here as well. That's something we wanted to make sure we always have adequate budget for based on the FOP agreement, but we want to encourage all of our members to seek that. And actually, we're seeing some of an uptick of it because now that we're creating these incentives in place, $1,500, $3,000, or $4,500 per year to get those educational attainments, we have seen an uptick in the number of participants in that program, but we have not breached that threshold, to my knowledge.
Madam CFO?
Yeah, that is correct. We've not reached that threshold. I've not checked it for this fiscal year, but last time I looked at the re-estimates, we were not close.
Not close.
And I can give you the exact numbers, sir.
We can provide that.
Yeah, if you can give me data for the last 5 years, that would be appreciated.
No problem.
Thank you. Colleagues, that concludes my 2 questions for now. As we move into the next round, I'm going to ask that we all refrain from setting up our questions and jump as expeditiously as possible to our questions. Next up is Councilman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So between 2012 and 2021, the police department eliminated 23 patrol posts and reduced the number of officers deployed to patrol city streets by 18 on day and evening shifts and 33 officers at midnight. Excuse me, it's almost midnight. What impact do you believe this reduction has had on the department's capacity to effectively deter and respond to crime and address the quality of life issues?
So the staffing models that predated the change you're talking about, as the commissioner had stated, had parallel staffing for Baker and Charlie shifts, because every 28 days you would switch, which means you had to have the adequate staffing for the greater of the two shifts in order to handle the workload. So basically, we were overstaffing one of those shifts at any given point. And so what we're talking about now is contouring our staffing model to correspond to our workload. I'll defer to the Chief of Patrol as to whether that's had any significant impacts, but we believe that what we're trying to do is, again, be a data-driven approach, workload-based approach to the number of personnel that we're assigning to the various shifts, because it's not something that just a contract saying you have to swap everybody every 28 days. That results in more overtime needed to be spent and not necessarily the outcomes we're looking for. But if the Chief of Patrol had any further...
Also, I'll add to that consideration for your explanation.
Yes.
Did the larger patrol boundaries for those posts have an impact on the officer's ability to actively patrol?
So instead of post geography.
So the larger posts, the geography is taken into consideration, so they may not have the same numbers. They may be allocated 4 sectors instead of the 3. So then they will have the additional officers to handle those additional posts. I will say with the change to the new operational standard, I believe our constant for response to calls for service is still under 9 minutes. So I don't think that we have seen any dramatic deficit in our response since we've implemented the new program.
So post size has not been an issue since that change?
It has not been.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, this circles back to the GVRS conversation. I forgot to ask this question. It's with regard to takedowns. So when we do takedowns, do we have any strategies for the department or any other government agency to occupy that territory before some other criminal element swoops in to fill the void? Is there a strategy in mind when we do that?
You're asking about a post-takedown strategy?
Exactly.
Yes, so there's coordination with the district. So the district is aware when we're preparing to do a takedown, and then there's a coordinated response. And the expectation is there's services, so our neighborhood coordinating officers are engaging with community members for services. That could include city services or services from another partner, whatever's relative to that specific geography. But I always think that there's room for improvement, because that we have place-based strategy is attached to people. So we always have to, extend ourselves to other partners to weave those things together. But there is a post-takedown strategy, but that is attached to the community itself. So no two areas are alike, if you will. It just depends on the makeup of the community and what we see happening in that ecosystem.
So this isn't a written strategy. This is something that is sort of assessed each time.
Yes and no. Written in the sense that there's still an expectation that undergirds in the crime plan and how you problem solve, but it's different with each geography. So it's not static, the expectation post takedown, but there's some tenements about it, like working with your partners to address any issues. So what oftentimes happens as an investigation is going on, there's a pre-evaluation of that particular geography. A takedown occurs, and then there's a post. We're identifying all of the issues within that particular geography and saying we need, if the issue is blight, we may need some support from housing. If there is an issue of addiction, we might partner with the health department. Like for instance, they may bring their health truck to come out to that area. If there's some other type of resources or services in that particular community that are needed, then we'll reach out. So that's the expectation on a post takedown. I don't like to kind of use it, occupy the geography, because that has a different connotation. But we really try to problem solve so that we don't have whatever it was that made that area ripe for criminal activity or presence. We try to problem solve that we're able to remove that.
So as an example, if we did a major takedown of a drug organization that was violent, and we know that drugs are still in demand in that area, how might we attack that?
So in an area where we know that drugs, so recognize in this particular, with the GVRS strategy, our focus is organizations that are tied to violent crime. And we know that's the people-based portion of it. In the place-based, what's happening in the geography and the community that makes that particular real estate more prime if they're operating in a specific intersection. So we'll evaluate what's happening there. So if that is a concern of, vacant, or if it's, we need to do more with maybe the business owner there. So we're partnering with other city agencies or housing or BCHD. I'm killing the acronym, it's getting late.
I just want to be a little more pointed for the example. If it were drugs, and
Yes.
let's just stick to drugs, and it could be housing, it could be vacants that we want to take down. But for this example, what would we do if it were a drug organization? We know that there's still a demand for drugs. How do we handle something?
So if you're specifically asking about drugs and there's a demand, that means there's an addiction. That is another social service, if you will, a different type of partner. So for instance, when I was in the Western, I was the commander of the Western. I would reach out to University of Maryland because they had resources and service for addiction. I would reach out to Penn North Recovery because they had street teams that would go out and help with addiction. Community members might be educated in the administering of Narcan or Noxalone. So that's a part of the problem solving. So whatever that issue is, because police aren't necessarily equipped to deal with that, we're looking for a relational partner that's best suited to come in and help to support that need issue. And if the disease of addiction is present, then we're working with the partners that can best serve the needs of addiction.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Torrance.
One second, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So I know we had the legislation. Oh, can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Just hold on to it.
You know what, Costello's been a long day. When the conversation started around oh Lord, it's been a long day. Civilianization. A few years ago, the goal was to get to 20%. Where are we right now with that?
So we provided that information earlier. 18% is the current staffing profile right now. With the budget that's before you, we're moving towards 25% of the department's budget. We still need to fill those positions, but with those budgeted positions in place, we'd get to about 25%.
Okay. And then I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to my question about redistricting again, about lowering the number of districts. I just want to have a real conversation about the flexibility in terms of deployment for our majors if we do reduce the number of districts, because I still think about the competing interests of, I may have the Northwestern, I may have the Central, the Western, and those different areas. I would just like to have a request to get briefed on how you guys help them with doing that prioritization in terms of cross districts, because I've seen it, but understanding more, because sometimes the stats may be different than what the reality is on the ground. And I just want to make sure that we have that conversation.
We'll absolutely make sure we have the conversation and get you briefed on all the decisions made, the rationale on how we arrived at any decisions, any shift in personnel that have to be moved to account for boundary changes, whether the district got larger or smaller and the personnel, because of the workload, had to be readjusted. We'll be absolutely briefing you and all the council members on that.
Perfect. And then my next additional request is related to redistricting as well, looking at how do you account for density, because unlike Chair Costello and my colleague from the first district, I don't have as much density. I just want to know how we're accounting for that, because the largest population shift in the city came from West Baltimore, and I want to know how we're going to address that, because a lot of the public safety issues are in West and East Baltimore, and we saw those actual declines in those neighborhoods.
Yeah, we looked at a number of metrics, like not just population but workload, call response time from dispatch to arrival, call on time, travel time between calls, distance travel. And while population and density played a part, it really was the number of calls that came out and the workload that officers had, whether they were dispatched to it or self-initiated. But the exercise accounts for all of that, and the data will tell us then how big a district should be, with us keeping in mind that we want to keep this neighborhoods together, how big or small a district should be, and what the staffing should be for each of the districts once the boundaries are set.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to use my time to ask Burnett's 2 questions. He has asked for 2 requests. Councilman Burnett is asking the total number and percentage, I think that would be a good way to go, number and percentage of open, unsolved Part 1 crimes since 2017, broken down by crime. Total, related to that, total number of Part 1 crimes that have been cleared since 2017 and percentage. And the number and percentage of prosecuted Part 1 crimes since 2017. I guess he's interested in some of the trends in those areas.
So
we don't have that data. Hang on. If we don't have that data available, we're just going to make readily available, like at our fingertips. We're going to make that a data request for Nate and Nina and team.
Yes, I figured that would be the case.
So the first 2 items I think we can probably get our hands on. The third one might be more difficult. We may not have prosecutorial data that would be data that you would have to provide from the state's attorney's office.
Oh, sure, right. That's a state's attorney request. I mean, a request to the state's attorney's office.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well,
if that could be clarified, yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
That makes sense. The second, we may have asked for this already, Mr. Chair. You'll have to, I apologize if we have, unit staffing breakdown. So, Kimmy, is it by unit or by district? Detectives and staff totals. Specialized unit. Okay.
Oh.
I asked for clarity.
No, I know, but we can't have people speak that aren't at a microphone. Right. Otherwise, people can't hear it. If you want to speak, ma'am, you're welcome to. Who is that, Kimmy? You can't do that. Hang tight. Did you got your
my question answered.
Okay. Kimmy, if you have any clarification to add, just please come up and talk to the councilwoman. Eric, please go ahead.
So could you repeat the question
Sure
again?
thing. So specialized unit, staffing breakdown. So this would be homicide unit, sex offense unit, missing persons unit, et cetera, et cetera.
That information's already provided in this attachment 2 of the letter that was provided on Friday. So we've already fulfilled that.
So detectives and staff total?
That is correct.
Okay, it's
all
in
that
there.
information from every specialized unit, including homicide, everything you just mentioned, every specialized unit is provided in attachment 2.
Okay, we'll take a look at it, and then I'll ask the councilman is watching, so he'll take a look and see if there's anything missing from that. That's all from me right now.
Thank you, Councilman Cohen.
Just wanted to clarify the previous data request. I don't believe we set a timeline on it. What's a reasonable amount of time, Chief?
What's the time bound on all the other requests, Mr. Chairman? Is it Friday, COP?
So the councilman's requesting an accounting of all spending on the consent decree since its inception.
I have the projection in my email, so yeah, I can give it to you Friday.
Yep. Call business Friday?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Commissioner, I want to ask about processing DNA on rape kits. I know that that has historically been a major challenge for this department. Where are we right now in terms of being able to effectively process those kits and then prosecute based on the crime?
My chief of forensic sciences here is going to be able to help with that.
Great.
Good evening, everyone. For processing of rape kits, we're doing a really good job. The lab is really on top of things. We have several grants that have allowed us to hire extra people to do the work. There are currently 4 people that are dedicated just to that. There's a historical group, and then there's a current group. We are currently real-time on all the current ones, and we're working on the backlog of the historical ones.
Okay, great. That's better than we were a little while ago, so thank you for that.
Yep, we're doing a great job.
Thanks.
Thank you. Council President Mosby? Thank you. Chief of Patrol, do we have numbers in yet for the Adam shift for tonight? By district, starting number 1 Central through number 9 Southern?
Yes, sir. Constant for the Adams shift, starting with the Central District. Central District is 13, Southeast 13, Eastern District 12, Northeast 15, Northern 12, Northwest 12, Western District 12, Southwest 12, Southern District 13.
Do those, that kind of the 12 to 13 number, does that track with what the usual for the Adam is on, say, a Tuesday evening?
It's for the Adams shift.
More specifically, is 12 or 13 what we're usually looking at for the Adam shift on a regular Tuesday evening?
Yeah, that aligns with the staffing plan.
Thank you. Second question, Bob, what do we have programmed for overtime for BPD for fiscal year 23? And the reason I'm asking you is because it's embedded in the different service levels, so there's not a specific line item that I can see. That's why I'm not asking BPD, and I'm asking you.
Yeah, it's a total of $33.5 million for fiscal 23.
And how does that compare to fiscal 22?
So I don't have the 22 at my fingertips. It's very, very close though. We were somewhere in the 30 million, low 30 million range in fiscal 22.
Low 30 range?
Yeah, I can give you the specifics in a moment.
Not necessary right now. Thank you. Councilman Conway?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just got one question. If we have the data on hand, it'd be great if you could provide this. If not, I'll make it an official request. What is the percentage of calls for service that are for violent crimes?
We have it on a dashboard. We need to pull it up. If we can come back to you with that answer, we'll get it to you before this night is over.
Okay, and then I have another one, and he may be able to pull that up as well. What percentage of your department's daily workload is responding to 911 emergency calls for service?
That number also is the same dashboard. We
Okay,
can
thank you.
give us a few minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ramos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me if I missed this, and if I did, then I can watch the tape later. You mentioned, someone mentioned that there are 40,000 open warrants. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the strategy for closing them?
Not all of the 40,000 warrants are warrants that we can serve. Some of the warrants do not have enough information in terms of unique identifiers for service. They lack date of births, they lack SIDS, they lack all of the information that allows us to serve them. So there's a strategy by which, through our operations team, to be able to execute as many of those. We've been plussing up by partnering with other law enforcement entities with our increased dollars and working with our compliance team and central records to address those administratively that may need to be quashed or closed or cleared.
And so we've received 2 grants from the state specifically on warrant apprehensions, $3.25 million in the current fiscal year and $3.25 million starting July 1st, dedicated to warrant apprehensions. So we are going as fast and as furious as possible if we can, pardon the pun, to be able to move on as many of these as we can. But we want to make sure we're doing it right. We're also using a lot of that money or a good portion of that money to clean up all of our warrant data, to do what the Deputy Commissioner just described, and making sure that we're focusing on the violent offenders from those warrants more so than anything else.
When do you expect to see that number?
Microphone.
Oh, excuse me. I've been doing this for so long, you'd think I'd know.
It happens.
When do you expect to see that number plummeting?
So again, the strategy is developed around the July to September period. That's part of what we've provided in the documents that were put forward. So we're checking on a weekly and monthly basis on the level of proactivity as it relates to this grant. As part of our requirement from the state, we have to report out what the performance metrics are. So we're going to have updates continuously to monitor and measure it, and try to move on as many of them as we can, and use every resource in our department that's available for this activity as quickly as we can.
I look forward to, at our next quarterly, to talk a little bit more about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner and team. Pick up on an earlier exchange with some of my colleagues. Commissioner, I have a sense that you have strong relationships in DC and the federal government. I'm curious, though, what do those relationships get us here in Baltimore? Is it about taking cases federal? Is it about support from FBI? What does meeting with the Attorney General, what does your relationships in Perf and around the country, what does that do for Baltimore?
Well, thank you. I think it's beneficial for Baltimore. For example, as the president of the board for Perf, I was invited to several meetings where I was accompanied by other leaders of other organizations, presidents and executive directors, where we had open discussions about what we need in our cities. And I was open about what I need in my city, in our city, and so what's needed here. But I do have some relationships with folks who work at the executive level at various headquarters in Washington, who at some point were just agents and special agents over the years that I've worked with in my career, who have now ascended to headquarter positions in Washington. We were at a conference with the deputy director and the acting director of ATF just last week, and we had conversations about what we need in all of our cities, but I made it clear what I need in mine. I mean, I made a joke about it and asked for 600 agents, and he didn't tell me no. So I made a thing about it, and so, but we have relationships.
Excuse me, Commissioner, who was that conversation with?
That was with the deputy director of ATF.
I recommend talking to him when we work on my request.
Say again?
I said I recommend reconvening with the deputy director of ATF when we work on my request, please and thank you.
I will, yes. And so, sometimes relationships matter. I have a good relationship with our new U.S. attorney. And there are new initiatives that he brings to Baltimore. And, we were able to ask him. And because, our mayor and I met with our federal delegation, we made a request to them to go and ask for more resources, which they did. And so it doesn't always get you boots on the ground, but it does get you access to the resources they have. And sometimes it's intelligence, it's analytics, and sometimes it very well may be more focused on Baltimore, which means that the agents that might be working around the whole state are spending just a little more time here. We have relationships with the Drug Enforcement Administration and ATF and FBI, who are all assigning agents to work with our homicide detectives, just like we have homicide detectives working with them. But it's beneficial to Baltimore because when they ask for something, sometimes they get it. And I know the rest of the country is asking for the same thing, but sometimes it's good to know somebody.
And Baltimore is one of the public safety partnership sites. That's something, again, that was leveraged based largely on our committed relationships. We've received millions of dollars of federal grant support in the implementation of our records management system. We just received another $2 million grant for the early intervention system. These are all necessary for our consent decree compliance. These are all built off of those kind of leveraging of relationships and partnerships. This is all money coming out of DOJ and the Office of Justice Programs and the like.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Recruitment and retention. Are we doing exit interviews at all? And can you please explain to me how that works?
Thank you, Councilman. We are doing exit interviews, and how they function, how they have historically functioned, are they were in person, where the person leaving the agency or separating would have to come downtown, meet with someone from the human resources section, and actually do a live interview. Because of the pandemic and because of logistics, quite frankly, that's proven to be difficult to get a lot of data out of that. And so we started converting them into Zoom interviews, and even that was difficult to do that. So now we send a survey via email to people who are separating from the agency. And that has provided more returns than before, so we can actually see the reasons why people are feeling the need to leave, if it is, for example, a resignation as opposed to a retirement.
And what percentage of separated employees are participating in that?
I'd have to get that specific number for you right now. It is, I want to say, around 50% right now.
And do you have any thoughts on what we can do to increase that percentage of participation?
Absolutely. That is something that we have been in internal discussions about, mandating exit interviews for every separating employee of the agency, with the knowledge that obviously some of the data that we get back is going to be, just not that valuable, but the bigger the scope that we have, meaning more people, over time we will have more valuable information out of that, knowing that there is some that is skewed.
Is there a legal impediment to mandating those exit interviews?
That is a great question. That is something that we have discussed with our legal team and that we are trying to figure out in terms of that.
Could you get me the specific data on the percentage of participants out of separated employees who have engaged in, whether it's the email survey, the Zoom interview, or the in-person meeting, year to date, as well as over, say, the past 3 calendar years?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you get that by call of business Friday?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, for the calendar year since January 1, or, well, I'll leave it to you if it's easier by calendar year or a fiscal year. Actually, I'm more interested in fiscal year. What is our net in terms of sworn police officers? How many have we picked up and how many have we lost?
Jim has that for us. Deputy Commissioner has that for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were asking for the percentage or the raw numbers?
No, sorry, the net number of, the net change in number of sworn officers, specifically how many officers have we gained and how many officers have we lost? And this is sworn officers.
I have the chart showing it for the entire year for going back 20 years, and I would have to do some math here to do some subtraction, but what I did break out for tonight was for the last 5 years, year to date, if that is helpful.
Very, thank you.
Okay, and so for 2018, it was a net negative 14 at this point in time. 2019, a negative 6 at this point in time. 2020, a negative 13 at this point in time. And then you can start to see the trends that we talked about earlier tonight in terms of hiring drop-off, which is a national problem. In 2021, at this point in time, it was a negative 38, and right now it is negative 70.
Negative 70.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, there is one explanation for the 21 year, if the deputy would go into that, because we had a larger number of separations because of medical that we didn't have in previous years that attributed to that year specifically.
And I think that that's a great point that the commissioner brings up, that there is a difference between intentional separations initiated by the agency and voluntary separations, and we break those out. That's something that we historically have not done before, and why that is important is because as we receive data back from exit interviews, for example, or satisfaction surveys while people actually work here now and are not separating, we use that to guide our decision making on investments, for example, or decision making at a higher level. That is why we have invested in fleet and facilities and technology. We know that's why the number one reason why people leave is working conditions. And so separating voluntary versus involuntary is important. Over the last couple of years, PIB, for example, Deputy Commissioner Nato, as we've heard tonight, has been able to really make a lot of change in a positive way, and we separated a significant number of people due to disciplinary reasons. Last year, for example, it was 32 separations compared to 22 the year before that. The medical section also, we mentioned that tonight, Administrative Duties Division. Historically, people would go into that section and not necessarily have an incentive to come back out of it. You had asked about strategies to get people back to work. A contract renegotiation a couple of years ago puts time limits on how long people can be medically suspended, meaning they don't have the police powers to do the policing job. And then we also added the additional incentive of taking away overtime ability so that people can get better. That reduced the number of people in there by 100% pretty quickly, and this was a couple of years ago now. Last year, due to the contract change, 61 people were separated from the agency due to medical reasons, meaning they could not perform the duties of an officer because they were sworn. I mean, they were suspended medically, and that was both of those metrics, the medical separations and the disciplinary separations, were essentially the agency catching up to giving attention to people who had been in positions, police officer pins, where they could not have the sworn authority to go out and do the job. And so a significant number of separations last year were due to intentional agency-initiated separations. And so that is what the commissioner was bringing up. That's really important context, obviously.
So I understand real quickly the net 70. What's the addition and the subtraction to get to the net 70 loss?
It's 119 separations with 49 people approved for hire. 42 are actually working for the agency right now. 7 others are with the HR section they have to come in to sign their paperwork.
I assume that was one recruiting class. I'm sorry, I had to say it slow because I couldn't get the word out. One recruiting class. The 42 plus 7, that came from one recruiting class.
Some of those people would have been in the last class. Yes, that is correct. Some of them will be in the next class in August. And so depending on the scheduling of the academy classes, they will either immediately go into the academy or they will be employed as what we call a pre-hire, which means that they will be doing other, for example, administrative work within the agency. Usually we try to get them to be exposed to all different parts of the agency so that they know what they're going to be doing, obviously, when they get through the academy.
Got it. So this is all one question. I'm going to yield my time, though, because this question went a little longer than anticipated. So we're on track right now for a net loss of 150 officers for the calendar year.
I would beg to differ with that, and the reason why I would say that is because what impacts the ultimate hiring number, the beginning point is the application number. What we have seen over the last 2 years is a significant drop-off in applications. Again, a national trend, not unique to Baltimore. That's not an excuse, it's just to provide context. What we have been doing by investing more in the marketing campaign, which is $1 million at this point in time, is to tout the things that you've heard Chief of Staff Melanson and the Commissioner and everybody else talk about tonight, the contract negotiations, the fleet, the facilities, the technology, the things that we know that people are looking for. They both impact recruitment and retention. And there has been a rebranding or a refresh of the marketing campaign that began at the later part of January, beginning of February, and we have started to see an increase in the application numbers. Are they where they were a couple of years ago? Not yet at this point in time, but the point is that the application numbers are going up, so the expectation is that in a couple of months' time, the higher numbers will follow the same trend.
So you anticipate the net loss being less than 150 for the calendar year?
I am optimistic that it will be. I cannot predict the future, but with the application numbers being a predictor of hiring, yes.
I hope that the department is doing everything humanly possible to ensure that we are not heading to a very dangerous staffing issue of a net loss of 150 plus or minus people, in addition to the positive trends that Deputy Commissioner Gillis is sharing with us. I sincerely hope that there are supplementary efforts going on to ensure that not just the addition of new officers, but things are being done to reduce separations from the agency, because we are getting to a very, very dangerous place in terms of staffing. And I hope that that is not lost on anyone in this room this evening.
That is not lost on anyone in this room, Councilman.
Thank you.
That is not lost at all.
Mr. President, thank you. Councilman Conway, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up response for Councilmember Conway as it relates.
1 second. I did want to acknowledge I got a couple questions from Councilman Schleifer, but please go ahead with your.
So in looking at the calls for service volume in 2021, there were about 486,000 actual, responses from our officers to individual calls for service. That's out of 1.3 million entries in the CAD, which is to say that there are a number of entries we use the CAD for proactive measures, of which, again, in the data we provided, there's over 600,000 of those entries in our 2021 data. And so a big portion of what we do is tied to proactive calls, but a call for service will take more time than a proactive measure. So we measure it on hours. That's going to be one of the data that's provided to you all as far as the number of total hours, and the total number of hours is closer to 200,000 hours. That's the piece of the puzzle that we saw in the current makeup. So we'll provide all that data to you. 15% of the calls for service are listed as violent crimes. So that's the metric, the other metric you were looking for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 questions from Councilman Burnett. I'm on page 226 around the Public Integrity Bureau. I will preface this question by saying I did get a chance to visit the PIB. It is in my district. And I learned a lot, so thank you very much for that. The councilman's question is around the metrics that are in the budget book. It is that he was questioning why we're seeing a year-over-year increase in complaints, discourteous complaints and misconduct complaints. And the targets are still kind of the same as in 2020. Well, they're a little bit lower, but they're generally the same. So I know when I went to visit, there were 19,000 complaints before the PIB, as you know it. Am I right on that? And now there are, if I remember correctly, and I don't have my correct notebook, so I don't have those, there's now 11,000 as opposed, so, okay, go ahead and explain that, but then also explain the numbers that we're seeing in the budget, and then, going into how you're gonna make these numbers go down and not flat.
Yes, thank you, and I'm glad you enjoyed your visit. I would say that the numbers that you're seeing that are going up, what you're referring to was in 2019 we had over 1,900 complaints.
Oh, 1,900, excuse me, I added a 0, excuse me.
That's okay. If it gets more resources, you can.
No, thanks.
So as of today, we've taken in this year alone 830 complaints. The increase in the internal complaints is really because the department's doing a self-assessment of themselves through our compliance, where we have our compliance people going out and actually do assessments through body-worn camera, doing checking people as they're being brought in for incarceration, et cetera. So all those compliance violations, which are minor offenses, but we want to make sure we're doing it correctly, are coming to us. So that's been the huge increase in the internal complaints. The external complaints this year are 335. Last year, year to date, this time was 277, so it is an increase. A lot of that increase, because even if you go back to 220, it was 595, is in 220, and in 221 was certainly COVID, where we had far less interaction with the public. And so we have had an increase this year in external complaints. How are we going to get those down? Well, hopefully through the training that's going on with the department, better leadership, et cetera, pushing that through and educating our officers, we're going to get those down. The problem we sometimes have is, as we change policies, as we change different strategies, it sometimes takes officers a little bit of time to get used to it. So we work on that. The compliance ones are things that we're trying to, the more we do them, the more people are aware of them, they start following the policy. A lot of it's seat belts, right? They don't have the person seat belted in, they have to, they find it easier not to, they get caught, they come in, they don't do it again. So a lot of it's just educating the membership, and hopefully over time that will bring that back down.
So if I remember correctly, and then also given what you just said, the complaints can be anything from the star on the uniform is on incorrectly to police brutality, right? So there's a large range of these cases. Given the work that you've been doing over the last 2 years, what are the, if you're allowed to talk about this, you may not be able to, what are the types of complaints you're receiving from the public?
So we are seeing more minor misconducts, which, listen, in a perfect world we have none, right? But we're seeing more of the minor, and if we look at even the increases, right? We have a 55% increase in internal complaints only because those are more minor misconduct that we're finding for ourselves, which again is a good thing, right? We want to be policing ourselves to make sure we're doing the right thing. Do we see a lot? So, for instance, excessive force. Last year at this point we had 36. This year we have 26. So we're down 10. That's it's a fairly good reduction for the year. A lot of it has to do with the training that our department's doing, E&T, et cetera. Level 3 uses of force. Last year we had 19 at this time. This year we have 23. So that is an increase. But level 3 uses of force are if you discharge your weapon, let's say you shoot a dog, or you discharge at somebody, or you use your taser. So, there's a bit of a balance to look at that across the board. I would say that, as we're getting newer officers coming out, and as they've talked before about the number of officers that are going into the field, the better training they're getting out of E&T is certainly helping us. And we're starting to see a lot of the repeat offenders we had before. We no longer have with this agency. You heard Deputy Gillis talk about the number of people that we've terminated. Listen, we don't like to terminate people, but if people are causing us problems, those are the people we have to rid. And last year alone, we had a combined total of 40 people that were terminated. The year before was 27. And we have 22 people up for termination now. And these are people that have created the more serious violations. Unfortunately, we have people that do commit criminal violations of law, and they're waiting for the court system to go through. At some point, we're going to rid this department of all those bad apples, and we're going to be in a much better situation. We've done a good job over the past year to sort of get down to a small core group, which right now we have 22. Hopefully, we can clear that up in the next 6 months or so. And knock on wood, the officers coming out today are far more adept at doing the right thing and doing constitutional policing like they should.
Sure. So because there's the sort of two types of training that you've had to do a lot of training, but in terms of retraining folks who have been in the department, and then obviously the new recruits are getting the brand new protocols about what makes sense. So I think that's as we you're getting through some, there's retirements, there's all of that, so hopefully those numbers will go down as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. And then Councilman's second question. percentage of sworn hires that are Baltimore City residents is still pretty low. What's the strategy for better recruiting of city residents?
That's a great question. The strategy for recruiting better residents is a multi-pronged approach, primarily though, what I just talked about with the rebranding or refreshing of the marketing campaign, it is specifically focused on local hires, minority hires, and female hires. And we are starting to see some positive numbers when it comes to Baltimore City applications and then hiring as well. And I'm trying to flip through to my little handy dandy chart here. I don't have the comparison for last year's Baltimore City percentages for applications, but this year for applications, it's a little over 20% right now so far this year. Again, applications are down compared to last year, but have been increasing over the last couple of months. In terms of hires for this year, thus far, 29% of the hires have been from Baltimore City. And I had mentioned that it's a multi-pronged approach, so it's not just the marketing campaign. The mayor and the police commissioner have been working with the school's CEO and administration. There is a pretty good pipeline for CTE and public safety programs, especially in Patterson, actually. And the fire department has a pretty good program that has been set up, and we are integrating into that. And so that is meant, obviously, to help local residents at a younger age have the pathway to come in to become cadets ultimately, then from cadets go into the police academy when they reach the proper age of that.
Yeah, we passed legislation in our committee around that. Actually, it was Councilman Burnett's bill. Well, thanks for that. If you could, whenever you get a chance, send me the percentage of applicants that are city residents from last year, too.
Absolutely.
That would be helpful.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have a question, Councilman Schleifer, page 21, attachment 8, district level crime plans. Specifically under 6, community and city resource partnerships. In the second box, it states, we, our, us also worked in the Northwest District to help reduce the level of gun-related crime in the Belvedere corridor. Then on page 20, under data describing the trend from April to June, it says there was a 45% increase in carjacking, 625 and 634 posts. There was a 300% increase in shootings in the Belvedere corridor, 633 posts. We also experienced a 100% increase in homicide along the Reisterstown Road corridor. With shootings increasing by 300% on that corridor, does that mean those efforts haven't been successful?
I'll start and I'll welcome the Chief of Patrol, if I may, to join in and provide an additional response. Partnering, when you're seeing a challenge, one of the things that we try to do is partner in that challenge. We are us, as many here know, and some have participated with them, are out engaging some of the very community members that are most prone to violence. So they are a partner in terms of strategy with mitigation, prevention, intervention. So because they're present and we're using their assistance and we're still seeing challenges in a particular area, it doesn't mean that the strategy isn't necessarily working. However, that's one issue. The issue of robberies, specifically carjacking, we had Northwest District, and to include a few other districts, were experiencing a pattern. That pattern largely entailed some younger community members, some of our youth. So while We Are Us does do outreach and engagement with adults and young people, their focus has largely been those individuals that have been more prone to gun violence, whether they're prone to be by victim or suspectology. But again, I welcome the Chief Patrol to add to the Reisterstown Road Corridor plan.
Yep. So we do realize the increase that the Northwestern had suffered not only along that Ricerstown Road corridor, but along their Belvedere corridor. It's indicative upon us as the executive staff to hold that district commander as well as their resources accountable for that. And that is done through that ComStat 360 process as well as the weekly meetings that we have with the district, making sure that they are optimizing their response. I will tell you, as it goes to total Part 1 crime, the last the last EXIM for total violent crime in the Northwestern District had the district up 14% in reference to total Part 1 violent crime. As of this latest, as of this latest EXIM for the district, they had a decrease in their increase, so they went from 14% up to 9% up this period. So while they have suffered some violence along those areas, I believe that they are working well with their partners in reference to outreach. And they are slowly but surely seeing the increases in those decreases in the areas that they need to as far as total violent crime. But this is a focus that they've worked well with their partners in their Belvedere Towers, as well as the businesses along their Belvedere corridor, as well as the Ricerstown Road corridor. Just recently, as of last week, myself and Lieutenant Colonel Herzog had the Northwestern District inside in the Chief of Patrol's office in reference to several padlock hearings that we had with problematic businesses. So we're working well with that district, and the district is reaching out to those problematic businesses in areas that they need to address.
Thank you. Can you please elaborate on the partnership, or excuse me, what the partnership between BPD and We Are Us looks like?
I would have to reach out specifically. I know that We Are Us has been in that Northwestern District. What specifically that district is doing with them, I cannot explain right now. I'll have to get back with you on that one.
Please, if you could, but is Call a Business Friday reasonable, Chief?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And finally, We Are Us was awarded over $300,000 from MONSE grants. Does We Are Us provide their data and information to BPD?
We don't have that answer, but we can find out for you.
Call Business Friday reasonable?
They don't provide it?
I'm sorry, We Are Us doesn't provide their data to us. We partner with MONSE. And I don't want to speak for Director Jackson, but if there's any data to be had, it would live under her umbrella. But a partnership with them looks like in community engagement. They're doing a level of outreach to be able to provide services to community members. So we're communicating about what we're seeing in a geography, and when you read in their crime plans that they reference them, that is again just like any other partner that we're utilizing for their specialty, which is services and support to community members that address different quality of life issues with those particular individuals that they're focusing their energies on.
So would it be safe to characterize MONSE as the intermediary between BPD and We Are Us in this scenario?
So I can't say it would be safe to categorize it as such because we have a direct relationship. So we're able to reach right into that relationship and say, we need some support. Are you able to support us here? Are you able to support us there? But I can tell you that they're a partner under MONSE. So I won't say an intermediary in terms of navigating the relationship. We can go directly to them for support.
I guess my question is, if they're a direct partner of BPD, why are they sharing with their data with MONSE and not BPD? Is it perhaps MONSE has data analysis capacity that BPD does not? Or I'm just trying to understand, right? Because the way it was explained, right? We have BPD here, we have We Are Us here, and they're a partner of BPD's, and they're referenced in this thing here, short-term crime plan. And the question was, does We Are Us share their data with BPD? And what I'm hearing is that they do not. They only share it with MONSE. So I guess I'm.
So if I may, for a question of clarity, when you say share their data, because their efforts are focused on being able to support wraparound services, I am certain can you just give me a clarity question of when you say share their data, as in what number of days they're out?
I can't. I don't have that information. I hope to get it to you prior to call of business than Friday. I will wait for Councilman Schleifer to message me back, and I will.
I understand. You're asking a question for him.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
My apologies. I understand.
No need to apologize. No, but I simply don't have an answer to that question. So when I do, I'll revisit that line of questioning. So thank you. That was one question, but I'm going to yield my balance. Councilman Conway. Thank you, Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just pulling up another one of Councilman Burnett's questions. I think, the crime lab and evidence control units have a backlog of 987 days or over 2 years. Please explain the strategy that will be deployed to eliminate the backlog. And what is the national standard? I think we talked about the rape kits, but we didn't talk about these others, correct?
Thanks. When you say 987 days, where is he getting that data from? Because there's a lot of units in the crime lab, so.
Sure. I don't know, but if you could just talk generally about the backlog, and I will find out in the meantime.
Yeah, we're actually in really good shape. I think we're probably in the best shape we've been in quite a long time. I can tell you individually for each of the units what their backlogs are. We'll just start with serology, which is the pre-screening part before DNA. There are a total of 70 cases in backlog. The historical safe kits, we're at 378 for that. For DNA, there's 243 cases in total in backlog. Processing unit, which is the unit that does the development of latent prints, there are 42 cases in backlog. The latent print unit, which does the comparisons of all of the evidence that comes in and that's lifted from crime scene, there are 687 of those. In drug chemistry, there are 39 cases in backlog. And then for the firearms unit, which is essentially real time, there are a couple of...
Ma'am, a little closer.
Sorry.
There you go.
For the firearms unit, which is essentially real time, there are a few categories. One is serial number restoration, and the other is a full analysis, which is needed for court. For full analysis, there are 19 cases in backlog, and then for serial number restorations, there's 92 cases in backlog.
You were speaking quickly. Can I get that in writing, please?
Sure, yep.
Thank you.
And then for backlog for us, what that means is a case that is either not started at all or is started and not finished. So those numbers encompass both of those categories. So some of those numbers in the backlog may be in progress. It's not just totally not started.
Right, so anything that is, that needs to be processed under these categories, it just hasn't started or it's in process.
It's either not delivered to the requester or it's not been started yet.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, if you don't mind emailing that to
Sure. Yep.
the committee and that way, because I don't want you to repeat it all, I just want to get it in writing. I
Yep.
appreciate that, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I can yield until I figure out the next question for Councilman Burnett.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, can you tell me what the arrests are year to date for this year versus year to date last year citywide?
Arrests year to date, there have been 50 homicide arrests year to date, 49 non-fatal shooting arrests year to date, 204 robbery arrests as of June 4th, 26 rape arrests as of June 4th.
Hang on, Commissioner, I'm going to ask you to restart, please,
Okay.
and thank you. And we're doing 2022 first, correct?
What I have in front of me is 2022.
Okay, go ahead. Take it away, sir.
Homicides, there have been 50 arrests. Non-fatal shootings, 49 arrests. Robbery, 204 arrests. Rape, 26 arrests. Felony drug, 460. Misdemeanor drug, 14. Gun arrests, 629.
Okay. 21, please and thank you.
For the year 2021, 59 homicide arrests. For rape, 35 arrests. Robbery, 185. Aggravated assaults, 565. Burglary, 216.
Hang on. You're using different categories than the commissioner did.
What I had in front of me did not have all of the categories like the burglaries and all of the Part 1 crimes.
Okay, so do we have a
burglary for
do we have
2022?
two lists that are normalized in categories that we can compare? Should we go to the DC and?
Yes.
So you can give me both 20 or you can give me both 21 and 22 year to date for the same categories?
Yes, sir. Rape.
Hold on, let me get started again here. Okay, which year are we doing first, Deputy?
2022.
2022.
I'm gonna pick up where the PC left off. Okay.
Well, I can't compare the information that you're providing with the information that the PC is providing because you're using different categories of arrests. And I noted that on the second separate category that was different than categories that the PC were using. So what I was asking, let me clarify the question. Can someone provide for me year-to-date arrests, 22 versus 21, and provide me the same list of categories of those arrests?
I am going off.
That category would be Part 1 crime arrests?
I open it, I leave that to you. Yep.
I'm going to start with our Exum report that is dated as of June the 4th.
Of 22.
Of 22.
6/4/22, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Starting with the category of homicide as of June the 4th, 58 arrests for homicide. Rape, 26 arrests. Robbery, 204 arrests. Aggravated assaults, 688. Burglary, 219.
Hang on. Okay.
Larceny, 212. Auto theft, 45.
Hang on. Okay.
Arson, 35.
That's a lot. I would have never guessed. You said 35?
Yes, sir.
That's a lot. Wow.
Felony narcotics, 460. Misdemeanor narcotics, 14. And other includes all lesser offenses, 3,491.
3,491. Can you give me an example of one or two things that would be in the other category?
Anything that's not a Part 1 crime, so a common assault may be in that category, and a lesser offenses.
Got it. That's helpful. Thank you, ma'am. All right, and then 2021, same categories, starting with homicide?
59 homicide arrests for 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Rape, 35.
Mm-hmm.
Robbery, 185.
Mm-hmm.
Aggravated assaults, 565. Burglary, 216. Larceny, 170. Auto theft, 57. Arson, 17. Narcotics felony, 465. And narcotics misdemeanor, 28. And the other lesser offenses, 3,315.
Is it safe to characterize the comparison between year-to-date 2021 and 2022 as very similar?
I can give you the grand total. For the year 2022, 5,452, and for 2021, 5,112.
pretty similar. Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you. I want to jump over to Monty real quick. I just got a message. From Vice President Middleton saying that, so I'm going to ask someone to comment on the legitimacy of the statement that I just received from the Vice President. There is no reentry program. The one officer has no resources, and the successful program was abandoned. Monty relies on the Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement to address reentry. They have no verifiable data other than that what was done prior to the abandonment of community and youth services under the former leadership of Melvin Russell and Jeff Shorter. I think that's more a Monty question. Director Jackson, thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councilperson. I will defer the first part of your question, obviously, to BPD with regard to officer assignments and the Community and Youth Division, given that I have no authority over that space. As I mentioned in yesterday's hearing, Monty is ramping up its reentry efforts in fiscal year 23, that we have laid the groundwork in fiscal year 22 with regard to our relationships that we've established with parole and probation, with the Department of Public Safety and Corrections. We are currently negotiating a contract with them associated with the Returning Citizens Behind the Wall initiative that will employ at least 925 returning citizens over the course of the next fiscal year. In addition to that, we'll be ramping up safe return home plans in fiscal year 23, also mentioned in yesterday's hearing. We are managing a contract right now with Baltimore Reconnects, mentioned this yesterday as well, that involves a partnership with the University of Maryland and also with Pivot, which is a reentry provider for women who are returning citizens to Baltimore. So in no case did I indicate yesterday that Monty was actively doing reentry work, but that we were laying the groundwork for it in this fiscal year and ramping up next fiscal year.
Thank you for that response, Director. We'll be taking a multi-minute recess shortly, so I'll be sure to connect with the Vice President on the phone to get clarification and hopefully get to the bottom of this issue. Councilwoman Ramos, do you have your question ready?
Yes, thank you. I think Councilman Cohen has a question.
I'm sorry, Councilman, I thought you were done. So why don't we go to Councilman Cohen first, and we'll go to Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to correct some information about We Are Us. We Are Us is a grassroots, Black-led movement of primarily men who are frustrated with violence in community and who walk in neighborhoods and support people directly, folks who are struggling, folks who are maybe gang involved. They do some pretty extraordinary work. We as a city have invested a lot in the idea of credible messengers. And so I think it's not appropriate to blame an uptick in violence in a particular corridor on We Are Us. I have two questions. One, just so I'm clear, has any money gone actually out to them yet, Director Jackson?
Thank you for your question. Councilperson, no money has gone out to We Are Us yet. We are actively negotiating contracts for work associated with the award that was announced earlier this year. In addition to that, we have not received any data yet from We Are Us because we are not actively in a contract with We Are Us.
Great, appreciate that clarification, and I think it's really important when we speak about organizations that we're clear on what they do, and also on their resource capacity and whether they've received support or not. Back to BPD, on We Are Us, could you articulate what that partnership looks like?
Thank you, Councilman Cohen, for raising the extraordinary work. And so I don't know if it was in the hearing of what I said. We have an amazing relationship.
Oh, no. This was not an...
Okay, because I wanted to just be clear that it was...
No.
Okay.
Deputy Commissioner, this was not in any way, shape, or form a reflection of what I heard from you. It was a reflection of how I heard the question framed. So,
okay.
No.
Okay. So when I say that a partnership looks like, when we're seeing challenges in our community, and we know that those at the core of those challenges have been and are the age bracket of males that are between the ages of 25 and older, we're reaching out. We're saying we're having a challenge in our community. Can you partner with us? And when I say partner, as in whatever their availability and capacity allows, it is not preconceived for us how they show up. We welcome their presence and community, and sometimes that's walks, sometimes that's conversations, sometimes that's them assisting us with the navigation of whatever they may know about what may be going on out in our communities. So the relationship looks very complex. It is not linear. Sure. There's a level of communication that we have, and there's a level of support that we're able to provide. But I can tell you, though they welcome my presence, I don't walk with them. I do everything to support them because it is, to your point, it is really geared for the men to be able to fish after the men. That's one of their programs, the Fisherman's Program, to be able to go out in community and have other men address the issues and concerns of other men and provide services and avenues to services and resources, whether that's job training, whether that's treatment, whether that's housing, and that's through relationships. So that's how they show up with us, and that's why I was trying to understand the question of statistics, because what they do goes into like case management, and that's not our wheelhouse of work. Right. But we welcome their presence. We call them. They're a natural resource. And when we're dealing with discord between community members and just trying to navigate putting out any fires and community on the ground, they have lots of relationships, and we reach in as a partner to say, please, can you help us help our community? And so that's what it looks like.
And would it be fair, Deputy, to say that they're able to access some conversations that you all are not?
Absolutely, and that is why we call. We call because we know that there's a level of reach, to the point made earlier where there's still a level of distrust. They have a level of reach that we just do not have, period. And they're able and equipped to deal with issues that are complex and engage with a level of community that we just are not able to at a larger scale.
Yeah, and as I think about what it means to reach folks where they are, to me, that is a shining example and one that we as a city need to lift up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is also on behalf of Councilman Burnett. How many human trafficking investigations have been cleared in fiscal year 2021 and 22? And of those cleared, how many cases have been sent for prosecution to the state's attorney? And of those, how many have been declined for prosecution in the number of prosecution cases?
Colonel Worley might have some of those, but again, for the first two, I think we might be able to answer. The third, we may not have full information to be able to provide a substantive request. We'd have to have that dual deferred to.
Right, just because we are in fiscal year 22, right? Okay.
Carl?
Yeah, it would be better. We probably need some time to get that information. I have some of it, but not all of it, and I'd rather give you all the numbers that you're asking for.
Sure. Yes, we can make that an official request. And we'll send it over to Nina and everybody so that you have the exact, as you know, Councilman Burnett has been a champion in addressing human trafficking, so wanted to make sure that we get that information for him. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, are commanders reinforcing the need to pursue cases and investigations regardless of projected prosecutorial outcomes?
Commanders are mandated to make sure that we have good, solid criminal investigations that we turn over to the state's attorney for prosecution, regardless of what we think the outcome might be. It's our goal and our job to produce a quality investigation that we believe will make it all the way through the criminal justice system, from arrest all the way to conviction. But it is our job to produce the best possible product to turn over to our state's attorney for prosecution.
Are the majority of homicides and shootings occurring between people that know each other across district lines, or by people from outside of the city coming into the city?
The majority of homicides are relational. It's people who know each other and know of each other. And it is by and large conflict. While many of them are in some way, while many of them are in some way affiliated with drug trafficking organizations, at the moment that the trigger is pulled, it's usually some type of conflict. And more often than not, we've been seeing that. It's more conflict related. And it's retaliation from previous bad conflicts as well. And so while many of them are in that trade, we know for a fact that much of it is conflict. And it's larger than 80% is between people who know one another, people who know of one another, and there's some affiliation.
Is that, what percentage would you estimate? I know you can't give me an exact number, but approximately what percentage would you estimate is driven by drug trade?
I don't have that information. What we know is that we know what victims and what perpetrators are involved in the drug trade. What we don't always know is at the moment the harm is done, that the reason for it is because of drugs. It's usually because of conflict.
What you're saying is, please correct me if I mischaracterize this. What you're saying is that in most cases, you know whether or not the victim as well as the shooter is currently involved in the drug trade. You don't know if the conflict, the immediate conflict with which led to the incident was a result of the drug trade. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is what we're saying. We know the victims if they belong, or if we have them, information about them being on an org chart or belonging to a drug trafficking organization. When we learn of a person of interest or suspect, we know then if that person is also affiliated. What we don't always know is, like you said, if the reason for the shooting was drugs, but what we do know more often than not, what we're learning is that it's conflict, and we don't know if the conflict is over drugs, but it's conflict related. But I'll let the deputy come in also.
So when we speak about motive, though there are times that we will know motive, motive is something that we can academically prove in the case itself as it moves toward prosecution. It is not theoretical. So there are times that during a course of investigation, we will list the motive as unknown, though we know that there are circumstances that surround it until we can emphatically prove it, because that's something that goes toward the prosecution of the case. So for example, as of June the 7th, I can tell you that for a non-fatal shooting, there were 36 arguments. That was the motive. And that's something that we could emphatically prove through the process of the investigation, that was the catalyst. And for drugs, 3 are listed because that's something as motive we can prove. And to the commissioner's point, though we know individuals may be a part of a drug organization, that may not be the motive for the actual shooting itself.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Moving over to prosecutions, what are the types of cases in which there are cross-designated attorneys at SAO assigned? What are the criteria in which they end up going federal?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I think that that's a question best suited for the Office of the State's Attorney. I would not want to speak for her office.
No problem. I will follow up in writing. Hang on one second. Sorry, Vice President just texted back. So how long before we can see tangible results from this?
Well, we're putting processes together to make sure number one, you heard us talk about the use of overtime to flex, to make sure officers are out there on foot, patrolling, enforcing, engaging. That work is already begun. We want to make sure that we supervise them to make sure that they're actually performing the task, and we will be measuring what it is we're managing in CompStat every single week. We invite each of you, all of you at some point, to join us and to observe how we hold ourselves accountable. And the goal is to make sure that we can put as many people in the right places, focusing on the right people, to deter as much as we can deter, and then apprehend those who commit crime. And so we hope to begin seeing results immediately. But once again, we also know that there are other things beyond policing that are being done and should continue to be done to make sure we're changing people and moving people away from violent crime, moving people into a path of a life away from violent crime, while we also have good deployment strategies, so that we can do both. We can create our deterrence, but we can also change the person so that they make better decisions, which is not always a policing responsibility.
I too hope that this plan is successful. I really do. So I received this email from a constituent about 2 weeks ago. Hi, Eric. I had a bag stolen from the trunk of my car in front of my house on blank street as I was packing and getting ready to leave for a trip. There's some information about what was in the bag in the trunk of her car. I'm reaching out because I'm extremely concerned about the lack of response from BPD and the department's systemic violation of the Maryland Declaration of Victim Rights, parentheses, state law since the 1990s, and subject to oversight by the state for agency noncompliance, end parentheses. BPD could also be held civilly liable by victims. I'm going to leave out the next sentence because it's identifying. On to the story. I called 911 immediately when the incident occurred and was told an officer would respond. No officer ever responded, however, and I was left to search dark alleys at 3 a.m. by myself, although in fear of the person who had probably been watching me pack the car before they stole from me. Someone called from the Southern District who was very clueless and sounded very young and inexperienced. He had no idea where I lived and couldn't provide any tips or information, and said I had to fill out my own report online and essentially investigate my own crime by interviewing neighbors about camera footage. He never asked the value of the stolen goods to distinguish a misdemeanor from a felony. And I was never provided the pamphlet that police across Maryland are required by law to give the victims reporting a crime, which I did when I called 911. The pamphlet enumerates the rights and provides important information about victims, my apologies, I lost my place here. The pamphlet enumerates the rights and provides important information about victims' compensation fund and other resources. I'm still struggling to fill out the online form, which, by the way, says I'm ineligible to use if I call 911. I'm wondering how many crimes are going unreported, untracked, and unaddressed in our city. While at the Charles Street CVS today, replacing medications that were stolen, someone walked in, gathered armfuls of products in front of customers, including me, and staff, and calmly walked out after helping herself. The CVS employee told me they weren't allowed to do anything, and BPD doesn't respond. It was a disturbing scene to watch and feels like a post-apocalyptic movie. The last time I witnessed similar behavior was the looting in 2015. With the shooting at the Inner Harbor, the city feels absolutely lawless and even more traumatizing to everyone witnessing and suffering the effects of crime. I urge the City Council to demand transparency on the police policies, which crimes they will track, and take a report. Why is 911 telling victims an officer will show up? Why is the department violating victims' rights? Felonies are being prosecuted. Why aren't police asking if a felony took place? I'm honestly on the verge of moving due to the rampant lawlessness, financial and emotional costs, and failure of any sort of transparent policies or leadership. I spent over a decade working on policy and legislative solutions to drive down crime, which was happening from when I started in 2002 until 2015. It is heartbreaking that 90% of the people in the city from all walks of life are let down and allowed to suffer because no one is holding the other 10% accountable for their actions that are a violation of federal, state, and local laws. This email hit me because this is good to see you. Is it Colonel now? How?
Lieutenant Colonel, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Howe. Good to see you, sir. This email hit me because this illustrates the frustration that a majority of my constituents feel, and it is exacerbated when we talk about new ways that we are going to reduce the amount of time that citizens are able to interact with police officers, and we're going to send it to a phone line, or we're going to fill out an online form. And I want you to understand how frustrating this is for constituents. Can everyone appreciate how frustrating it must be to be this person? This isn't a victim of violent crime. There are exponentially worse things happening to people in our city. This is an everyday Jack or Jill citizen in our city. Do you know how much this story sucks to have to live through this? And again, our focus is on violent crime. There are exponentially worse things happening in our city. Lieutenant Colonel Howe.
The lieutenant's standing here because we are aware of that complaint. And yes, we do understand the frustration and feel it also.
And I will say that I did reach out to Major Velte and Captain Burst, and they were very responsive, as they always are.
Yes, sir. And in reference to that, I got a hold of Major Velte as soon as I received a copy of the email. Major Velte had Captain Brust reach out to Miss Smith. Her name is, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but reach out to the lady who sent you the email.
Smith is a generic enough name, so sure.
Okay. So anyway, he spoke with her. He had a report taken. They did take the police report for her. She was supplied a complaint number. I also followed up with her with the email. Ms. Smith actually followed up back with me, thanking me for that. She actually sent me another email, I want to say today, if not, it was yesterday. She sent me another email saying that she apparently didn't have some information that the officer needed, and she was able to give that to the officer. The officer took all the information. She did compliment the Southern District officers, saying how polite they were. As far as the online reporting, she did when the officer talked to her, she said she was going to report it online. Sir, I have to follow up. I don't have an answer for you now, but I will follow up as far as why they wouldn't take the report because she called 911. Because we do tell people, we encourage people, and to the best of my knowledge, and I'll find this out, I believe 911 actually says, do you want to make the report online? Which meant they called 911. So I'm not sure where the disconnect was there for them to tell her, we can't take the report because you call 911. So I'm going to investigate that and find out why And if that is there, then we need to correct that. That's something we need to fix.
Lieutenant Colonel, I deeply appreciate your personal attention to the situation. I've known you and worked with you for several years. You were, I think, the third major in the Central District since I've been on the City Council. You are not the problem. Major Velte is not the problem. Captain Burst isn't. And as much as I'm frustrated with you all right now, none of you personally are the problem. The system is broken. This should never, ever happen. And this is why people lose faith in government, because we can't perform very basic functions on a consistent basis. Can everyone appreciate that frustration that my constituent feels? I appreciate that. She followed up with me. I told her I was going to read this email and asked if it was okay before I did that about a week ago. She followed up with me yesterday. I was just asked to help get a police report in the Southern District. This time a low-income senior was assaulted and robbed and not given any sort of paperwork or report number, which is holding up some urgent housing assistance he needs. Another example of the lack of regard for victims by BPD. So now I have an email out to her to try and find out where this senior citizen lives. And depending on my schedule tomorrow, I'm going to physically go over there and talk to the person. And if I'm not available, someone from my staff will.
And I have Ms. Smith's email address. I'll also follow up with her in the morning to see what that situation's about. I'm not familiar with that.
Thank you. Mr. Administrator, Mr. Shorter, I want you I want to thank you because you've been here through literally the whole week when you were the point person for running operations for the city. So I deeply appreciate that. I hope that I can move on to my next topic in line of questioning, but I can see in your eyes that you understand my frustration with this situation and can understand my apprehension around new initiatives when we're not doing just the basic core things. Does that make sense where I'm coming from? And I don't need a lengthy response, just a head nod, and I can move on. Thank you, Mr. Administrator.
Do you want to address Sharon's question?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Madam Vice President isn't here. I think there was some confusion with the way that the question was asked earlier. I think that she has maybe not concern, but just questions around when the Community and Youth Services Division was taken down from BPD. I believe that they had a component that, this is based off our questions, they had a component that helped with reentry. At this point, I think the replacement is just one officer with no resources tied into that. The idea is that the responsibility was going to be had by the Mayor's Office of Family and Children Success. I think that's when we got down the pathway of the African American male engagement and the relationship with the external organization. So I think the appropriate way of framing the question, Mr. Chair, is not to the Baltimore Police Department, but maybe ask Nina or someone from the administration just to feedback on the statistics associated with reentry program here in the city of Baltimore, specific to the Mayor's Office of Family and Children Success for, I would assume, this fiscal year and maybe prior. Mr. Chair, did you hear that?
Sorry, Mr. President.
Yeah, so we're just gonna, I think the appropriate question is to the Mayor's Office of Family and Children Success,
Okay.
not to the Baltimore Police Department or to Muncie. And the question is just simple, any data or statistics on reentry program for this fiscal year and last fiscal year.
Understood. Nina and Nate, you guys got that? Thank you very much. Colleagues, any other questions? Last question. What is it that keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night is, number one, making sure that our officers are safe while we go out there to do this job, and they put themselves in harm's way. What keeps me up at night is the perpetual violence that keeps happening, where people are committing violent acts on one another, shootings and murders and robberies. What keeps me up at night is making sure we have the resources and wondering if we have the resources to give our officers to go out and do it, and how I'm going to find more resources to do that. What keeps me up at night is how am I going to bring more officers on fast but good? How am I going to keep my good officers here longer? How am I going to get the officers who are not engaged to be engaged? What am I going to say? How am I going to motivate and inspire my team? How am I going to create accountability measures to make sure it actually gets done? And then we find that people still don't do it, then what are we going to do? How am I going to figure out how to work against all the people who are fighting against us and undermining us at the same time wear the same uniform as us? All of that keeps me up at night.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight, and especially want to thank the men and women of the police department that put their lives on the line every single day for the residents of this city. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just conclude real quick, I'd like to thank Commissioner Harrison, as well as all the command staff and the individuals from the Baltimore Police Department that sat through a very grueling and long session with this Baltimore City Council. It is no secret that public safety has always been the #1 barometer of success of the city of Baltimore. We've struggled and struggled and struggled for decades. Unfortunately, you are the public servants that are the face of the organization now, that are literally dealing with decades of disinvestment and decades of decay and decline in our city. I want you to understand and know that you are truly appreciated. I could only imagine the length of working hours that you guys have had just on this one particular day, staying up with the city council. And it does not go without any level of appreciation for what you do on a daily basis. The reality is folks have been sitting in these seats and they've been interchangeable and been on a rotation for the past 7 years. We've had 5 police commissioners in 7 years. I hear folks constantly talk about it, but whether you are running a donut shop, a tire shop, or something as complicated and complex as the Baltimore Police Department, that is no way to create stability or to run an organization. I will tell you from the bottom of my heart, we need each and every one of you to continue to provide the services to the citizens of Baltimore. I realize at times that might be thankless. I realize at times that might be grueling, but we understand and know that you guys are committed. This team is committed to making Baltimore a safer and better city. So please do not take the questions or the angst or some of the frustration that you've heard from some of the members of the Baltimore City Council tonight. Just understand and know that there is a level of urgency in the community, that they do have to answer to their constituents, and I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. When I took over as City Council President, I vowed not to allow this council to utilize public safety as a political football in this city, that we would partner with the Baltimore Police Department on a regular basis, and not go after just headlines in the newspaper, but really drive as substantive discussions. I think that under the leadership of Chair Conway, we've been able to do that, and we will continue to do that. That's been my oath, and that's been my promise. So again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of the time that you've taken out today to present to the Baltimore City Council.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. We will be in touch moving forward. Committee's now in recess. Thank you.